Good morning and welcome back to Topstep TV. Today, Thursday, March 26, 2026. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got JD, and to the far right, back for his fourth day in a row, Coach Ray. JD, Ray, how you guys doing this morning?
Good morning, Jay. Welcome back, Ray. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. It is indeed Thursday. I'm ready to go. Let's get into these markets. Ray, how you feeling this morning?
Feeling pretty good. Got my green tea all set up here on the right, getting my liquidation in. And raring for the markets, seeing what we can provide our audience.
Let's do it. Thank you, everyone, for joining this morning. We're going to take a look at a gold opening range trade. To start the day, we look at a 1-minute opening range trade in gold. It opens up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We're taking a 1-minute opening range trade when a candle closes outside of that range. A little bit of selling coming into gold last night. We've seen this rally up to 4,600s, but a little bit of selling here. JD, Ray, what are you guys thinking for this opening range trade?
We are opening with a... Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I'm kind of liking a little bit on maybe a little recovery rally maybe on this. That's kind of what I'm looking at.
Yeah, for sure. We saw that sort of yesterday. We had that gap open higher overnight yesterday. We came back and retraced a bit of it right off the 8 o'clock open. This morning, we're gapping open lower, so we might get the same effect just in the opposite direction, right? Sellers came in overnight. Overnight inventory is definitely on the short side. We are well outside of range and value from yesterday. So shorts did take over last night. So we could see a little bit of back and filling right after the open. But I like this trade too. I don't mind getting into it. We are still trading. Keep in mind, we are still trading the May contract in gold. The volume was still in the gold contract yesterday, 3-1, nearly. The roll is in effect. The bulk of the open interest has moved to the June contract, but the volume is still trading in the May contract right now. So I was thinking maybe we would roll to June today. I've got some feelers out for our tech team in the back when they're going to actually roll to the June contract. It'll likely be tomorrow. If not tomorrow, definitely Monday. But we are in full effect rollover in gold right now, trading the May contract, or the April contract. My apologies. I kept saying May. The April contract. But there's still opportunity in this market. There's a lot of volume, and I think we should be okay trading it today.
I think so as well. It is moving around. It has been moving around, and we saw some. Dakota and I both took longs last night during slow markets. But one of the things we talked about, and we'll see this when we get to the higher time frame charts, we're back under the 200 moving average. So I like the longs. I got a VWAP at 44.60. 44.60. Let's see if we can maybe go back and tag that. Right now, we got gold down 2.62% on the day to start. We'll see what happens here. We're going to wait for that 1-minute opening range. Ray, you take any trades last night?
Yeah, actually, the funny thing is, you mentioned is I did take a little long in gold. Didn't actually get to my destination, but yes, I did take a little long in gold last night.
Got you. Nice. How often are you trading that session? I know you're doing your class in Discord.
Honestly, it really depends on what the market is offering. If I trade it or not. If I see an opportunity, then I'll look at it. If not, then like we were talking about yesterday, right? We don't have to open up the ice cream shop, right? If it's raining.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. There were a bunch of people that said, "I love ice cream when it rains." But yeah.
Inside though. You like your baseball.
Right, inside.
You like your baseball example, but
I get what you were saying. No, I'm not standing online for ice cream in the rain. We got gold opening up here in about 5 seconds. Again, we're going to wait for a 1-minute candle to close, and then a 1-minute candle to close outside that range for a trade. Let's see what we got here.
Our buddy Crypto Trades in the chat says slow markets was legit last night. Got a nice piece of that trade also.
Nice
job, Crypto.
Nice trade. We had a bunch of markets moving. We even talked about, if you guys remember, I put it on in a combine, but we were talking about the Canadian dollar, which has been selling off.
Oh yeah,
pretty good trade right now. Still a pretty good trade. So there's opportunity.
Very tied. I think very tied to the gold. I think Canadian dollar. So
and crude, yeah, it's very closely tied to crude oil also.
Yeah,
there are markets moving right now. You got this 1-minute opening range here in gold. I got a high so far, 44.30. Yep. Just made a new high. Low is 44.31.30. and a high of 44.35.
Off by a couple ticks on both sides on the micro contract. Micro contract, we got a high of 44.35.50, low of 44.34.40. Oh, we just popped. 44.36.30 is now the high.
Did it trigger?
So we've got a...
You're looking at a 1 minute candle, JD?
I'm looking at a 1 minute candle. Yes, in the micro gold.
44.35.
Wait, that was our confirmation candle. Sorry, I was looking at our confirmation candle, though. Yes,
All
44.35.30. My mouse slipped over to the right one bar.
Looks like they're baiting us again.
Yeah,
They
right?
sure are. We took out the high of the opening range.
Yeah.
And now it feels like it wants to make a run. A lot of traps. We saw a trap in gold and crude oil yesterday. No trades yesterday.
Good.
It was a good no trade.
Just baiting.
So this one's either going to be a long or a no trade, as we did take out the high. If we take out the low, that invalidates the trade. And are they going to do this again and close it right at the high?
They did just a couple ticks below. So no trade. No trade on the micro contract. The mini might have hit it right to the tick. The micro is 2 ticks lower.
Yeah.
Do you think
the mini is as well?
Watching?
Oh, they definitely do, right? They definitely do. Someone knows.
Yeah.
And it feels like a trap again, the way we're just hovering around the high of the opening range. And it's not. Well, now we're moving. Here we go. We got some movement now.
You felt it yesterday, JD. So if that intuition is telling you,
buyers just stepped in. We're going to be taking a significant amount of risk on a single micro contract right now with the way this range is expanding. We'll be buying the high if we get in.
JD.
I'm loaded for 1 because we're taking quite a bit of risk on just a single micro. If we can get a better trade location on a second, I will jump in. But I'm working the bid. All right, we just got tagged in on a single micro, 44.37.60.
All right.
We've got $75 worth of risk on this single 1-lot micro right now. I guess we could have put on 2.
Might get you better trade location
I'll mitigate some risk by trying for a better trade location. If we get back inside the opening range. Right on top of our entry price. I want to see a nice pop real fast.
Yeah. Hate it when it stalls there.
Right?
Yeah. There it is, maybe.
Little bit. 5-minute charts.
44.38.
Very, very sideways.
We're long from 37.60. We're long from 37.60.
37.60. Yep, 37.60.
All right. See if we get this push here. We do have volume starting to leave that range to the upside as well as price. See if that acts as a little bit of support. Maybe we get to full session VWAP as a target here. Anything we got to look out for, JD, on the economic calendar that could move these markets around?
We've got a couple numbers coming out this morning. We've got jobless claims coming out at the bottom of the hour. Initial jobless claims, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Headline risk is still high right now, folks. As always, we'll keep one eye on the ditch, but these headlines are flying around. They're moving just as fast as these markets are. We saw it yesterday. They were coming out left and right. Headlines flying all over the place, contradicting each other. A lot of very aggressive rhetoric coming from both sides in this Iran conflict. Iran war, I should call it now. So we will keep an eye on that. We'll be piping in any news that we possibly can for you. We mentioned jobless claims. Natural gas inventory is coming up at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. We've got a 7-year note auction at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time and a couple talking feds on the schedule. They don't start till 3 o'clock. Who's on the schedule? We got Lisa Cook, Stephen Meyer, and Philip Jefferson, and Michael Barr, all speaking later this afternoon. But we might get a few randos peppered in throughout the day. There's a good chance President Trump is going to stumble into a camera and a microphone also. We'll keep you apprised of that. It just popped up on my calendar. Trump is speaking at 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That wasn't there a little while ago. So there you go. This calendar is very dynamic. It changes minute to minute now. So headline risk is on. And again, we will keep you apprised of any new information coming from anywhere we can find it. That's what I got for you on the news front.
Thank you for that, JD. We got some comments from Putin here. It's hard to forecast consequences from Middle East conflict. Putin urges caution and conservative approach with regard to higher oil prices. We got the house count long, 1 micro gold here from 44.3670. Seen a little bit of a pullback here. That 1 minute opening range is still holding for now. Risk goes on the other side of the trade. We'll see how this plays out. But Hogue is out for a couple more days, but let's make sure we get through that checklist. And make sure we are prepared for the trading day pre-market research. That's what we are doing here, identifying some levels that we think the market has the potential to trade to, and providing some context for these markets. Make sure you go over your morning checklist. Did you get a good night's rest? Did you get your coffee in? Did you get a walk outside prior to sitting at your trading desk? Check on your mindset. Make sure everything's clear up there. You've separated from any winning or losing trades, and you are clear to follow your trade entry checklist. Have a reason for getting in and out of these trades. You can see our reason for getting into this opening range trade. It's not a guarantee that it's going to win, but we know where we're right. We know where we're wrong in these markets. And your post-market checklist, make sure you review what happened for the day. Did you execute your plan? Did you execute somebody else's plan? How well did you trade? And is there anything that you could take into your next trading day and anything you want to leave behind? Coach Ray, your checklist checked, ready to go?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're ready.
Awesome stuff. We are ready to go. House count long, still just the one lot, JD, right? We're not going to add to this one. Just let this one cook.
Just one. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I really don't like this trade at all. We're taking some heat on it right now. We're trading towards the middle. We were right in the middle of our opening range, but looking at that 1 minute chart, we did not put in a higher high. So I feel like we're toast on this trade, but we'll let it play out. We're taking the risk. We've accepted the risk, so we'll let it play.
There you go.
I was just going to ask if we need the toast graphic. I don't even know if we still have it, but I felt it coming, JD.
We found it yesterday. Maybe they could play it.
Okay.
It looks like our entry just became resistance.
There it is.
There it is.
Now we can rally. Now we can rally, right? There's a little reverse psychology with the markets, right? Make them think we're out. And then now we're going to go. I mean, hey. Production team, play that again if we need it, please.
Yes.
It's like the Dr. Volatility trick.
Right.
We got numbers coming out in just a couple minutes here. I don't know if we want to hit some news before.
Yeah, we could squeeze this in real quick.
Let's do it.
We can knock this out. The USPS, the U.S. Postal Service, is set to impose fuel surcharges on packages. What? It's a first ever 8% fuel surcharge on packages. Let's roll it. So the post office says it will be a temporary price change that only applies to packages, not letter mail. Consumers and businesses will start seeing the fee on April 26th. It's due to surging fuel prices since the U.S.-Israel war with Iran began. Other carriers, including UPS and FedEx, have automatic surcharges that kick in when fuel prices go above certain thresholds. I love how they called it temporary. Have you ever, in your experience,
when oil prices come down?
Yeah, right. Have you ever, in your experience, witnessed a temporary tax? Has a tax ever been imposed that's been taken away in your lifetime?
No.
I think when they call it temporary, they're just like, this is temporarily going to be in the front of your mind, and then you're just going to forget it, and it just becomes par for the course at that point. We might need a little bit more toast. It worked the first time. We got above 44.40s there. We just got those jobless claims numbers out.
We got a knee-jerk reaction to the downside. Just a little bit. The ladder really thinned out. Yeah, we're toast. It's coming for us.
Jobless claims came in line with expectations. Actual 210. Forecast was 210. Prior to
up. Toast didn't work today. Got us. Down $80 to start the day. Little paper cut. See what crude oil gives us at the top of the hour. We'll look at the crude oil opening range breakout trade at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. I was going to say the best tax promise, I think, in the history of Chicago. Maybe not the history of Chicago. I wasn't alive for it. My dad likes to talk about it. when they were building the expansion, the highway expansion to O'Hare International Airport. They were expanding the Blue Line L trains and the highway to the airport. So they set up toll booths, and they said, once construction is finished, we're going to take these toll booths down, and you won't have to pay tolls on the highway anymore. And that was like 70 years ago, 60 years ago, and those toll booths are still there.
Still paying those tolls. Still paying those tolls. Yeah. Then wait, we're making money from this? Why would we ever take it down? We're going to have to find something else to make money from. Yeah.
And they also told us that the Illinois. Oh, go ahead, Jay. Yeah, let's get back to the numbers.
No, I was going to read these jobless claims numbers. Came in line with expectations. Actual 210, forecast 210, probably was 205. Continued jobless claims came in at 1.819 million. Forecast was 1.849 million. And look at this. They just had to come and get us.
Yep.
In gold here.
It might have low ticked us. Very close to being the low tick on that exit. Couldn't let us go for the ride. I got a feeling it wouldn't have mattered where we put that stop. It would have came for us anyway.
Yeah.
That's how it works, unfortunately.
That's the trade, right? I mean, it's very mechanical. We just follow the process, right?
That's it. Very mechanical trade. Less than a 40% probability. I've been trading in this. I've been taking these two trades in my end of the house account for, I think it's right around 260 trading days. And it's got just under a 40% win rate. Just under. But we take small losses on the losers, and we ride those winners out. So
that's exactly what a strategy should be, right? So,
right.
Yep. Absolutely. I think Coach Vince showed me a strategy last year that had like an 18% win rate and was still profitable over the long period of time. That has to be tough to take, right? Losing 82% of the time and still making money, but hey, if
not
it works,
good for the
it works.
And not getting out of the winner too early, just because, I got a winner. Let's book it. Gotta let it play out.
Well, all right, guys. 2 ticks. Take the profit.
Take the money. Run. All right, guys, let's get into it. What do you say we take a look at those gold charts? Tell us what we should know, guys.
Let's do it. Taking a look at gold here. We'll start with the daily in gold. Gold, to me, still has a decision to make at the high of this, the candle that started the week. We're looking at this candle in pretty much every market that we trade. It was the highest volume. We heard potential ceasefire talks, and we've been inside this range since then. It was also the candle that tested the 200 moving average on the daily. So pretty significant bounce from that level. My question is whether or not we close above this high, which is at 45.3710. And then can we make that rotation back up to maybe the 5,000s after a 2-week sell-off that we saw in gold? Daily ATR still pretty high here, $181. We can see the high of the session so far is that March 23rd candle. And so far, high to low range, we have $123 range. We are in rollover. Like JD was saying, I saw a build and open interest of 749 contracts, but we lost 21,000 in April. We gained 19,000 in June. So the question also is, how directional do we get before this rollover is done, right? 239,000 contracts traded in April, 99,000 traded in June. So a lot of times what we'll see in rollover is the markets get pretty range bound, not super directional until that roll is over. And again, that should be towards the end of the week. What are you seeing on the daily here, Coach Ray?
Yeah, I mean, I see a market, as much as it's hard to say, a market that looks quite bearish, right? I mean, the market is continuing to make lower lows, lower highs. We're currently developing a little bit in the way of a bearish candle, although we've taken some opportunities to the long side in some of our overnight trades. The overall structure still seems to be to the downside, right? The only thing that's kind of saving us from all out saying that we're bearish is the fact that we're still above the 200, right? Looking at the DMI, you can see a good amount of interest here on the short side. We're up at 38 reading on the negative DI, and on the ADX we're above 25, which is indicating a relatively strong trend to the downside. Now, could we maybe get an extension below and then maybe a reversal? Sure, anything can happen in the markets, but right now in the daily, it's kind of indicating to me that maybe there is a little bit more downside to this market before we actually rally back up.
Absolutely. I think on the daily, we're kind of in between that 45.37 and 4400. If we do see some selling, that midpoint again, 43.18 is where we checked it on Tuesday. We will see here not enough interest above 45.37s right now. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here, and this 200 moving average. So the 200 moving average has been a downsloping line for the last 2 weeks or so. We did get price and volume to trade above it yesterday, but again, not a ton of interest. We tagged 4600s yesterday. Not a ton of interest up there. I believe we are back below Hoag's weekly kickoff low. I'll refresh that when we get a chance. But if we look at the overnight inventory, we are clearly to the short side. This purple box here is where we opened up, and right around 1 a.m. Eastern time, we got back below this 200 moving average on the 30-minute with price and volume. Yeah, this is looking pretty bearish here. Could we find opportunities to reconcile some of this overnight inventory back up to VWAP, which is 44.60s? I could see that being a trade, but so far the flow right now is to the downside. Kind of have to look at some downside targets here. Again, 43.20s, that 43.20 zone if we do get pretty aggressive. Gold right now is down just over 2.5%. And we'll see how directional we get with this rollover. But I am looking at, if I did get long, if I find myself long this market, this zone that's the VWAP and the 200 moving average has to be a position management area. Could we trade above that? Absolutely, but we would need to see the volume step in and say that. And first would be a reclaim of VWAP, and then after that, that 200 moving average on the 30-minute. Obviously, big fat round number 4,400 right below us. That's not going to be an easy level to break through with no volume, especially with volume being split between two contracts. So that is what I have there for gold. What are you seeing here, Coach Ray, on the 30?
Yeah, I mean, very similar, right? So we are, again, looking at the 30-minute. We're seeing a little bit of a slowdown in the momentum to the downside. That's also indicated in our DMI, right? You see that our negative DI is starting to slope to the downside. So maybe we are building a little bit of a momentum, maybe to get back and repair maybe some of the overnight selling that happened. Okay. And maybe again fill in some of this volume profile that we have here on the right and make it a little bit more balanced here, right? So I think there's a possibility certainly that we can get a bounce here. Market again, like you mentioned, is still a bit on the bearish side, but the momentum to that downside, at least on this chart, is indicating that maybe there is an opportunity here. We kind of tested this lows here a few times, and they haven't been able to make any significant new lows. So it gives me kind of a little bit of a confidence here that maybe we rally maybe back up to this area of the breakdown right around 4,500. This may be a possibility here over the course of the session today. Certainly we have some obstacles in front of us. We have VWAP and some of these moving averages, but would not surprise me to kind of maybe stay in range today, again, given the rollover, to maybe kind of rally and maybe kind of spend some time here to kind of fill out this volume profile that we have here on the right-hand side.
Stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Ray. We do have the highest volume 30-minute candle of the week. We're starting to accept price back inside that right now. 44.66 is that high, pretty much right where VWAP is. And we will see how gold plays out today. It's been presenting opportunity, again, maybe not super directional on the daily over the last couple of days, but definitely providing some opportunities to our traders. Coach Ray, have you been looking at silver at all? Or
silver has not been, silver has not been a market. It's kind of like the NASDAQ, or has the NASDAQ of the metals for me. So okay. No, gold and crude oil of late has been my main focus.
Awesome stuff. Gold and crude. Then we'll take a really quick look at the euro. We did mention currencies earlier, and then we'll get into the S&P charts. But I do want to mention the euro. I'm looking at a dollar chart on the side, and these are, over the last 30 days, 100% inverse correlation between the euro and the dollar. If you are a trader that looks at the dollar while you're trading, the euro 6E contract could be something that you potentially take a look at here. So here's the euro on the daily. We'll start with that. We've talked about this. It's holding that 20-day moving average and rejecting off that 20-day moving average. I think what was an interesting target for me for the euro was this midpoint of this March 19th candle here. We're trading below it right now. If we see price acceptance below here, do we get a push to the lower extreme? We are seeing the dollar potentially, getting ready to make highs of the year. It has about a 0.5% to go to get to highs of the year here. So I've been keeping an eye on the euro. This is one of the markets that we do have that is trying to trend right now, and again, inverse the dollar. Anything you're seeing on the euro, Coach Ray?
Yeah, well, I think it's kind of following the plan that we kind of talked about yesterday, right? We were kind of thinking that it had come into a level that we could see maybe a continuation move to the downside. It came up to this level. We closed out a relatively strong bearish candle to the downside. And what do we get today? Well, we got another developing bearish candle to the downside below that value range that we have here on the right-hand side. So we've gotten some projections. We made some projections here using kind of this measured move, right? We kind of measured this swing and looked at this retracement. So we have a couple of potential targets on this daily chart for price to potentially reach. We have the 0.618 here at 1.13, and then we have 1.11 down below here. So right now, I feel like it's a market that's kind of following the plan that we had outlined yesterday, and it's just kind of executing on that plan. I love it. I love it when the market executes a plan that you've kind of come up with.
Man, I love it when the market makes it easy to determine what the plan is.
Yeah.
We'll be honest, like with some of the equities, we can say it, right? We can see what the equities are doing, right? They're in this range, they're chopping around in this range, but the euro is trying to be directional. And to me, it's just a much easier read. And it may not be a market that I trade all the time, but this structure is what I'm looking for when I'm looking for a trade, right? So I think my job is to go and try to find that structure and trade that.
Yeah. We don't make markets, right? We don't make markets.
Exactly.
We just follow the markets that are given to us, and the better we think of ourselves that way, I think the better return on equity we'll receive, right?
Absolutely. So seeing some selling coming in here, we'll see how extended we get on this move. The one thing I do know about currencies is that they don't get super volatile, so the move for the day might be in already. We'll see what the day presents. Of course, any headlines that come out are going to affect all the markets that we trade. But we are pretty close to a daily ATR move here already in the euro. But that's what we got on gold and a little outside market that we may not normally trade all the time. Let's give it back to JD for some more news, and then we'll get into the equity charts.
Excellent. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Ray. I'm glad you brought up the euro, Jay. Did you know that yesterday, our number 3 top live funded P&L trader from Tuesday picked up $28,121 trading the euro and the British pound. So currency traders are in there right now.
Makes sense.
Take a look at those currency pairs. Yeah.
Do you need
Take a look
more
at
evidence?
those currencies if you're not. Yeah. Do you need more evidence? Those markets are available to you, everybody. We have more than the NASDAQ and gold. Broaden your horizons. Expand your horizons, I should say. All right. Let's take a look. What happened overnight? Stocks in Asia closed lower. The Hang Seng Index closed down 1.89%. The Nikkei closed down 0.27%, and the Shanghai Composite closed down 1.09%. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower this morning. The DAX is down 1.46% right now. The FTSE down 1.26%. The CAC 40 down 0.91%, and the Stock 600 down 1.14%. U.S. dollar index up about 0.28% to 99.878. The VIX is up nearly 9% to 27.56, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note resting gently at 4.38%. We can do a quick look at how the Mag 7 closed out yesterday. Also, the only laggard in the Mag 7 yesterday was Microsoft, closed down 0.46%. Everything else closed in the green. Our leader was Amazon, up 2.16%, followed by NVIDIA, up 1.99%. Those are closing percentages from yesterday, not overnight. All right, Jay, Ray, back to you guys. Let's get into the S&P charts.
Taking a look at the S&P here on the daily, this is still a market that is in a downtrend. We are seeing lower highs on a higher time frame, right? Shout out to Coach Paul, who always suggests doing this. Pulling up a line chart here. What does this chart say? Right, this is a market that's in a downtrend. Are there opportunities to buy it? Absolutely. But on a higher time frame, this market is trending lower. We got the 20 moving average below the 200 moving average. We got price below all 3 moving averages. And, these are pretty sharp angles here. Now, when we put the candles back on, we do see a lot of overlap, right, where it's not as clean of a move, but it is still trending lower on a higher time frame. Daily ATR, 116 points high to low. Today we have a 75-point range. So there is about 50 points or so before we get to an at-range day. And we'll see if we get it. We've had 2 days of consolidation, 2 inside days here. And, if you remember anything from gold last week, we had 2 daily dojis before a very aggressive sell-off in gold. Not saying that that's what's going to happen in the equities, but if we understand how averages work, Coach Ray, you and I did a class 3 years ago on understanding the daily ATR. When we have consolidated days, at some point, you're going to need to get to a range expansion day to make those averages work. And that's how we see the markets move. What are you seeing here on the daily?
Yeah, absolutely. I see a market that's definitely firmly in some bearish structure. I was kind of taking a peek here at the weekly just to see kind of where can this market head. Well, I'm looking at this 64.30 level on the weekly. That seems like a pretty good destination for this market here on the weekly. Anytime I'm a little bit confused on direction, guys, I'm always looking at a slightly higher time frame to kind of help me and guide me in the right direction. But yes, a market that is very much in some bearish structure. We're below the 200 moving average. We're below the value range that we have here on the right-hand side. Our DMI is still indicating that there's a good amount of selling pressure in this market. We have our negative DI reporting 26, and we have our ADX up in the 50 range. So very strong in the indicators that we still have some downside pressure in this market. So I think we need to continue to look for locations. I think the best path for us is to focus on the direction and maybe eliminate potentially part of the market, at least focused on, and focus on areas where we can maybe sell some strength is kind of what I'm looking at here on this market.
Absolutely. I could definitely agree with you there, Coach Ray. We got the S&P down right now, 0.85%. And of course, we know these are headline-driven markets, right? Everything right now is paying attention to what's going on in the Middle East, paying attention to what's going on in oil prices. Oil right now is up 4.5%, made a high of 94.84 today. And we've seen $100 oil lead to some selling in the equities. So do we get to that today? We'll see. But what I do like potentially to the downside here is another market where price and volume is trading below that 200 moving average again. Again, that 200 moving average has been a downtrend. We've had price pop up above it, but cannot sustain for more than a day. And that's what we saw yesterday. This high volume candle that we had to start the week, March 23rd, we're going to call that the ceasefire candle. We're back below 50% of that as well with some volume. We'll see if we get some follow through. And when this candle happened, 7 a.m. Eastern time on Monday, there were a ton of prices that did not trade at all. Right? I think there was like an 18-point range in the S&P that didn't trade any volume at all. And we haven't filled that those gaps here. So, you got to look at what is this Tuesday's low here, which we have traded. When the volume comes in for the New York session, does it agree with this direction, or do we see overnight inventory reconcile? I would be looking at opportunities maybe up near 6600s or VWAP if this trend is going to continue for maybe a push lower. That's the structure I'm seeing right now. Of course, anything can and will change, and it probably will change. But for now, this is a market that is trying to trade lower and maybe to the lower extreme of this candle here. What are you seeing on the 30, Coach Ray?
Yeah, so I mean, a couple areas are kind of calling out at me is this low end of value here that we have here around 66.16. You just mentioned VWAP just slightly below that level there, right? So 66.16 seems like a logical area for the market maybe to come up, and potentially continue its move, right? We haven't been able to really, like you mentioned, sustain any sort of bullish price action of late. I look at the DMI, I think it's very much aligned to what we were seeing on the daily chart. And when you get that kind of alignment between the daily and the 30 minutes, it's really hard to go against it, right? So again, I would say we need to continue to look for opportunities. I think in the bearish direction, again, focused in on areas like I mentioned. One area we mentioned here, the VWAP and the 66.16 level. This low end of value does appear to be an area there where I'm going to maybe set an alert for. If market comes up at that level, that might be an area that I'd like to take maybe a bearish opportunity.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Ray. Looking at open interest, total was positive 1,400, negative 31 in the June contract that we were trading here. So pretty much not too much to write home about with the open interest, negative 31 there. That is what we got for the S&P. We're going to take a look at oil in just a little bit here, but why don't we take a look at the Russell here as well really quick. Shout out to our traders in the chat. I see a bunch of people talking about the Russell right now, which is interesting to me. Very similar spot here. maybe a little bit stronger than the other equity markets as far as percentage moves goes, right? The Russell right now is down 1.25%, but very similar structure to everything else that we're seeing here. We have that high volume candle from Monday. We are under that 20 moving average. That's continuing to be a resistance. Look, I mean, this is basically a trend line. That's 20 moving average right now on the daily. We keep tagging it and rejecting. Again, it's the resistance for the session today. 25.54 is that price. Daily ATR in the Russell is 71 points so far, high to low range. We have a 41 point range. So there's 30 points available on either side if we see an at range day. Right now, this would be a consolidated range day, but really nice technical trade, right? If you're selling it against this 20 moving average, of course, the 200 is to the downside here, 24.89. If we see an at range day, that would put us at that 200 daily moving average, where we see that the S&P and the NASDAQ are below. Anything you want to mention on the Russell here on the daily, Coach Ray?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually kind of at a level that we were kind of anticipating in the ES here, right? So we're kind of saying, hey, maybe we can wait for price to come up to this low end of value, and that maybe could present us and maybe an opportunity to the downside. Well, Russell is at that level, right? So again, showing maybe a little bit more strength than the other markets, but at a level where we could expect maybe possibility for continuation. The DMI, the negative DMI is not quite at the same levels as we were seeing on the ES, right? So we're still slightly weaker on the bearish side, but bearish nonetheless. So again, I think this kind of presents maybe a interesting location. Don't have necessarily. I see that we are having a little bit of trouble getting above 25.60. Okay, I see multiple attempts to trying to get above 25.60. So maybe witnessing a potential of a leg down doesn't seem out of the ordinary here. So I would say maybe kind of looking to see how this kind of plays out. Maybe an initial balance extension to the downside seems to be possible play here in the Russell.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Ray. Taking a look at the 30, we did just tag the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. So overnight inventory is short right now, but they are at a level that I don't know if I would want to establish a short here. This is what makes this a little difficult, right? Because that 200 moving average on the daily is such a line in the sand. If we don't get any aggressive volume through it, this could be an area where we see some short covering coming in. Maybe it's not new buying to push this market back up, to all-time highs or anything like that. But this could be an area where shorts start to cover, especially as we get closer to 2500s. So maybe on another one, if I believe that the flow is going to continue, maybe a pop back up to VWAP 2530s for an opportunity to get in short there. But then again, these are resilient range-bound markets. Could this just be the low and then we go back into range? Very interesting structure here in the Russell. There's a lot of room lower if it is going to sell below this 200 moving average, but we need to see the volume in there to do it. Anything you want to mention here on the 30? We got oil opening up in about 5 minutes here.
Yeah, so I would say the only thing I would add here is I'm kind of focusing on kind of where I see the low end of value here. I think 25.43 seems like a logical area there. If we do see a rally, that would seem kind of like a reasonable target for that before we maybe resume our downside structure here. DMI still indicating that we're in a good amount of bearish structure here, but yeah, we are seeing a little bit of maybe with this wick here, maybe some interest here to the downside. We're still below the 200 moving average, so I'd at least like to see price get above this 9 EMA if I'm going to entertain maybe a long back to maybe those levels that I had mentioned earlier. So interesting level, I think, as far as maybe not having to. If I'm interested in the long, I don't necessarily have to take on too much risk to maybe potentially entertain that, right?
Absolutely. Mohammed Nurani with the comment of the chat. Need to shout out for viewers to hit the like button. 1284 watching, only 96 likes so far. If you like what we're doing here for the opening call, do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe as well. And that especially is for anyone who asked us to look at the Russell, which normally doesn't get too much love, but there you go. We got love for everybody. JD, before we get into these oil prices, oil charts, you got some news on oil prices.
Sure do. Oil prices are rising as stocks are falling. The average price of gas fell this morning for the first time since the start of the war in Iran, but you won't see any changes in prices at the pump just yet. The price only dropped by a fraction of a penny. AAA has reported that the price of the regular reports regular is averaging $3.98 a gallon. The price of regular gasoline is averaging nationwide $3.98 a gallon. Much higher than that in Chicago, I'll tell you that. Ray, I know you're paying
You don't want to know.
exceptionally more than that, yeah. All right, let's run that clip, please. Brent crude is once again firmly over $100 a barrel as of Thursday morning. That's after a brief reprieve yesterday. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development is upwardly revising its inflation forecast for the U.S. and other countries. Stock markets around the world are taking hits, including in the U.S. pre-trading this morning. Investors seem to doubt the war in Iran is drawing to a close. The U.S. pause on Iranian energy infrastructure strikes is set to expire soon. The Pentagon and Tehran are both maneuvering troops, and Iran denies U.S. claims of any serious peace talks. How about that? So the headlines are still flying. This is why we say headline risk is still extremely high. Headline risk is hot right now, folks. This war is heating up, and it's doesn't look like it's going to be over anytime soon. That 5-day moratorium on striking energy infrastructure in Iran is about to expire, as that article just stated. So we'll see what happens. Likely over the weekend, we might see some action.
It's interesting how that
Scary
works, right?
stuff.
We always see the biggest news coming out on the weekend, and then we get something to open the week that kind of dictates what happens for the rest of the week, which is what we saw this week. And then looking at oil prices, we do have oil opening up in about 2.5 minutes. We are going to take a look at a 1-minute opening range trade there. Again, 9 a.m. Eastern time, 8 a.m. Central. Oil does open up. We'll take a look at a 1-minute opening range trade. What do you guys think about this opening range trade here?
Well, we saw it yesterday. Institutional traders are still respecting those old regular trading hours, the pit trading hours, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We saw it yesterday, and a giant influx, an injection of liquidity right as the bell rang at 8 o'clock Central Time. We had almost dollar wide opening range, 1-minute opening range yesterday. I think it was 93 ticks wide, something like that. So people are still paying attention to that time. If you're in a crude trade right now, be conscious of the clock, because we might get some movement in about a minute and a half. But I don't mind taking this trade, to be honest with you. Ray, how are you feeling about it?
Kind of in the middle of the range. I'd like, I think these trades, I think when they're closer to the ends of swings, I think play out maybe a little bit better. Having to decide on which direction when you're in the middle is a little bit tough. So, I just don't like. I'm on the 1 minute. I'm really not too happy of where location is right now. But we don't dictate that, right? We trade what we see. Maybe to the downside. Maybe is kind of what I'm looking at right now.
Okay. We definitely have overnight inventory to the long side. We're opening with a gap, pretty significant gap. Our value area high from yesterday in crude is 90.89. We're trading 94.40. What was our last? 94.42 last.
We're $1.50 above VWAP as well. So if overnight inventory wants to reconcile to the downside, that could be a pretty nice trade.
Yes. Potential opportunity on both sides of this market right now. Will we see some back and fill to the downside, or just continue this rally?
Got some size up here at 95s also. 174 on the offer at 95s. 95.05 is another 102 up there.
Okay.
Let's see here. Oil opening up in about 20 seconds. 94.41 last trade. 66% long tilt in oil. Average price 93.74. So the tilt is getting paid. Nice job, everybody.
Very nice.
In that trade. And we are open.
And look at that. Another injection of liquidity right on the bell. Seen some volatility too. I'm showing a high in the micro contract. High in the micro, 94.47, low 94.28. 19 tick wide opening range so far.
Yeah, tag
quite as big as yesterday.
50 moving average, and now it's below it. Hopefully it doesn't run away from us.
30 seconds
Expanded
here.
the range. Expanded the range a little bit to the downside. A little selling coming in. 94.19 low now. 38 tick wide or 28 tick wide opening range. And still on the lows. Still making lows.
Got that 94 below us. It might be supportive.
94. Yeah, it held the support earlier this morning, about an hour ago, hour and a half ago. I see where you're looking at.
That might be a nice area maybe for reversal, possibly.
Mm-hmm. See, continue telling on this confirmation bar. Yep, just took out the low.
We have 200 moving average on the 1 minute, but 93.86.
There's some bids on the 94. 94 bid for 70 for 80. 94 bid for 80 in the micro contract. You don't see those heavy bids too much in the micros. So they're going to be protecting this level down here, or trying to at least.
Yeah. Well, 94 seems like not only a psychological number, but I'm seeing a low end of value on the right on the 1 minute.
Okay.
Looks like we're going to be triggering a short.
It wants to trade. 550 have already traded on the 94s overnight. Traded them all out. Got them all. The entire bid traded out, and it held. Put on a low of 96.
Did it tag that 94?
Buyers.
Yeah, we got to a low of 93.96.
Yep. And technically, we triggered a short in crude. I haven't gotten in yet because the buyer stepped in as soon as we tagged that 94 bid. Might be able to get a little better trade location. Our risk is going to be all the way up at 94.50. So we're looking at about 40 ticks of risk on this trade right now. I'm going to work an offer for one. See if we can get in here. All right, we got one on 94.11.
94.11. House count short 1 micro crude. On this opening range trade here, let's see if we get a little bit of a breakdown below these 94s on the big contract. Not a lot sitting there at 94 right now. So let's see what we get. We're about 8 ticks in the money on this trade right now.
Yep, I'm putting our stop way above this previous swing high up here at 94.54. CYA is at 94.66 right now.
That's good.
If we can get some better trade location on a second entry, we will get in. We're well below our opening range low right now. We definitely got in on the lower end of the range so far.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get some continuation. Maybe we'll see some back and fill for this gap. Again, we opened up with a gap. Overnight inventory was long, but I will monitor this trade. Why don't you guys tell us about the crude oil charts? We're getting a little
Let's do it, right?
Here, a little late here. Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. So looking at oil, it is in rollover as well. Looking at the open interest, negative 8,300 between the May, June, and July contracts. Negative 6,800 in May, negative 2,300 in June on an up day. So maybe those were some shorts covering positions, looking for this market to maybe sell off, and it didn't do it. You look at the volume, and again, volume is going to be split between the two contracts. Volume is below the average over the last couple of days. We haven't really seen this market be too directional, and we understand why, right? It's headline driven. There were a bunch of competing headlines that were coming out yesterday that we weren't really sure what is going on here, but maybe some escalations that JD just shared that last story there. So oil is now trying to trade back above the same candle that we framed out everywhere else, right? The March 23rd candle, we're back above 50% of it. 50% is 93.03. Daily ATR $7.50 so far, high to low range. We are at a $4 range, so there's potentially $3 on either side if we see an at-range day. But the past couple of days have been inside days. So what does oil present to us today? I think it really depends on what headlines we may or may not get out. If there are no headlines, then I could see us just kind of falling right back into this range. But we will see. What are you seeing here on the daily, Coach Ray?
Yeah, I mean, I see a market that's kind of been in range. I think there's obviously interest on both sides of the market to kind of keep it, especially given the fact that our administration is trying to control prices here a little bit, right? So I see a market that's in range. Definitely on the bullish side of the market here. We're still seeing on the DMI a relatively strong readings. to the upside. So a market, while in range, still quite bullish. I kind of marked a couple of levels here. I got the what's this level here, around 84.50 on the low end and 100 on the top end. So again, the closer we can get to those levels, I think offer us opportunities in either direction. Right now, we're in the kind of the middle of the range, which makes it always a little bit tough on the daily chart. But I think we need to continue to err on the side of the bulls, I think, overall, based on this chart.
Absolutely. There is definitely a bullish undertone in crude oil with everything that is going on. But we've seen it kind of be in this range. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Overnight inventory clearly long, right? In this trade, if this trade does work out, what we're going to see is overnight inventory reconcile maybe back to VWAP, potentially 93.06 here. This purple box is where we opened up last night. Somewhere around 10:30 Eastern time is when we started to leave this range with price and volume. And that has been the trend. We got oil up 4.25% right now. Back above the 200 moving average, which is not really giving us a whole lot to work with. It's a pretty flat moving average. We've been above it. We've been below it. Again, oil is in this range where it's trying to decide what's going to happen, but headlines are going to drive what's going to happen in this market. So we've seen a couple of pullbacks to VWAP already. 93.06 is that price right now. And then to the upside, I think what we have to look at is, this is basically what I would do here, right? So we had this high volume candle from March 23rd. We're just going to split that candle into fours, and 95.18 would be the half back of the upper extreme of this candle, which we really haven't traded since we printed it, right? This is the first times we've had price and volume above 50% of this March 23rd candle since it printed. So are any shorts that got maybe stuck in positions here going to have to cover that pushes higher? And then 95.18s is going to be the level that I'm looking at potentially to the upside here. Of course, that big fat round number 95 is right there. Seeing a ton of offers up there right now, 172 at 95s, another 100 at 95.05. That's a lot of size for crude oil. So we'll see what happens as we get up there. High of the day so far, 94.84. But, could I establish a long here? My question is always, any trade I take is, where does the risk go? And I think I see a better case for a short right now that could lead to a better opportunity to buy this for continuation on the way up. What are you seeing here on the 30, Coach Ray?
Yeah, so similar thing that you mentioned. I mean, the markets overnight was very bullish on this market. And again, you can look at the DMI here on the bottom, and you can see that we are still, the positive DI is above our negative DI with a good amount of momentum to the upside. So I'm with you. I think we're at maybe a little bit extended here to the upside. I think we're probably a little bit overdue for maybe a pullback, maybe down to the 93 level is kind of what the area that I'm kind of focusing on right now. Maybe we touch the 93.80 level. I think 80s, 20s, I think are kind of levels that crude oil tends to resonate with. So I think we probably need to see if we can get maybe better location, definitely for a buy, and would not surprise me in the least if we were to kind of retrace here a little bit before we see that move. So I think my view in general on the crude oil, aligned with the daily, is to kind of look for opportunities to the bullish side.
So thank you for that, Coach Ray. House count is short right now, 94.11s, 1 micro crude on the opening range trade. We will see how this one plays out. But JD, before we get the people what they want, talking about the NASDAQ, we got some more news.
You sure do. We talked about this case against social media companies quite extensively the last couple of weeks. A landmark decision in California has been made. Courtroom yesterday against Google's YouTube and Facebook's parent company Meta. After a 7-week trial and more than 8 days of deliberations, a California jury found the companies liable in a closely watched case on social media addiction. The verdict could help shape the outcome of hundreds of similar lawsuits moving forward. Sherelle Hubbard has the latest. Let's run it.
We've sent a message with this that you will be held accountable a historic setback for Meta's Facebook and Google's YouTube after a California jury found the social media giants were negligent in the design of their platforms, knew their designs were dangerous, and failed to warn users of those risks.
Infinite scroll, algorithmic recommendations, autoplay videos. The lawyers were successful in persuading the jury that those features enticed young users to compulsively engage with the platforms.
The companies were found to have caused substantial harm to the plaintiff, now 20-year-old Kaylee, who said she developed anxiety, body dysmorphia, and suicidal thoughts after being hooked by the platforms as a child. The companies were ordered to pay $3 million in compensatory damages. Jurors also recommended additional punitive damages.
We now know that they were manipulating our children for profits while we were watching and trying to keep our families safe.
Both companies say they will appeal, with Meta adding, teen mental health is profoundly complex and cannot be linked to a single app. We remain confident in our record of protecting teens online.
Did Meta act willfully by engaging in an unfair or deceptive trade practice?
The verdict comes a day after a New Mexico jury found Meta liable for violating that state's consumer protection laws and failing to protect children from sexual predators. I'm Sherelle Hubbard reporting.
Jump on those class actions, folks. Get yourself paid on this one. I didn't say that. Did I say that? All right, let's move on.
And the internet is forever, JD.
Yes.
The internet
is indeed forever.
I mean,
all right, guys.
Yeah.
What's up, Jay?
No, we'll just get into the NASDAQ charts.
Give the people what they want. Yes,
We'll give the people what they want. Taking a look at the NASDAQ here. Daily ATR so far, 507 points. So far, high to low range, 345 points. So again, we asked that question. Do we see an at-range day? And if so, there are about 150 points on either side of this range for extension. And it kind of looks like what we saw last week, right? We had this big rally up. We got 2 days of consolidation, and then we sell. So are we seeing that same pattern? Again, I'll pull up the line chart. This is a market that is in a downtrend. Can you buy dips in this market? Absolutely, especially the last 2 days that we saw, where these are basically dojis on the daily candles. But are we going to get some extension? Crude oil prices are rising. We've seen this inverse correlation between crude and the equities. Are there headlines that are potentially coming out? JD mentioned it. We're getting closer to that 5-day quiet period, we'll call it, in the war that's getting ready to end, coming into the weekend. So are we going to potentially see escalations? Like Hogue says all the time, pray for peace. But of course, if these things come out, they are going to move the markets around. So we are back below 50% of this high volume candle that we had to start the week.
AJ's had to butt in, but we got some movement in crude oil right now. What a move down. We just printed 93.36. We hit yesterday's, what was 93.36 again on your daily levels? That is yesterday's high. We just tested yesterday's high. Ray, what was your call and what was your target in crude oil again?
That down 93.
93? All right.
Yeah.
We're going to set a target for 93. My apologies for jumping in, but man, we just got some movement. I'm going to look for headlines right now.
Markets first. Shady.
Markets first. All right, let's get back into it. I'm adjusting our risk. We're taking our risk off the table right now. After a move like that, I no longer want to take any heat on this trade. So we're moving our stop into profit. If it recovers this move, then we know we're probably on the wrong side. All right, back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. No headline just yet. But yeah, like I was saying, back below 50% of this high volume candle that we had from Monday. 24,267 is that price. What are you seeing on the daily, Coach Ray?
Yeah, I mean, similar kind of thing. I mean, I think the market is firmly in some sort of bearish structure to the downside. DMI is kind of giving us a reading, a pretty strong reading here to the downside as well. I think if I recall, the ES was maybe slightly stronger than what we're seeing in the NASDAQ, and the Russell kind of maybe the strongest of all is not necessarily in the bearish direction, but more in the bullish direction. But in any case, we see a market that's still very much in the downside. Where price is below our value range here on the right. We're below our 200 moving average. I would say that while the market could potentially rally here a little bit, right now I would say that until we start to get some evidence of that, I think we need to kind of continue to err on the side of bearish trades in this market on the daily. It's kind of what I'm seeing.
Awesome stuff. We'll take a quick look at the 30 here. The NASDAQ is down just about 1% from settlement right now. Settlement price 24,368. And my question is, again, overnight inventory clearly short here, right? How does the volume for the New York session step in a market that on a shorter time frame, we're looking at this, maybe a medium time frame, you'll call it, and we are in a downtrend, but these have been resilient markets. We are getting into an area where we didn't really see much trade happen because this was the candle that happened at 7 a.m. Eastern time on Monday. And we kind of just spiked up. We're getting back into that area again. We've tested in this zone a couple of times here, tested the Sunday open, and we're seeing some buyers stepping in here. So interesting spot here in the NASDAQ. Again, I don't know if I want to establish shorts in the low of the range, especially in these resilient markets. But if we get a pullback up to VWAP 24,232, then potentially there. This could just be a higher time frame range trade where this is an area for longs to limit risk here. 24,000 big fat round number is within a daily ATR range if we do see continued selling. But I'm just going to be cautious here in the equities. Like we're talking about in the euro, it's a much cleaner trade there. There are a lot of factors that could move the NASDAQ in any direction. And we saw crude oil just selling off. And we've seen that inverse correlation all week. If that's going to be the case, then you kind of have to be bullish the equities until, of course, another headline comes out. What are you seeing here on the 30-minute, Coach Ray?
Yeah, on the 30-minute, I'm seeing a little bit of a slowdown in the downward direction, right? We're seeing more in the way of some bullish candles here. So maybe indicating that maybe there is a bull move brewing maybe in the NASDAQ. I see a little bit of weakening here in the negative DI and maybe a little bit of a spike on the bullish DI, right? Again, this level above here, 24,250, I think is going to be a level that is going to be contested if we do make that bull move. Okay. But I am seeing maybe a little bit of a slowdown in this bearish direction. And maybe we're starting to pick up some momentum that would at least take us back up to 24,250 is kind of what I'm thinking.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Coach Ray. You can definitely see that slowdown, right, to the downside. We tag those 100s. We've gotten pretty extended from VWAP there. So not surprised. Maybe this is short covering, whatever it is. That selling pressure is definitely slowed down for now. We will see as the volume comes in for the equity open if there is some continuation there. But speaking of the equity open, we got the cast of characters getting ready already in the back here, JD. Let's get an update on this crude oil trade and then the schedule for today, who we have trading with us on Topstep TV.
Yep, last trade in crude 93.80. We're still in the money on this trade. Again, took the risk off the table after that dip lower. If we retrace this entire move that crude oil just made, then I've got a feeling we can guarantee we'll be on the wrong side of this market if we retrace this entire move in crude. So risk off on crude. We are short one from 94.11. So we'll see where it takes us from here. That was a pretty decent dip and rip, though. We're trading right in the middle of that 5-minute candle where the dip happened. So we'll keep you posted on that. All right, coming up next, the schedule for today, fast markets. Andre and Jack will be navigating us through the markets during fast markets. We got a couple rotating characters coming in also. Mandy's going to be here from 8:30 to 9:30, and Dakota will be here from 9:30 to 11. We've also got a special guest dipping in for us. Carly Garner from the Carly Trading will be here from 9 to 9:15 a.m. Central Time, talking markets with us. Make sure you're here for that. Morning highlights, 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Jack and I will be back to go over these opening range breakout trades that we took and any other trades that we might be taking in fast markets. We'll also do a little market analysis for you. 11:15 Power Players. Jay's going to be back with Yusuf and Coach Vince. 12 o'clock, group coaching. Gabe, Anne-Marie, and Hoop will be here to answer your questions. If you've got a question for Gabe, Anne-Marie, or Hoop, we're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little while. Grab that form, fill it out, click submit. Make sure you click submit, and we will get that question. We'll do our best to answer it live right here on Topstep TV. Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock. Jack's going to be back with Hoop and Coach Vince. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Braden, and me. I'll be back for Power Hour, a rare Power Hour appearance by me in the middle of the week. I'm looking forward to it. Then, of course, at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul later this afternoon, and bull markets with Dakota and a special guest later tonight. That's what we have on the schedule for today. We've got a whole day packed full of tradertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV. We're here for you bell to bell. Let's go get it.
Bell to bell. And did you hear that, chat? We got a special guest coming in for Fast Markets, so make sure you stay tuned and be on your best behavior. Hit those thumbs up buttons if you haven't done so already. JD, we got one more piece of news we can get to before we get into Fast Markets. What do you got?
Yes. Our public service announcement for the day, Consumer Watch, what Easter spending means for the economy. Easter spending is expected to reach record levels this year. That's according to the National Retail Federation. While egg prices have come down dramatically, the price for other key Easter staples like sweets, meat, and baked goods have all gone up. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan has details on how much you can expect to spend on Easter this year.
Easter spending is expected to break records this year, topping $24 billion. Shoppers are expected to shell out just under $196 per person. That's a more than $6 jump compared to last year.
I think consumers have opted to make savings in other places so that they can spend at events like these because they are important.
Mark Matthews with the National Retail Federation says most consumers say they'll be buying candy and food.
Food is really the key theme that runs through all the data this year.
So let's break down recent food prices. Overall, the price for candy is up 11% in the last 12 months, according to the latest Consumer Price Index report. Meat prices have jumped more than 8% in the last year, and prices have gone up for bakery products, fruits, and vegetables. The good news is egg prices have tumbled by more than 42%.
When we look at inflation, it's remaining stubbornly high, but most of it tends to be services inflation.
Matthew says there are things you can do to help keep costs down.
Signing up to loyalty programs and looking out for those deals.
Cooking a meal instead of eating out can also help lower your costs. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
There you go.
Jen Sullivan, definitely not AI, folks.
Egg prices down, which is good. That was eggflation last year was a tough one, but egg prices down, so you can paint them again and not feel bad about it for Easter. But candy prices are going up, so shout out to your dentist. Let's take a look here at some prices before we get into fast markets. We got 93.81s last trade in crude oil, 65.91 last trade in the S&P, 44.48, 44.47s now last trade here in gold, and the NASDAQ 24.146 last trade over there. Coach Ray, what do you got your focus on this morning? What are you going to be trading this morning?
I'm going to be continuing to focus on the metal complex, and the crude oil I think are going to be kind of my couple markets. And I might even actually take a peek at the euro because I do like the setup there on the daily for maybe an extension to the downside. So those are probably going to be my three markets I'm going to be watching today.
Awesome stuff. Shout out to the euro and whoever our live funded trader was that took $28,000 out of the euro and the British pound. That is amazing to hear. Coach Ray, you're going to be on air with us tomorrow, Friday, but I think tonight's your last night in Discord for the week. Tell the people what they can expect if they join you in Discord, 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, so I mean, more of the kind of the same. I think in some ways, kind of preparing for Asia market and see kind of what opportunities present themselves, and then we discuss opportunities or trades that we took on during the day and kind of offer some education along those kind of lines. So should be a fun packed session. Always good to have folks out there. I have some regular attendees there, so I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome stuff. If you like Coach Ray and what he's been sharing with us on Topstep TV this week, make sure you check him out in the Topstep Discord. We got the house count short right now. 1 micro crude oil, 94.11 on that opening range trade, 93.86 last trade here. I think we are good to go. JD, keep us up to date on this trade. And I am actually going to call out the top of the chat. I don't know how you guys get in here this early. It was telling me you guys were in here at 2:30 this morning, and it went away. So shout out to whoever was there, 2:30 in the morning, prepared for Topstep TV as you were waking up, rubbing some sleep out of your eyes. But we got a great show of trading lined up ahead today. Fast Markets with Andre and Jack coming up. We got a special guest as well. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Trade well, manage your risk. We got Fast Markets in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody out there. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV. There's the horn.
He's back.
I'm back. Andre, I'm back. I'm relaxed. But I was feeling this morning like my blood pressure was about 50 points too low. So I had to come back to the markets here to have that thumping in my head. I'm checking in on these charts seriously for the first time in probably like 4 days, but I was kind of watching and grimacing on my phone along the way. We'll get caught up on that, but I'm ready. Let's do this. Let's trade it up.
Go. Let's get that blood pressure higher. I got just the prescription for you. It is called Fast Markets on Topstep TV. Welcome, everybody. Let's get right into it. Mandy will be joining us shortly here. Yes, Jack. You're seeing oil prices trading $93.77. A lot of headlines flying around. Ceasefire, troops, response from Iran, Israel. A lot of players in the playing field right now. So we got 3 minutes till the opening bell. Let's take a look at ES. ES trading 65.89 overnight lows, about 25 points lower right now. Got NASDAQ trading 24,138. Gold trading 44.47. 10-year, Jack. 10-year keeps coming up against 4.4%. We take a peek. We held above there. Saw some downside pressure beneath there right now. So there's a lot of cross forces, if you will. The inverse correlation between equities and crude is kind of starting to decouple a little bit. It's costing me money. Anyways, what are your thoughts coming in? It's Thursday. Jumping on a moving train. How do you get into this?
I don't draw many lines, but I was just looking at the 4-hour and the ES, and man, it's in this environment, it's just hard to be short, even though it's pretty clear that we've been trending downward since SPX 7000. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touches on this line here. And as I zoom in, something I'll be looking at more today is we've still been playing. I got some options levels in green. In blue, I have some other levels that are seemingly very important. The first is up well above us at about 66.79 is the 200-day moving average in the SPX. And you can see recently this has been tough to get above and hold. The opposite is true on the downside, which we nearly touched again this morning, around 65.71. That would be the November lows in the SPX. So those are two things that I will be looking at very closely today.
Okay. Who's at the door?
Here. The police.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, Mandy.
Everyone scram. Party, everyone scram. Lower left power. What is up, Mandy? You back?
Hey.
Let's get right into it, Mandy.
Yeah.
NQ, 24,140. Markets are changing personalities. Velocity,
They are.
Volatility. We got, in terms of numbers, coast is clear. We do have President Trump scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. I'll obviously be bringing you that. Mandy, what's up? Welcome aboard to Fast Markets. Thoughts coming in. We got 60 seconds till the opening bell.
You know, we've tagged 24,000 a few different times and we're not far from it. So I'm curious if we can get back down to any of these Topstep daily levels that we have, 23,971 or 23,900. Of course, sentiment going into this is short. We broke the previous wicks where we had bounced yesterday, holding well below that. And so I would love that 23,900 today. We still have those massive candles from the 23rd, so 3 days ago, where we have not retraced that entirely. So that's where that 900 is just looking a little ideal. But ECH, I'm going to try not be biased, though. That's...
Here we go. We are now open. And there goes the Dow. Dow initial pop right there. Again, house account is short. 1 micro crude from $94.11. Currently trading $93.64. And first out of the gate, we saw the Dow pop. We're seeing a little selling in the NQ. ES pretty much stuck in the middle right now. A little bit more selling. NQ, take a peek beneath 24,000, 24,099.
Off the open, we got the VIX hanging out above 27.03.
Hey.
You heard that Google and Meta news at the end of opening call. I got Meta opening down 2.75%. Google's down 2%. Apple's hold up the best, just down 0.5% there. 10-year yield 4.37.
Yeah, definitely coincides with the sell-off in gold. Gold did try to give it the old run up 2 nights ago. Got up to 4,600. Could not stay. Looking at gold right now. 44.44 last trade. All right, watching the Dow continue to pop here. 46,515 session highs there. NQ. Figuring out what to do with 24,100 right now. Nothing on the tilt. The other day, Jack, we saw lots of 1,000 lots in the ES on the offer. Continue to get filled. We even saw a 2,000 lot get filled. That was on the bid this week. So keep an eye out for that using that level 2 data on Topstep X. You heard Mandy talking about those Topstep daily levels. Where can you find them? Click on the indicators tab at top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels. You have them slapped overlaid right there on your charts. Also pinned to the top of the chat. Updated and refreshed before every New York Open.
So did any of our traders catch that God candle Monday morning? That I saw happen live.
God candle. Was that ceasefire?
You know, the 240 point rip in 5 minutes in the
6 a.m.
ES. Yeah. I was asleep. That being said, that's why I talk a lot about in these markets sometimes, unless you have to, like you're walking away, not putting in your target until you need it. You never know when you might be long going into something like that.
Yep. There you go in the chat. Yes, one of our funded traders, Tyler, made over $138,000 that day. Yes.
Woo.
Yes.
That's wild.
All right, seeing some sellers step in there in the ES and the NQ. Same with the Dow. NQ beneath 24,100 now. Yes, they're glad to have you back, Jack. They were concerned. You're getting reprogrammed, perhaps your job. I mean, I don't know. There's all sorts of rumors. There's rumors.
You see, you never see it because, you know, you're out the time, but it's the same with you, Andre. It feels good to be wanted in that way. I mean, you're gone for a day, Andre. It's where's Andre? Where's Andre? Is Andre okay?
Yes. Give social love for Jack in the chat. Jack is back.
We told him you were fired.
Don't let him read those comments.
One of these days. I came back like Costanza. Let's do it.
You're fired. We got a little selling here. Continuing in the NQ. 24,093 last trade. Looking about a 60-point turnaround to the downside. This a little selling in gold. Gold selling off about $10 there. We'll pop in crude.
Yeah, we need your option wizardry.
We'll see. I was feeling there wasn't much wizardry to be had in that previous week. Everything's been so janked up that, but you know what? Today's a new day. Once that fills in, we'll see if we have any tidbits.
Also at the top of the hour, we will be having Carly Garner joining us for a quick drop-in on oil expert, obviously senior commodity market strategist and broker with Carly Trading. Yes, Carly Garner will be joining us. We'll drop in, giving us some insight into oil, of course, the geopolitical situation in the Middle East, and some things to look out for, some if-thens in the future. So, yes, top of the hour, we'll have Carly joining us. And we have President scheduled to speak right around then as well. We'll be bringing that to you here on Topstep TV. Let's get into some of the formalities. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the name of the segment. Yes, it's called Fast Markets. Well, what you can do with that is use the hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Topstep TV on the X. Hit us up with some cool, anything you think is cool. Trader swag, trader station setups, payouts, wins. Anything like that. You got hashtag power, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep TV on the X. We'll turn that around to you, well, in Power Hour. Brad Sims says, dang, she's awesome. Indeed, she is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Not a lot doing right now.
Andy, we're only 5 minutes into this thing. You know what's going to happen.
No, but usually it's like going crazy. And then I'm like, well, where do I get in? When do I get in? And right now I'm like, I don't want to get in. I don't have any FOMO right now. So that's a good thing. But it just means probably there's going to be a bigger decision and a bigger move possibly. I'm still short biased. But we NQ, like you say,
Headline here.
very super resilient.
Headline here from some news agency citing source of knowledge. Iran has officially responded to the U.S. 15-point proposal. Not sure what that response was, but they have responded to it. I'm sure details will continue to unfold.
I think it was probably no for the time being. That would be my strong guess.
That's been the general sentiment from the response. Let's see if we get any reaction here. Maybe a little downside pressure.
Mandy, you're looking at a much shorter time frame often. What do you need? I know you want to get short, but how much upside do you need before you'd be looking at that? Or are you just looking to plow in the momentum?
It would probably be a more momentum trade because we've had a double wick on the 5-minute at these 80s.
Yeah.
So I want a confirmation, like a minute candle close to get to continuation short. We are respecting like
there we go.
This short here on MNQ. My MA was at 135. We haven't come back and tagged it yet after we had the EMA moving average cross. It's just, can this be like a 5-minute triple bottom? Will NQ want to rally? VWAP's ahead of us. It's a really good question, Jack. Looking at 15-minute.
See if we do get that response or some details as to what the response was. Pretty much kind of preempted that short there, thinking that that sentiment would be no. However, we'll see how it plays. Only 7 minutes into this thing, 50-50 across the board on the tilt.
And just to sum up the rest of the morning news, we had jobless clams, as Hogue would say. Right. They came in exactly what they were expected.
In line. So, what was it?
In line.
Okay. 10?
So, Jack, when Carly joins us, she's only going to be here for a quick drop-in. First question I want to ask her is, why EIA crude oil inventories, why is that number not even close to what's us?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Is.
And, I thought you were going to ask the Michael, what's the worst thing you've ever done?
Ooh,
icebreaker.
Yeah. It always goes over.
We want her to come back, though, so.
Yes, we do.
We'll see.
Again, some source knowledge. Ron has officially responded to the U.S. 15-point proposal. Haven't got any more details of that. Again, President is scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. We'll be bringing that to you here on Topstep TV, but we got Carly joining us before then.
Andrew, I got the spread between the SPX and the June contract at about 47 or 48 points right now.
I thought you called me Andrew for a second. I'm like, whoa, I hope my mom's not watching. I hope my mom's not watching. That would not, a little sell here. A little downside here in the NQ. See if the ES wants to follow. Preempting this short. Crude not doing much just yet. We're trading right.
I think I'll let this 15-minute candle print. And if it's where we're at, I'm filling shorts. If it's above 21, could be looking at longs. That's my little bracket right now.
Okay, what are those prices, Mandy?
Yeah, 125 on
long
buy.
Above.
Yep, and then kind of a below 100, somewhere below 100. I would love like below 80s, like right here. We're starting to get some pressure coming in here.
There's your response. What's the response? Yeah. A little downside pressure here.
I'd love to see it. We got 10 points away to that November low, and we bounced off of it. It looks like on the 24th. I would love to see it kind of flush through there, and then I don't want to really get long right now until we take that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Q did sell off down to a new session lows, 24,000 0.66. Yes, chop around the lows as well. A little uptick here in crude, $94.09.
VIX keeps rising up to 27.37. Microsoft has bucked the trend. They're green right now by just a little bit.
A little pop in the Dow there. A little pop in the Dow. Pop in ES and NQ. Again, citing sources, Iran's news agency, citing source of knowledge, Iran has officially responded to the U.S. 15-point proposal.
We're going for it. We're going short.
Okay. Watching crude. What price?
Little preemptive. I'll be out at 130s. I got in 2 contracts. I'm in Q, looking for, probably 30s.
Okay. What price you short from?
Short from 84.5.
All right.
We came up and tagged this EMA, and we were holding below on my 1 minute moving average. So, and we tagged that moving average and then pushed back down. So we'll see. We'll see if we get enough momentum to go down there. I just feel like if we are going to flush, I want to be part of that.
We got follow up here. So more with Tehran is now awaiting the other side's response to its position on the American proposal. Saying we sent our response to the American proposal yesterday. Wait for a response to the response. Markets are waiting.
We're going to fit this. Yeah, like 26.
Equities staying bid. Dow certainly is catching a bid here. And Cube. Right, 24,100. A little bit more buying here in the equities. Catching a bit of a bid again. Waiting for the response to the response. Waiting for the response. Waiting for the response. We'll pop here in. More buying in the Dow. Dow continuing to push higher here. NQ staying offered. Watching crude. We're selling off just a bit. Beneath $94. A little more selling here.
Let's see. We got the options up now. It's looking pretty, I would be looking for some choppiness, nothing's new, big moves one way or another. I don't see anything up until around, 65, 85 in the spot market.
Yeah,
there goes the Dow.
Here we go.
Dow pushing higher here. Yeah. Buyers stepping in here. Buyers
got that first trade out. Let's get going again. We'll find another entry.
What was the response? And there goes the ES. ES cooking higher here. ES up about 20 points in this 5 minutes. 65.96. Now 97's trade. Dow with about, NQ with about a 70-point pop there. I'll trade 24,130.
All right, what's moving?
What's the follow through? What's the follow through? What's watching you crude? Crude selling off. $83.61. Now 55 cents trades. Buyers in the house.
Bitcoin spot still below 70,000, 69,376. Dollar a tad stronger. Okay, Microsoft still holding green.
A little more from Iran. Iran stated its response that acts of aggression and assassination by the enemy must end. It's all according to Iran media. You continue to see some buyers in the. There goes. Gold just popped.
Okay.
ES, NQ, and Dow.
Okay.
Was it positive? Must be recognized. We're getting some of the Iran sovereignty over Strait of Hormuz is its legal right and must be recognized, along with guarantees that the other side's commitments will be implemented. It is clear that the U.S. claim of negotiations is merely a third deception act, or deception project. We're seeing response from Iran right now. We're seeing the response in the equities is positive. Seeing the buyers come in here, looking at a 30-point, 35-point pop or rally, if you want to call it, in the ES. Now 66.07 last trade. Nice cut, Mandy. Oh, nice cut.
Yeah, I did not like that 15-minute candle. I was trash candle right there.
Oh, I mean,
But
yeah, the market response is buying.
it was nice and red for a long time.
Oh,
The last
100 points on the NQ since this girl short. I got short down there too, my man. Did not go out well. LOL.
Well, that's why we control.
It's not nice.
Control
it's
risk.
Not nice. It's not nice. Be nice.
I'm not stressing about 120.
Did you think the response was gonna be positive?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Like not.
I mean, either. We have 50-50 on the tilt right now.
Yeah.
President scheduled to speak. Stress that ending the war must include all fronts, including resistance factions. All right, so we're getting a response from Iran.
I'm just not convinced on longs either.
No.
Like, I felt like the short was the better situation because that was trend.
Yeah, well, the market's telling us I got
kissing VWAP here in the ES.
Here we go.
Slowed it down at least.
On NQ yet.
Yeah, I just got short.
So gotta wait for that.
That's short again.
For like 20s. Like I said, I like, you guys know me. I like to scalp it up. I like to had a little reevaluation with myself the other day. And I think I just need to kind of do what I used to do. Get in, get out. Don't try to hold trades too long. I can hold trades longer if I add a second contract and scale out of one and then see if like a runner will do more. But I'm just ready for the next setup.
Yeah, my Crude selling. Crude looking lower here. $93.25. 24 cents. Wow, it's a good response. The response is good.
Okay.
Yeah. Adding another line here for 65.85 in the SPX. Maybe for an upside target.
Can we go to VWAP?
I'm watching Crude. Crude staying offered here, but the equities are continuing to push higher here. Look at the rally in the ES. 66.12 last trade. Now 13th trade, 14s. Iran seeks guarantees war will not be repeated.
Come
on. Okay.
We got 70% long, 74% long ES, 70% long NQ right now on the tilt.
Okay.
Some more.
I like that. Snuffle platypus. Personally, don't like this.
Which way? Which part? Which part? Then
probably the stock's going up.
Well, they are indeed going up.
Let's drop down to the 5-minute here.
Watching gold stain bid as well.
In
selling. Let me turn this around.
Someone on an EKG?
Yeah. Oh, there's that blood pressure.
Yeah.
Sorry. In charter.
Crude trading $93.48. 50 cents, 53 cents. Oh, gold might be looking to turn around. Did see initial reaction there. Pump higher. Are we buying long? Are we liking this?
I can't bring myself to buy it.
No. 15-minute candle looks disgusting as well.
Ooh. And they're going to buy it. We have a deal. And headlines reacting to the Iranian response. U.S. The 15-point proposal. Watching crude take a peek lower here. $93.32. Crude down about $1 or so.
They mentioned in the chat we do have Trump talking in 10 minutes.
Touting this thing, right?
Yeah, was that on the calendar this morning? I saw a different Trump speak.
Yeah.
Okay.
Assuming there'll be some response to this. Gold might be looking to roll over here just a bit, but equities are on the move higher. Got 74% long tilt.
Okay.
74% long tilt in the ES.
Jack,
I'll
what are you looking
continue.
at on ES for any trade? Or are you just hands off right now?
I guess I'm still leaning towards trying to find places to get short, but this is pretty grind up. We're kind of going through VWAP now. I drew on this 65.85 line up here at about,
Yeah.
66, 33, 34, something like that as a possible place where the options might break a rally. But we do have Trump speaking in 9 minutes. So I'll probably wait until at least then, or maybe right before he talks, might take a little, get the tradies out, as you say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let market figure out what to do. And
all right, seeing some more selling here in crude. Crude Dow trading $93.10. You know, buy these equities. The equities catching a bid. There goes the NQ. There goes the Dow. Bulls on parade in the equities. Gold catching a bid. Crude selling off. $83.10. Crude down about a buck. Down about a buck here.
It's quite the pump. Okay, we're up 35 points. The lows
Yes, we are.
in the ES right now.
More room to the upside here. Oh, we got, what do we got? Let's see the headline.
Yeah.
See a lot of size trading. See a lot of size
Short.
trading. Yeah.
Offer VWAP. I'm gonna wait until my 1 minute crosses back down, so it has to be below 170s to see if we can get a rotation back down. Rejection off VWAP doesn't always necessarily mean it's gonna hold. Like we could just push right through it. So I need confirmation that it's gonna rotate back down.
Yeah, it might be. All right, a little more round of selling here in crude. Crude continue to stay off for $93.18. So I'm watching gold roll over a little bit as well. Stalling out. Are we stalling out on the push higher here in equities? Again, getting the response from Iran in regards to the U.S. proposal. I might see a little. Seems like the buyers want to keep jumping in here. Regarding the equities, 66.15 last trade in. Now 17's last trade in the ES. Watching crude continue to sell off. Positive response for now. More selling here in crude. Crude closing in on $93. Now $92 handle. Prince. Crude is selling off.
Man, I'm going to be mighty ticked off, let's just say, if Trump speaks something, we rally like, 200 more points.
Seeing this, yeah. Crude down about $1.50. First 25 minutes here. Equities continue to push higher here. More selling crude, $92.89.
VIX down to 26.37.
Did it. Feels like it's running out of steam up here. This rally's running out of steam in the equities.
Well,
I know. Well, still, tilt leveled off back to 50-50. Crude's found some buying right around $93. We'll get another round of selling. Again, markets are reacting to the response from Iran regarding the U.S. proposal, 15-point proposal. Top of the hour incoming in about 5 minutes. We'll have Carly Garner joining us here shortly. Senior commodity market strategist and broker, along with Carly Trading, oil experts. Definitely perfect timing. Get her insights as to what
I got short one MES just to get the tradies out.
Okay. What do you get?
From 66.14 quarter.
I like it.
We'll risk $50 here before Trump speaks, up around these euro highs.
It's good.
Crude now staying beneath $93, $92.90 last trade. 90. Gold has rolled over as well. We're buying back in crude $93. Often right around $93 level. Seeing a little bit of rollover in the equities now. Mandy, are you in?
Not yet.
Okay.
I will look to get short here. Probably if we have like a candle close more below 200s. 200's kind of the, 100-point level, psychological level. So
yeah.
I don't love entering around like straight 100 marks. I usually like to go at least 15 points above or below before I enter.
Makes sense.
But yeah.
Doing this with crude, $93. Ooh, pop crude again there. $93.16. I see another round of buying here in the Dow. Again, Dow, in terms of correlations, very sensitive. Minus 8.8 inverse correlation Dow to crude oil. See a pop in crude here. Back above $93.
Yeah.
Do a little cover in before Trump speaks.
Yeah, it could be. Profit taking, perhaps. Look at the ladder here. The ES 20 in the bid, 20 in the ask.
There you go.
See gold roll over. Gold seeing a little profit taking here, now off about $10 off the highs. Right.
There you go. That looks good.
Saw initial pop there. Crude seller snap back in. 50-cent pop in crude up to 93.50, right back down to 93.15. Ride this thing. Some more follow through. No further headlines. Here we go. Iran has reviewed the U.S. proposal that had been conveyed to Iran via Pakistan. So, getting some specifics.
Short one.
Short.
Yeah.
What price? Look at that.
Right here, right now, 81.50.
All right.
You want to?
This
is gonna be a really tight stop.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't want to turn this into
there you go,
loser.
There you go. There's your pop in crude. There's your pop in crude. We get the Iran's assessment that it is a one-sided and unfair, serving only the United States and Israel's interests. We're getting initial response, which also yes, again, the senior Iranian official. Iran's assessment is that the proposal is one-sided and unfair.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, now we're seeing
Mr. Long Shorts. You were
selling
correct.
gold, selling equities. There is still no arrangement for negotiations and no plan for talks appears realistic at this stage. We're seeing the response from Iran's pop in. There goes crude. Continue to see some buying.
What is this?
Okay,
oh, this is get used to this, man. This is how it was.
Yeah,
how it was
Jack.
yesterday. Get used to this. This is yeah.
Come on. Stay.
Wow.
All right.
And crude just turned right back around. Crude seeing some selling. We went from 93.50 right. Now they're selling crude. They are selling crude. Yeah, Jack. This is like yesterday.
Yeah.
This is how what
really.
I guess you're right. I'm coming back and see profit, take profit. We could have taken 1-to-1 on that. We got out
Look at that.
$2 in the green.
Crude. They just slammed on the sell button there in crude.
That 15-minute candle was completely red a minute ago. So fun. Are we having fun yet?
We having fun yet?
I'm having so much fun. This is
all right.
This is the most fun thing ever.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on these. All right. Well, we're watching crude continue to sell off. Let's get the expert in here. Without further ado, just the person we want to speak with. Oh, thank you, Carly Garner. Carly Garner, thank you so much for joining us here on Topstep TV, senior commodity market strategist and broker with the Carly Trading. Carly, we're seeing the response to the United States 15-point proposal. The volatility in crude, which way are we seeing it go? We're seeing it go lower here. Help me understand the big picture on what the dynamics are within the region and how it may affect the prices in crude. We're seeing a cut in production from the Saudis. Obviously, that's bullish for crude oil. How are you reading just the whole geopolitical situation out there in the Middle East and what traders can look for in terms of making trading decisions? Welcome aboard, Carly. Oh, Carly, you can't hear. Carly, would you mind unmuting this valuable info?
Okay. Sorry.
There you
First
are.
time.
Yes.
I'm learning.
Hi, Carly. Welcome aboard.
All right. Hi. So obviously crude oil is never boring in this, especially not in this environment. And it's not going to be for quite a while, unfortunately. The problem is, I mean, this is really obviously a difficult environment for traders because from one day to the next, we have almost not completely different fundamentals, but pretty contrasting fundamentals. So it's a really, really tough trade to try to focus on fundamentals. I think it's more of a chart issue. And in the big picture, I think, markets don't repeat themselves, but they often rhyme. And so what I'm doing is looking at what happened in 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine, how oil behaved then. And then I'm trying to kind of apply that to this situation. There's a lot of differences, obviously, but the reality is markets are driven by humans buying and selling and reacting. And humans are emotional and humans are habitual. So a lot of times we can infer some similar patterns from one event to the next. And so we're hoping that that's how things are going to play out this time. In 2022, oil rallied really sharply initially on news of war. There were Russian sanctions put on. Everybody panicked. Everybody assumes the worst. Obviously, that's how this works. But as time goes on, the market realizes that you can work around sanctions. We can shift the supply chain around and we can work things out. And that war is still ongoing. The sanctions are still in place, or at least they were up until recently. And yet crude oil managed to peak at 130 and trade as low as 55. So just trying to remind people that sometimes in the midst of all the headlines and all the chaos, it's scary. And, we see oil going up and down and all over the place. But the reality is this is a temporary environment, hopefully. And eventually markets calm down and figure things out. Oil is a very important product on the world stage. We all use it daily. We depend on it, and it's in everybody's best interest to get things moving as they were before, even Iran's. So I think eventually the market's going to work it out. Just have to get through this rough spot, and I think we'll be looking at lower prices later this year.
Interesting. To that point, looking for stabilizing oil prices as well. We did see release of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, about a 426 barrel release into this. So what is it? What are the mechanics exactly on how that works? I know it's stored in the south in the Gulf down there, and they gradually release it into the system. When would you expect to see that take effect? Obviously, you see the initial response in the markets. You see it sell off. But in terms of actually hitting the market, in terms of the supply, how does that work in time-wise into the markets?
It's my understanding that they're trying to, it takes a little bit of time. It's my understanding that's going to occur over the next 120 days. And they can only pull it out so fast. They can actually pull it out faster than they can put it back in. So the hard part's going to be refilling it once we get it out. There's a lot of criticism about tapping the SPR, national security reasons, and obviously, if you look at the numbers, supply demand balances out at about 106 million barrels a day. So this is like, it's a small amount. It's a kind of a drop in the bucket in the big overall scheme of things. But what it does is it changes the market's mindset. I just got done saying that markets are emotional, and they are. And what happens with an SPR release? We saw this in 2022 when the Biden administration began its SPR release. Percentage-wise, it wasn't a huge additional supply coming on the market. But what it did is it discouraged speculative bullish plays. It kind of thwarted some of the panic. And so it was kind of the beginning of the end of that rally. So despite the fact that SPR releases aren't fixes and there's all kinds of controversy around them, they have historically worked. And so I actually think that for now, the market believes that the SPR is probably going to buy us enough time to prevent some sort of disaster. If you look at the crude oil curve, front months are trading in the 90s, but the back months are trading in the 70s. So the market's not panicking yet. If we started to see end users, oil companies, the bigger players in the markets panic, you would start seeing the back months move up into the 80s and 90s. And we haven't seen that yet. So anything can change on a dime.
Sure.
So the trick is to be nimble because we don't know what tomorrow's headline is going to be. But I tend to be optimistic. So I do think that so far we've managed to avoid complete disaster. And I think that'll continue to be the case. That said, in 2022, the market made a massive spike up on the initial news. We had a setback almost identical to what we've seen in the last couple of weeks. And then oil spent a couple of months kind of grinding higher in a attempt to retest those initial knee-jerk reaction highs. And I think that's probably what we see here. So I would probably assume that we see oil peak up to 105, maybe even 110, maybe 115, depending on what kind of headlines we're working with. That wouldn't be shocking to me, but I do think probably a sell the rallies type of market in the big picture. But again, you want to be if you're trading this market, be very, very careful. This isn't the time to swing for the fences because there's a lot of volatility and small mistakes can become very expensive mistakes quickly.
I like that. Again, Carly Garner joining us from the Carly Trading. Quick question about oil prices. Did you know that oil could go negative? Did you know oil prices could go negative?
Well,
I had no idea. Did you know?
Theoretically, I knew that it was possible, but I didn't until I saw it with my own eyes. I would have never believed it. So that was an interesting time for the industry. The oil market's been kind of plagued with crazy volatility for the last 25 years, and it doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. And yet we have to keep in mind when oil was under $10, $20 and it went negative, the overall reaching narrative was lower for longer. Nobody expected oil to recover. A couple years later, there we were.
Yes.
Higher than we had ever been, or at least not since 2008. So again, commodities are trades, they're not investments, and everything is temporary. So don't get caught up in everything we see today. What we assume to be the facts today can change very quickly, and markets will catch us off guard if we're not careful.
Love it. A couple more questions for Carly. Carly, what are you looking for on the horizon in terms of headlines, certain countries, moves that they might be making with production production increases in terms of perhaps, obviously, U.S., we're the largest exporter of crude. What other countries do you have your eyes on? Should traders have their eyes on to see what their reactions are, what the rhetoric is in terms of production and response to what's happening in the Middle East?
Well, a couple things of note here. This isn't the 1970s and 80s. The U.S. is the largest producer in the world, and that honestly is a net benefit for the entire globe, not just the U.S. It takes a lot of risk out of the system. A lot of people are focused on the fact that 20% of the oil or energy comes through Strait of Hormuz. But when I hear that number, 20% is a lot. It's substantial. But when I hear that, I actually think to myself, well, that means 80% of the world's oil is coming from other parts of the world. Yep. The top three of the top four producers are U.S., Russia, and Canada. So most of the world's supply is not affected by the Strait. Enough of it is to create a problem. I'm not saying that's not an issue, but I do believe that we find some workaround systems. We already have offshore rigs in California that have been down for a decade coming back online. Venezuela's kind of been given a rush job to get supply online. So I think the world is kind of coming together and bringing supply. And I think the Gulf area is probably learning from this. I would say this is kind of like COVID 2.0. If you recall in 2020 through early 2020s, let's say, we all kind of learned, hey, wait a minute, our supply chains have some problems here. It worked really, really well until it didn't. And so now I think the Gulf area is kind of learning this lesson, and the world is learning this lesson. Like, we relied way too much on this one little section of water, and maybe it's time to kind of reroute that. And this is a really good excuse and a really good incentive for everybody to do that. So I do believe the world is going to learn. We are going to probably fix this. It's not going to be overnight, but in the next 10 years, I would say this problem probably won't even be anything that we're discussing. It'll be history.
Fantastic stuff, Carly. So we just got to weather the storm here. Don't swing for the fences when it comes. It's the speculator's fault. I knew it was the speculator's fault. I'm just messing with you. Carly Garner, for those people that are loving you in the chat as well, for those that want to find more Carly Garner, where can they find you?
Website is decarlytrading.com. We're also on X at Carly Garner, and we have a Substack. So if you're interested in commentary and charts, check us out on Substack, decarlytrading.substack.
Thank you so much. That was a lot of fun and great insight there. Carly Garner joining us here on Topstep TV. Thank you kindly. Let's take a look at these prices here in Crude. Crude trading $93. That was awesome. Thank you so much, Carly. Jack, Mandy, you're back. We just got to weather the storm. Weather the storm. COVID 2.0.
That's what we got to do as traders.
Yeah.
Manage our risk. That's how you manage.
It is because of speculators.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Really good insight. Thank you, Carly.
So you knew in theory, it could go negative. Why'd you give us the heads up, Carly? I wish I knew. I would have emptied out the pool, could have taken delivery there.
Right.
Just, all that. All right. So we're waiting for the president now. Thank you again, Carly. Carly Garner from Carly Trading. Just jumping on here. How about that? Getting some pros in here. Not just us knuckleheads. Chopping it up here. While you're at a click subscribe, click like. Look at that, 207,000 subscribers, none of which have been paid for. And president has a cabinet meeting. We do have that, James. Have that ready to go. Are we still in these shorts?
No, we got stopped out for just like a $2 gain. So basically scratch. Wanted to get out of that before Trump started speaking, but still hanging out in that area pretty much.
And NQ is kind of in a non-desirable spot, just kind of hanging around just below VWAP. We just can't quite seem to get a 5-minute candle close to maintain, aside from that initial pop. So I need more direction before I enter, but with Trump coming in to speak, I'm not entirely sure if I'll be able to get in on a trade or not. Will somebody tell us when he's speaking?
Yeah, they keep holding these. They keep holding these equities bid. I mean, you know what the message is going to be. This is what happened yesterday. Watching Crude catch a bid there. Yeah, they don't. Frustrating. How much?
We do have a little bit of positive gamma building around here, which might keep this sticky maybe until Trump starts talking.
And president, we are awaiting the president. He's in a cabinet meeting. The cameras are there.
Trump is scheduled to start talking any minute, but the link has not gone live yet. This will be a cabinet meeting. It could be interesting today because I would imagine that the topic for it will be energy, will be the war.
He's going to talk down crude prices.
Talk your book. I want a new segment, Andre, just called Talk Your Book.
Talk your book. I am trying to talk my book.
On it. I want to talk my book.
Talk my book. Iran said not so fast, but I'm trying to.
Ahead of this, 10-year yield's down very slightly, 4.36.
Okay.
30 years getting close to 5%. This morning we got up to 4.95% yield.
I mean, also president. I mean, we've got sending troops over there. We've got that. They don't want this market.
Great question. Do we have a title for your book, Brady?
Yes, we do have a title for my book. Jack knows it. I'm not saying it. I'll tell you off air. It's a good one too. Please. Jack approves. It's a good one.
Yeah, we just had a book book title recommendation in the chat.
What is it?
So I was like, oh wait.
Where is it?
Not So Fast Markets.
Needs to
Like
be
Lee
more.
Corso's already got that.
Needs to be more cliche. Yeah, it needs to be more cliche.
You know,
than that.
more cliche.
Yeah, the whole book's about cliches. More cliche.
I don't want to get long.
Yeah, I know, because they're going to talk this up. There it goes. Why not? What's going to happen
I
here?
mean, it's respecting my
They're going to talk these
strategy.
markets up. She can't stay short anymore.
EMA bounce on the 15-minute. MA bounce on the 1 minute. 5 minute. We probably are cross. Yeah, we're still on top. It never crossed down.
There goes gold. You know what they're going to say here. Oh, also, yeah, about 4 or 5 minutes before you get the headlines, the market moves too, Jack. So there's that as well.
Yeah, you get in that group chat.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Actually, the title of the book is, what is it? Buy low, sell high. Nope, not necessarily that.
Ooh,
nope.
There you go.
It's better than that. Again, waiting for the president. The president.
Market ain't done. That's a good one.
Better than that.
I will say it's all the game within the game within the game. I feel like there is. I wouldn't be surprised if the next few weeks we see someone, an enterprising fund of some sort, like smash crude oil futures and buy stocks at like 6 a.m. and then just rug pull, like to just do the fake pump. Yeah, pretty neat.
And typically, gold's been the leader too. Even going to gold for the trades before the headline hits. That's where they go. Gold goes up, equities go up, kind of in the play. So,
to be honest, this week's stuff has really made me want to pull up volume profile to actually see it on my screen.
Yeah,
where this volume's coming in. Is there foreshadowing of what's to happen?
100%. Mandy, saw it yesterday. They're sitting on that bid in the NQ. They're iceberging a bid. They kept selling into it. We could not go lower. Even when crude was going higher, equities continue to go higher. So,
hopefully we got this cabinet meeting starting in the next few minutes, because I think that I'm inclined to stay hands off until then. I got this $2 burning a hole in my pocket. Let's get on with it.
Well done. All right, take a look at these prices. Crude trading $92.70. I mean, crude's bearish. You can see crude trading $92.73. Crude down about $2 or so since power. I did it again fast.
Look at this chop zone on the 1 minute. It's disgusting. We have these disgusting periods, Jack, followed by wicks. That's all I'm. That's my experience this week.
And a week present. The president use.
Well, as I mentioned this morning, sometimes it's time to zoom out. Been doing some things a little bit on the longer time frame, but I still like this area between the November lows and the 200-day moving average for the SPX. Seems like our bowling bumpers at the moment.
When you say zoom out, how far zoomed out are you looking, Jack? Like all the way zoomed out more than you normally do? What's that? What does that look like to you?
It's tough because we trade intraday here and you can't really do it as much. But usually if I'm looking for trades now, I'm looking on the, day candles pretty much. But those are things you hold for weeks to month or two. I still think it's worth zooming out right now just to be aware. Like we got, these are 30-minute candles right now. You can see what I'm talking about with this range here. It only got pierced with that crazy pile-in gamma squeeze. Somebody said online this is a perfect example of what like negative delta can do as well when you start zooming like this. It's just force buy. hedge those options, hedge that delta.
Oh, this is what we're doing. This is what we're gonna do. See a little
So glad
uptick
I
here
didn't get wrong.
yeah, a little uptick in crude here.
All right. Is this a retreat?
No, these just head fakes. Just head fakes.
Head fakes to the upside. Yeah.
Yeah, as mentioned, we're roughly at this like 65 SPX level. There's a little bit of positive gamma here. Really, 20 points higher, which I marked on the chart here, is another place I'd be looking in the absence of news, maybe to take a shorty.
Market's in a holding pattern right now. What else do we have in terms of the schedule? Waiting for the president to speak. It's in a cabinet meeting right now, so we'll have all the cast of characters, I assume, in the White House. Right now, what we got? Crude trading right around $93, $93.04, and gold trading $44.50. Last trade, ES trading $66.15. Did see some of what the Iranian response was. Definitely didn't. Well, markets, equities took it as bullish. That's the only thing that matters.
Kind of putting some training wheels on my screen. Back to basics.
What
Talked
does that
about this
mean?
yesterday in fast
bumper
markets. Just drawn out this like chop zone that I don't love right now, unless like maybe you're Dolby or somebody. I don't want to be caught in this, but it is a little wicky on, that sell side. So I probably don't want to enter a trade in this box. I'm going back to my basics, right? The only beneficial thing is you have these higher lows since, so would that be 8:40 Central Time. Are we Doritoing? Good question.
There goes gold. Has he spoken? Did we begin? Gold always moves first, Jack, for whatever reason.
I don't see anything yet on the feed.
That's where they go. They always go to gold. They being the people that know what's up. Gold pop there about $20 or so, 44.67. Not much response in the other markets. I love when it does this.
Yeah, there is definitely range in the box. That's why I drew the box.
So these training wheels. What do these training wheels look like? Yeah. Where do you
for me it's like what am I missing on my technical analysis that might have gotten me not in a great trade positioning? Those asking in the chat, the crosses are my MA EMA cross. So when EMA pops on top, it'll show a little cross. If an MA pops on top, it'll show a cross. And so I've been following my trade plan for the most part, but I have been getting chopped up. So just putting on anything that might give me some indication, like, this is range. Maybe if I just show myself that we're in the thing range, I won't be tempted to enter it into a trade. So if like blocking that out or drawing this Dorito pattern, right? We could argue Dorito / pizza. We've got a nice, we're not doing also lower highs because we're not consolidating. We're not getting into that flagging pattern necessarily. But the pizza's flat. So
Mandy in Chicago, we cut our pizza in squares, not triangles.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I forgot.
It tastes better.
Correct audience that we're at.
But
the rest of the people, we like ours in triangles.
I don't.
Just things where maybe I set myself like specific rules on my chart. Like I'm not going to enter unless we break below trend line. I'm not going to enter if we're in this trading box. Like my goal this week, that's why I'm trading combined, is just like refocus, recenter, recalibrate and get back to the basics. I had that quote yesterday for Power Hour. I'm sure a few of you weren't there yesterday, but there was a fantastic quote is from my friend Scott. If you don't know what you're doing, go back to what you know. And that's kind of what I've been doing this week. I feel like with these markets, I've needed to recenter. They're headline driven, not necessarily technically driven trading. So I need to get back to basics and see if recalibration is going to help me get out of this like weird misreading of the market. So those are my training wheels. Things help me not enter trades.
Back to what you know.
Find better
like
setups.
That's in the book.
Not just the setups, like A+ setups. That's what we're looking for.
Right on.
Again, waiting for the president to let the cameras in for their policy meeting. Again, we saw a response from Iran regarding the U.S. proposal, 15-point proposal. Initial reaction in the equities, bullish. Nothing on the tilt. Jack, were you here when we're pricing no rate cuts in 2026?
Yeah, just before I left. It seems about right to me. They're not going to change the composition of voters too much, even if Warsh gets confirmed. And the long end of the curve, like the 10-year rates, are telling you what you need to know. As long as those keep rising, we're not cutting rates.
I think Myron came out with it yesterday. So there's plenty of room to cut. Still plenty of room to cut. Good on you, Myron. Watching gold continue to see another round of buying, 44.62 last trade.
I think
Jack,
Myron's in a group. Yeah, what's up, Manny?
All right, I just had a question. So are you looking to get short then if we go and tag these 66.33 halves area? Or are you just hands off until Trump stops speaking after?
I would take a look at it. It's just that he could start speaking any moment, and I presume that it will lead some chop. I think as the day progresses, if there keeps on, that's a level that I'll look at to see if it slows down, hangs around there for a while, maybe look for a reversal pattern.
Yeah.
All right. As we wait for the president, you know what we got to do. First, I want to get the Topstep TV tip of the week in here, and then we can say goodbye and thank you to Manny. There it is. Plan for different scenarios. Isn't that the case today? Have a plan for failed setups. I wish I had one of those earlier today. Do you know your re-entry criteria up front? Define rules for managing runners. Be prepared for unexpected market moves. You're seeing Mandy do that in real time. Mandy, you went back to the basics earlier this week. What is your plan for the rest of the trade? Are we going to see you in the chat as well?
Yeah. I plan on being on chat. We're going to also be meeting on my Discord, just going over psychology and reestablishment of our strategies. Yes, I think those were some amazing tips. Topstep has some good reminders, that's for sure. And that's what I've been doing this week. And I feel like it's been really nice that the tip of the week has been this week with me, where I've been going back to these basics, is one, know your re-entry criteria up front. And I feel like I did that yesterday in Power Hour. I said, hey, we're doing the same setup again. Let's go back and get it. And so just don't have FOMO. Don't try to chase things. Let it set up. There will be another setup. And that's what I keep reminding myself. Stick to what you know. If you're struggling like I have been this last week or two, recalibrate, recenter, try to take a step back from the charts or what you've been doing. See if we can find where we're mistaking. I think I've been holding my trades too long, and that had deviated from my original plan. And so now I'm trying to find faster, like get in and get out, quicker trades on my end, because I know has worked for me in the past. So but thanks for having me, you guys. It's been a pleasure. I'll be in the chat. I'll let you guys know if I enter anything. That's for sure.
And we'll see you again on Fast Markets tomorrow. Mandy, thank you so much. Who we got?
Later, Mandy.
We got more Utah. Oh, man, we got more Utah in the house.
Johnny
Man,
Utah
to the
himself.
right. Start slow markets. What's up,
Jack
Dakota?
is back in black.
Indeed.
How is it going?
Did you practice that one? Did you practice that one?
I did, man. I did. I'm like, hey, Jack's back. How are you guys? These markets are something else. As always, VIX holding above 26 and violently unchanged. New York session, anyway.
The range continues here. We just bounced again off of the ESV WAP. Kind of a holding pattern, just waiting for Trump to come out.
He's supposed to be
Dakota,
speaking, right?
Yeah, scheduled to start about 30 minutes ago. However, we will bring that to you. Dakota, your trading yesterday in fast markets was fantastic. You didn't get caught up in the retail rinse or all the noise. You were very you're disciplined in your approach. Look, okay, we're seeing the buyers trying to give it a shot. You're looking. There they come.
Appreciate it,
Dakota,
Andre.
what's your? Hey, you did.
Go
I
ahead.
was just along for the ride. No, same approach today. What are we looking at? Levels, prices, interest. You're up
same exact approach. It
Love
continued last night with Coach Jay. Me and him did really well in these markets. In terms of levels, I mean, we're kind of seeing them here already, right? We have Trump going to be talking here shortly. These 230s was support overnight throughout the London Open. That has become resistance. We're starting to chop around back and forth. And we are back to the headline-driven markets where we hurry up and wait. Headline comes out, we move, we react, and we do it all over again. I think that's going to be more of the same as we are seeing some very messy price action, I suppose. I mean, there's barcoding. We're barcoding right here on the 5-minute in the NASDAQ.
Yes, we are. Same with crude. Same with gold. Dow staying bid. Ooh, initial balance. Ooh, Andre, initial balance high. Forgot about those. Put those in first hour trading. What are those? Simply the highest and lowest price trade in the New York session. What do we got? What do we got here? Again, waiting for the president to begin. Low of. Chat, help me out. 65.80 quarter. 65.80 quarter for the ES. High 66.22.
What are you guys looking at here in this market? Like, what is there possible to watch?
I'm being short ain't paying. I'll tell you that. Waiting for the Iranian response, and we got it a little bit. And I digested it not the same way the market digested it. So there's that. The market market's right.
Nvidia's down 2%. Meta's down 4%. Then we got on the flip side, it's mixed.
Some news. Meta and Google both lost a little lawsuit. Meta's getting shellacked on that.
What was it? It was what? Social media is addicting?
Yeah, that they weren't. I'd have to go and read it. I don't want to misspeak about it, but it was along the lines of that they had they didn't foresee or take seriously things like the autoplay and stuff like that, or things that get recommended to you. And it is true to start a new. I'm gig along Google all the time, but start a fresh account on YouTube. You'll go down some rabbit holes real quick.
Yeah. What?
Yes. Crude's up 72, almost 73 here.
Here goes gold. Gold new session highs.
I know. I was about ready to get long gold. I've been liking longs all week.
We've seen this so many times. Gold's the first to move.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's such
beautiful.
Beautiful setup. I've been looking for longs last night. Yeah, look at it pumping.
New highs gold. Gold with a $20 pop right there. Crude leaning lower. Waiting the president. Waiting for the president.
Still just showing some waving flags outside the White House. Nothing on so far.
What time is it supposed to start? Sure, it's
9 a.m.
minutes
Central.
Ago. 35 minutes. Yeah. 35 minutes ago.
Okay. All right.
Barcoding here in the equities.
I mean, there's plenty of opportunity in these markets.
There we go.
There we go. All right, let's go live to the president here. Cabinet meeting, seeing some selling here in.
How are you?
He's sitting between Hegseth and Rubio, so presumably the topic du jour will be.
Are you all ready? A lot of media, as usual. So thank you to the incredible members of my cabinet. They're doing a phenomenal job. Everybody pretty much agrees to that, including our newest member, Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen. Thank you, Mark. And we all know him very well, and he was a very popular senator, a very effective senator. Effective probably being the more important word. JD, don't you think?
Yes, sir.
And we wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you.
I think you do fantastically well. Congratulations to you. You have an amazing family that were here yesterday in the Oval, sworn in. His family is amazing, so thank you very much. We're now on day 41 of the disgraceful Democrat shutdown of Mark Wayne's department. Congratulations. He came into a department that shut down by the radical Democrats. Right? But Democrats are really punishing the American people. I saw it today on one of the shows where they were interviewing people at the airport, and they're all angry at the Democrats. They're saying they're actually angry at Schumer. I didn't think anyone knew his name. One woman said, that Schumer is disgraceful. He's a disgrace to our country. But they're angry at the Democrats. They know what's happening. But they're punishing the American people, including travelers at airports, all in the quest to return to open borders and give amnesty to illegal alien criminals. They want to give amnesty to some of the criminals that came into our country, just about all of them, actually, if you look at it. They love sanctuary cities, which is a sanctuary for criminals. They want to make sure they're taken care of. That's what we're fighting about. That's really what they're fighting. They don't talk about that, but that's what they're fighting about. They want to protect criminals. In many cases, 11,888 murders. Many of them, I will say, are gone now. Because of us, we got them out. But still have some left. Should have never happened, should have never been allowed to come into our country. But we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let the Democrats get away with this stuff. And people are wise to them. So they need to end the shutdown immediately, or we'll have to take some very drastic measures. This morning, I want to give an update on the Operation Epic Fury, which is an appropriate name because we are absolutely obliterating them. Over the past 3 weeks, we've been hitting Iran's military capabilities at a level that few people have ever seen before. People never knew there was such a capability. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. I built it during my first administration, and I used it during my second administration. Unfortunately, because I'd rather not have to use it. But it's a display of force and precision and skill like nothing the world has really witnessed, although you got a pretty good witnessing of it in Venezuela also. And that was a smaller version of what we're doing now. We're crushing their missiles and drone stockpiles, destroying their defense industrial base. We've wiped out their Navy completely, their Air Force completely. We've wiped out a large percentage of their missiles. And the missile launchers, without the launchers, the missiles don't do any good. And we've knocked out probably close to 90% of the launchers, probably more than 90% of the missiles themselves. Between some they fired and more than they fired, we knocked out. We've also destroyed a lot of the factories. We're continuing to do that, but a lot of the factories where they manufacture the drones and the missiles. The drones, too, are way down. But the reason they're down is they go one way and they don't come back. Because for the most part, we're shooting them down. But we also are able to, we've really done tremendous damage to the places where they make them. And just so we set the record straight, because I've been watching the Wall Street Journal's fake news and all these stories that get printed like, oh, I want to make a deal. They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And anybody that saw what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal. But they say, oh, we're not talking to them. Anybody would know that. And only a total fool. And they're not fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. They are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that.
We broke out at the bottom of that range in the ES.
They should have done that 4 weeks
Crude's
ago.
popping.
They should have done it 2 years ago. Or they should have done it when we first came into office, because 2 years ago they had free reign under Biden. Sleepy Joe, worst president in the history of our country. When he allowed to happen to our country at the borders.
Crude pops
And even with a thing like this.
93.60.
But not just him. Every president for 47 years, every president should have done this. They should have done it a long time ago, because you cannot give lunatics a nuclear weapon, and they would have had a big one. It stopped really when we did the B-2, but even before that, the Barack Hussein Obama, what he did where he gave them the Iran nuclear deal, gave them free will toward a nuclear weapon. Basically, he chose Iran over Israel and others that didn't want him to do it. But I terminated that deal. Had I not terminated that deal, you would have had a nuclear weapon years ago, and it would have been used, guaranteed. And one of the reasons you know about the guarantee is because their neighbors were sort of like bystanders. They weren't involved very much. They didn't choose heavy sides. They didn't want to, because people were concerned with Iran. There was a big black cloud over the Middle East. They were concerned, but all of a sudden the war starts, and they start shooting at these five, in particular, 5 countries. They start shooting at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman. They start shooting at them, and everybody was shocked, including us. You know why? Because they're sick, and they had a plan to take over the Middle East. And some of those missiles that were shot at them were locked long before we even started this process. They were locked and loaded and aimed at those countries. They wanted to take over the Middle East, but we happened to come along, so it wasn't so easy. So right now their navy is sunk in the largest elimination of a foreign navy that has taken place, maybe ever, but certainly since World War II. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and communications capabilities are totally dismantled. And one of the problems they do have when they deal with us is we deal with people, and the people aren't able to communicate with anybody else. So,
I'm selling some of the
all of
upgrades
their
there.
leadership has been gone. The first level is gone, and they met to pick a new level, and they're gone. They're all gone because they didn't make a deal, and because they're sick people. They're really sick. They're really sinister, sick people. And if anybody thinks it was okay to have a group of people like this to have nuclear capability, nuclear weapons, and if we didn't attack with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks of that, maybe 4 weeks. But between 2 and 4 weeks, they were planning to have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't hit them at that time with the B-2 bombers, and one of the great air raids in history, maybe the greatest. Dark at night, no moon, no light. Every single bomb hit its mark and just obliterated that place. So it's now buried deep under earth. And it was an amazing thing. But they would have a nuclear, and they would have used it without question. And you know that because why did they shoot all these countries that weren't even really involved with them? They weren't involved. They had no big problems because they're sick, because they want to take over the Middle East, not just Israel. Certainly Israel would have been the first on their list. They would have used nuclear weapons, a nuclear, you don't need too many of them, but they would have used a nuclear weapon on Israel, and they would have used it on the other neighbors, and then they would have come after us. And if we had a weak president, they would have done great damage. But fortunately, you don't have a weak president. I knew what was happening. And I think we've been proven right. You know, they took one missile, went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability. But they shot the now famous Ireland, the island that the UK was very afraid to give us because they didn't want to get dragged in. But we don't want to get dragged into their wars either. You know? It's one thing we're very disappointed, I'll say it publicly, we're very disappointed with NATO because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said, 25 years ago, I mean, I was somebody that wasn't a politician, but I was always involved in politics and I understood politics. I said 25 years ago that NATO's a paper tiger, but more importantly, that we'll come to their rescue, but they will never come to ours. And I want you to remember that we said this. They didn't come to our rescue. Now they all want to help. When they're annihilated, the other side is annihilated, they said, we'd love to send ships. They actually made a statement, a couple of them, that we want to get involved when the war's over. No, it's supposed to get involved with the war's beginning, or even before it begins.
See how reluctant it is
the UK say
for the
that
equities to go lower?
we'll send,
this
is 3 weeks ago, we'll send our
I think they're
aircraft
just framing
carriers,
this
not the
as
best aircraft carriers.
slowly.
They're
This
toys
isn't
compared to what we have.
de-escalatory so far,
we'll
so they're
send our
kind of just
aircraft
testing the
carrier.
waters.
It isn't.
The war's
However,
over. I said, oh, that's
we're seeing.
Thank you very much. Don't bother. We don't need it.
Oil's
We don't need it. We don't need them.
popping.
We
We're at
estimated it would take
90.
approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our
Struggling.
mission.
It's
And,
equity
we're
solid to
way
sell
ahead of
off. I
schedule.
mean,
If you look at
they are going lower, just
what
definitely
we've
not
done in
straight line.
terms of the
So we
destruction
can go
of the
back,
country,
go back to the
we're way
president. I'm
ahead.
sure the questions will be
Think of it, they have
taken,
no
and we might
Navy.
hear some other comments.
And they had good ships,
From
154
some of the other
ships have
members
been
of the
shot
cabinet.
down and are resting very nicely at the bottom of the sea. And we did that in a matter of less than a week. Because we have the greatest military in the world by far, nobody even close. So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're extremely, really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people, this is a disaster. They know it. That's why they're talking to us. They wouldn't talk otherwise. But they're talking to us because they've got a disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. We're free to roam over their cities and towns and destroy all of their crazy nuclear weapons and missiles and drones that they're building. And we're doing that. They now have a chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. And they'll tell you, we're not negotiating. We will not negotiate. Of course they're negotiating. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. You know, they have 22 they call mine droppers. Think of it. Who would have 22 mine droppers? There's a boat that drops mines. Who has 22 mine droppers? Except for people with very evil intention. So every one of those mine droppers has been struck with the same weapon we used to stop drugs from coming into the United States of America. When we hit those boats, it's the exact same weapon, extremely effective. We have unlimited supplies and extremely effective. But they have no more mine droppers. By the way, speaking of drugs, we're 98% down drugs coming in by water, by the ocean, by the sea. 98%. And we're trying to find out who are the
session lows, 30
percentages.
points
We
low,
think they're the
session lows,
bravest
ES
men
also
anywhere in
selling
the
off.
world. Maybe women. But whoever's
You've
on
done
those
about
boats is very brave or doesn't
190
watch
points.
television.
190 points since this cabinet meeting began. Go keep it.
Coming in by water are 98% down. And now
yeah,
we'll stop
I
the
don't know.
drugs coming in by land.
back
The
to
land is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came in through the water. Now it's all pinched. And these people are trying to come in by land. And we will, that's it. That's the easy one. But we had to take care of the water first. Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. But they now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know. I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it. They can't shoot our jets. We have the best military equipment in the world. No, not even a contest. And you see that with Venezuela. They had other equipment. They didn't have ours. It didn't work. Didn't work. Think of it. We did the situation in Venezuela. It was a great military operation, getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people, forced people into our country. Incredible. He emptied his prisons in Venezuela, emptied his prisons into our country, and I hope that charge will be brought at some point, because that was a big charge that hasn't been brought yet. It should be brought. He emptied his prisons into our country and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country. And he's now been captured and, you know, I guess be given a fair trial. But I would imagine there are other trials coming, because they've really sued him just at a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing, and nobody's a match for the United States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us. You don't have to, but if you don't if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression: never forget. You can never forget. So as we end threats to America abroad, we're focused here at home on building the greatest economy in the history of the world. Now, before this started, the Dow hit 50,000. The S&P hit 7,000. Both of those
talk the market up right now.
Talk the book.
Achievements were not achievable. Every one of you, most of you.
He's about to say we're going to go back.
He's
about to say we're going to go back.
During a 4-year period, because it was too high a number. Well, we hit it in our first year. And I said, well, now we have to take an excursion to Iran, and we have to stop this maniac who's no longer with us. The supreme leader wasn't so supreme, no longer with us. It's very sad. But we have to stop him from blowing up the world, blowing up the Middle East, and blowing up our country, and we did that. And frankly, I thought the oil prices would go up more, and I thought the stock market would go down more. It hasn't been nearly as severe as I thought. I think they have confidence in maybe the American president and maybe the people sitting around this table. But Americans filing their taxes this year are receiving record-setting refunds. It's been a very big story. Well, it should be a big story. I don't think you write about it that much, but I speak about it.
There's some selling.
We're selling.
There's some
because
selling.
if I speak about it, those people here, you don't write about it. You don't write about the drug prices going down. It'll be going down 30, 40, 50, 60%,
closing in on
70%.
session lows. 9 points to go.
Call most favored nations. We're going to be
7
paying
points
the
to the
lowest price
IB
in the
low
world before we paid
in
the
the
highest
ES.
price in the world, Bobby, right? And now we're going to pay the lowest price in the world. That's
Yeah, just
quite
keep it.
a
Yeah,
difference.
keep it that.
It's a
Keep it right
difference
there.
of-
That low volume, like just like that, so we can hear in the background. But we
70
also
and
talked
80,
to got
even
Dakota and Jack. That's
90%.
perfect.
Pretty big difference.
We're watching crude
But we're
riding
slashing
higher, a
regulations
little
and
bit
investment
closing
is
on 94
pouring in
bucks.
from all over the world. We have the most
Equities-
investment of any country in history.
Equities are down, pretty much
has
giving up
been
most
put
of those
into our country
gains that
in
we
the last
saw.
year. And again, we had to take a little detour.
Yeah,
Won't be
doesn't
long.
sound. What do you call it, Jack?
Answer.
As
We had to take a
escalatory.
little detour.
It's kind of what.
It doesn't sound like this is getting wrapped up for the weekend, right? We had those headlines before about,
Dangerous fire that
you
gets
know,
blown up.
some conditions from
Portions
both
of the world,
sides,
if not
but
the
this,
whole thing.
you know, and I think maybe
So
there was some
tomorrow we'll be
preempting
announcing
that
a
with the
variety
run
of
up here.
actions that we're taking
But
to
now
There's
we're
the
going back
flash.
to where we
New
were.
lows.
Here we
Where do
go.
you think?
IB
Never
low.
forget, we love the farm.
24,000
Yes.
maybe.
$12
New
billion
lows,
out
new
of
lows, new
tariff money,
lows.
tremendous amount of tariff money come in. And
We're watching
over 94.
Push higher here, $94.
Yeah.
$94.16 new.
Gives the people that have
18
ripped
cents.
off our country
Crude
for many
moving
years
higher here. We saw
some money back,
those print in the equities. In the equities,
terrible,
IB low.
horrible mistake they
beneath
made,
there.
but it's okay because we have
50-50
another
tilt.
method that's just as good. We'll use the other method. But because the tariff money has been so substantial, we gave our farmers
bring it
who have
back
been
in.
mistreated by some countries, we gave them $12 billion, and they're extremely happy, and they deserve it. They've been great. They never complain.
And
They just
Meta down
go out
5.5%
and they wouldn't
now.
do anything different. They wouldn't trade
Nvidia down
it out
3.
with any of you, except maybe
Bouncing
some
off the
of us.
IB low.
Some I
Yeah.
don't see that. I like
It's about
their
7
job better.
points right now.
They do
I
not.
love the
Yeah,
farmers.
it's
So we gave them $12 billion. So in just a few moments, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will discuss the actions that we're taking to address energy prices, which have not gone up.
Please,
Ooh.
please
much
talk
as I
about your
thought.
futures
Ooh,
trades.
ooh. All right, bring that. Yeah, bring that in. Bring that in. All right, Besant's going to be
Maybe
talking
it'll go up
oil
a little
here.
bit more. It's all going to come back down to where it was and probably lower. And my
Buckle up. Here we
predictions
go.
have been right.
Chat,
Trump
on
was
the
right about
economics. It doesn't
everything. We
matter
have
who's
a new
talking.
hat. Trump was right
President,
about
Secretary
everything.
Treasury. It doesn't matter their names. It's just all the names
Pretty right.
interchangeable.
But
Just focus on the
Scott's
economics.
going to address that. And I think before we go very much further, I want to ask Vice President J.D. Vance to say a few words about where we are with the situation he's involved with Steve and with Jared on negotiations. And then some of the others will speak. We'll have Marco say a few words. Pete Hegseth, who was born for this role. I mean, he's doing a great job. They gave him a hard time.
I'm long the
And now
NASDAQ.
people, I'll tell you, somebody came up to
Yeah.
me yesterday and
Nice.
gave you a very hard time, said, you know, I made a mistake.
It's like
Pete
that.
Hegseth is doing a good job.
Well,
So,
price Dakota. I
or I
like
tell you
it.
who you're not.
I got it at 94.
He gave you such a nasty hard time, but you're doing great.
Jack, what did he say? The
And,
Besant
then
is
Steve
going
gonna
to
speak, and Scott will speak.
speak on energy
Last.
prices.
He's going to talk
And
about
if we
some
have
of the
any
things they're
questions, we'll take
doing
some
to
questions.
reduce energy
If we have
prices.
questions,
I don't
they
think they'll
can.
talk about
They
the
may
did they
So,
not
JD, please.
activity in the
Yes,
futures.
Well, thank you. It's good to see
Here we go.
everybody. Proud to be part of this team. Proud to be serving the president of the
Man.
country. Let me just say a couple things. The first of all is the president summarized this very ably. But look,
Vice President
the
now.
Iranian conventional military is effectively destroyed. They don't have a navy. They don't have the ability to hit us like they could have even a few weeks ago. And what that does is that gives us options, Mr. President. Now, there's been a lot of reporting about diplomatic options, about negotiations. There's, of course, Pete and his team. There are further military options. But what we have now that we didn't have when the president took over just a little over a year ago is the ability to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. Because when I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what? And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people? That is the most important American
real quick,
national security
Vance
objective
has
that
become
exists
important. This
for any
Iran wants to
administration at
speak
any
directly
time is
with
you don't
Vance,
want the worst people
not
in
the
the world
president,
having a
not
nuclear weapon.
Kushner, not
That's
Wyckoff.
why
They
the
want to speak
president is
with
doing this.
Vance when it
That's
comes
why the
to
president cares so
the
much about
negotiations.
this particular
So
issue. I'll let Steve
his voice
talk
is carrying a
little
little
bit
more weight.
about the
Obviously, he's the vice
details
president,
of
so
the
let's hear what he has to say.
negotiation. The last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Marco is I'm very mindful, of course, that we have a lot of folks overseas fighting very ably for the United States of America. I know Pete and the whole team, we're very proud of them. But they're fighting at a time where we are about to enter as Christians the most important week of the Christian calendar, the Holy Week that celebrates the return of Jesus Christ to Jerusalem. And so I want to say to all of my fellow American Christians, but particularly those serving in the Gulf, that I wish you all a very blessed Easter, a very blessed Holy Week, and we continue to stand behind you and continue to support you every step of the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Marco?
The most important job any president has is to keep the American people safe. And every president says it, but we have a president that means it and does something about it. As the president outlined very clearly to the world on the night this operation began, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. For 47 years, Iran has been killing Americans and attacking Americans across this planet. And other presidents had an opportunity to do something about it. And they all warned about how Iran was dangerous, but they refused to act. And this president's not someone that's going to refuse to act. He's not going to leave a danger like this in place. He's going to address it, and that is what he is doing. From the very first night of this operation, the president made it very clear. People like this, and now what I'm talking about is not the people of Iran. The people that run this country are radical Shia clerics. These are religious fanatics. Look what they are doing now.
All
At their
right,
weakest point, this is the weakest Iran
Dakota,
has ever been.
let's watch this.
And look at what they're doing.
Keep this trade. Keep it perfect volume right there. Good stuff. Good
Yeah,
job,
I'm still
Adrian.
long. 94. Looking for a push back into these 120s.
Where you? Your stop.
Yeah, I'm tying it up there. We're getting that breakthrough. I'm just gonna take this. Take what we could get right there.
Yeah.
20s. Yeah, 30 points.
Nice. You never know what's right around the corner. Nice little trade there, Dakota. Buy 90s, sell 120s. Well done.
We were going to destroy the factory so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones. And that is moving.
Trader Mike, this is the President of the United States and his cabinet speaking about a war going on. We are not going to turn this off. Doesn't matter if you voted for him or not. It matters. The market's going to be moving. The Treasury Secretary is going to be speaking on energy prices. Right here in front of her face, we're going to tune in. Trade the economics, not the politics. Politics don't matter. Economics matter. So lock in. Don't worry. There's opportunity here. Nice trade, Dakota.
Thank you.
Portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do, and if they have a nuclear weapon, as the vice president pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future, and that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
Thank you, Marco. You know, it's very interesting because yesterday I was watching, is it Anthony Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it. But they didn't do it. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. For 47 years, Marco, that's the number, 47. I guess now it's 48 because we've been saying 47 for
Buyers stepping in.
probably 48.
These equities as well.
For 47, 48 years, every president should have done this. And
Still catching a little bit of a bid here.
some are saying now that they made a big mistake in not doing it, but we're taking care of business. Steve Witkoff, please.
Witkoff there?
Mr. President, it is my distinct honor to be a member of your cabinet.
We're zooming out.
And to report to you and your team on our negotiations with Iran.
Here we go.
Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic resolution with Iran prior to Operation Epic Fury, which we did. However, it became quite clear during these meetings with the Iranian negotiating team that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer, no stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. The Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs, among many other signs, sir, that their regime had not given their negotiating team authority to make a deal required by you. We conferred with you and all the other members of your foreign policy team, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, the chairman, Marco Rubio, JD, Scott Bessent, Chris Wright, John Radcliffe, throughout all of these negotiations, and we were repeatedly rebuffed on everything we asked for. I have no doubt that we exhausted all efforts on behalf of a peaceful resolution, as you directed. Jared and I both agreed that the Iranians were there to buy time until a weaker president arrived. This was a flawed strategy.
Look at that.
As your clear direction was to never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon today or any time in the future.
What was that? There you go.
Against that backdrop and our compelling military successes in epic fury,
Who knows?
we have had multiple reach outs from the region and others who want to play a role in ending this conflict peacefully. I can report to you today that we have, along with your foreign policy team, presented a 15-point action list that forms the framework for a peace deal. This has been circulated through the Pakistani government, acting as the mediator. And this has resulted in strong and positive messaging in talks, as you just indicated to the press. But these are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do. I can say this: we will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives for them, other than more death and destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if a deal happens, it will be great for the country of Iran, for the entire region, and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and every one of all of the other conflicts you settled in your first year.
Careful, man.
Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You have instructed us that your preference is always peace, and that we should make that our priority. We have delivered that message, sir, along with the 15 points for peace. Finally, we have told Iran one last thing: don't miscalculate again.
Good. Thank you very much.
What does that sound like, man?
Doing a great job. Everybody around this table is doing a great job.
Crude catching a bid, gold selling off.
Please.
Mr. President.
Get a load
I'll
of
start
this.
kind of where you
Watch
left
this.
off, Mr. President. Thank you for doing the work of the free world and having the courage to step up and stop the Iranian terror regime from holding the world hostage. That's really what it is. And 27 days ago, Iran had a modern military. Never in recorded history has a nation's military been so quickly and effectively neutralized. Operation Epic Fury is not an endless war. It's a decisive campaign with clear objectives to destroy Iran's offensive military capabilities and ensure they never obtain a nuclear weapon. This is stuff for the history books. This is stuff for legacy. Mr. President, you are acting now to ensure future generations do not have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran. However, you wouldn't know it if you listened to the dishonest hate Trump media, as you referenced. Folks here in the room, these cameras, they have a choice.
For just a bit, we're watching crude grinding a little higher here, $94.15. A little downside pressure in the equities. Very, very reluctant to go lower.
There's a helicopter crew.
Selling is met with
Behind every news banner,
with a bid. Dakota, you saw that with your long. They just do not want to take this thing lower. I mean, you're hearing the rhetoric certainly doesn't seem like a
dangerous mission. My message to the media
deal is imminent. However, the market.
Well, it looked like we might go for the lows for the moment, but we bounced almost to the tick off of the IB low in the ES.
In 2007, I helped lead.
Still not really thrilled about taking a long unless we sweep those November lows and then reestablish above it.
Crude's holding up pretty well.
Yes, well.
That was the Democrats and the media working
What's
hand
doing
in
with
glove.
this?
Back then, it was 3 years
They're
into
holding
the
this
war.
bid.
Now
I mean,
we're
they're just
3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie.
Treasury Secretary expected to speak regarding energy prices. Go ahead, Jack.
This is success.
Right. I mean, in this meeting, we've already seen it's been moving markets. I mean, I know we've grown immune, but we dropped 22, 40 points in the ES. And I think from maybe the algos and stuff parsing it is that there's been nothing. I haven't heard anything so far that's super positive as far as ending this stuff. So we'll see. Interested to hear from Bezant.
Yeah.
Crude's 94.20s now.
If President Trump had not acted,
Yeah, and equity's holding
he'd
bid.
be screaming, why not? And now that he has taken decisive action, you're asking, well, why did you? It's the same old tired playbook, TDS.
This is like yesterday.
DNA. But the hardworking, God-fearing, patriotic Americans out there know better. And you alluded to this, President Obama. Here's a fact that you don't hear on your networks, but we know. Many of the
It's not chart somewhere we've had more market reversals during the days in equity, like right now in 2026. Frequency, like going back to 2008 or something like that. And by that I mean like a big overnight move gets erased or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Iran took our money and turned
Your boy Ted, your boy Ted was on with us yesterday. Said the exact same thing.
Yep. Oh, cool. I follow the same Twitter accounts.
He's not on social media. I asked him. He's raw dogs with his eyes. I noticed this trend. He said. All right, let's second chart. I got long, by the way. They do not have. I'm getting along with Sam.
2 days ago, they shot 2 failed missiles on a target 4,000 kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from Iran. Washington, D.C. is 3,300 kilometers from Venezuela, another country President Trump did something about that partnered for a long time with Iran. So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr. President. A-10 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them, and Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left. Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone. Their command and control is shattered, their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers, while their mid-level commanders are being crushed in the field. The morale of their fighters plummeting, and we see that disconnect daily. They're privately admitting, as you said, Mr. President, very heavy losses. We know that. President Trump has given us a clear mission. Our capabilities are only going up and Iran's are plummeting. We are here to win, and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we appreciate your efforts. We pray for a deal, and we welcome a deal. And we have the ultimate deal maker to make it happen. But in the meantime, as I said yesterday, the Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by other means. And finally, I want to thank our incredible troops, our pilots, crews, sailors,
we're waiting
refuelers,
for
air defenders, the
we've had
best
Vice President
of
speak, the Secretary of State speak, Secretary of
This
War has
president,
spoken.
President
Waiting for
Trump
Treasury
has your
Secretary.
back.
They'll
And
be
I know this
addressing
cabinet
energy
prays
prices.
for you every
Last trade
single
oil,
day. We ask the
$94.12.
American people to do the same as they continue in this mission. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great. I think before I ask Scott to say a couple of words, it would be great if people like the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois would say, please come in and stop the crime. A beautiful young lady was killed the other day, and the father was a very good friend of Dan Scavino.
Scott Bezant.
And he took it very hard. Dan took it
Treasury
very
Secretary
hard.
will
Like the
be
father, friends. They grew up
addressing
together.
energy prices. Energy
And
prices.
It's a young lady
Crude oil is
whose life would be
rallied about $1
saved if
cabinet
we
meeting
had.
has begun. We are.
If we did what we did as an example in Washington, D.C., which is now a
Equities still look
safe
pretty
city.
heavy. We keep rejecting
All the
above
time, people come up to me in the building, people that
24,100.
work here, they say, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. They're able to walk to work. They walk to work. You all walk to work. Some of you were mugged. I know you told me stories. Some of you were mugged. One person in particular was viciously mugged. In the group right here, it's not happening anymore. You have a safe city. Louisiana, the governor of Louisiana called me, can you help me with New Orleans? They just had the Mardi Gras. He said it was the
50-50
safest
on
Mardi
the
Gras
tilt
we've ever had.
across.
Sounds terrible.
See a
to
300
say.
line on the
No
ladder in
murders.
the
It
ES.
sounds
Yeah,
like-
it's
who would say this? No murders. But
6,600.
You always
6,600
had murders,
offer
they had a lot of crime
350
during
times.
Mardi Gras.
Looking at
Said
that level 2 data,
virtually no
Top Step
crime.
X.
We had the
Gold.
troops down there.
Trading sideways.
Memphis,
44.52.
Tennessee, I just got back.
Markets.
We were there. Crime is down 75%.
Try and pick a direction
In a
here.
short period
Let's
of
see what
time,
more
we're there
selling.
5 months.
A lot of head fakes here.
We
Nice
could
trade,
do
Dakota.
that for Chicago. We could do that for New York. We could do that for
Lots of chalk.
LA.
Sideways.
And we could
Crude's
do that
holding
for,
though.
frankly, San Francisco. I know they have a mayor who's trying very hard. He's a Democrat, but he's trying very hard. But we can do it much more effectively because he can't do what we do. He can't take people out from the city and bring them back to the country from where they came, where they were in prisons. They were allowed to go in prisons. They were drug dealers, the highest level drug dealers.
Again, we have the
Murderers,
president speaking right now, expecting the
murders. We do things that they can't do.
Treasury Secretary to speak.
And
He
friends
still hasn't
calling
taken
me up
questions
from
yet.
San
They still haven't taken
Francisco,
questions
could
from
you
the
give him
media,
a
so
chance?
this
I
is
said,
going to.
absolutely. If you want him, we'll give him a
Imagine this is
chance.
going to
He's
continue for a
trying. He's
bit
doing
here on
okay, but we
fast
could do much
markets.
better.
Got
We could
Dakota,
make it a lot
Jack,
safer
so
than
Mandy,
it is. San Francisco,
Carly,
a great city.
Carly
was a
Garner
great
joining us. Click subscribe,
Quickly
click
become a
like,
great city
click
again.
notify.
But you know they go.
There comes some
very slow.
selling.
Kind. Yeah,
Ooh,
500
Crude's
on the
popping
bids.
too.
They're very substantial people. They're in a certain business where people have made a lot of money. I just hope that lasts. But they have a tremendous potential. It was one of the greatest cities in the world. Now it's got a lot of crime. And the mayor is really trying. Again, a Democrat trying. And I spoke to him. He just wants to have a chance. And I said, we'll give you a chance.
Seeing a little
But we
downside
can
pressure
solve it
here
very
in
quickly.
equities.
This
Couple
young
ticks
lady
slower
would
in
be around
the
today
ES.
if
The
we were around
6591.
because we have nobody coming through our border. I mean, literally for 9
We
months.
can keep this,
it's
keep
zero.
this on in the background.
It's hard to believe that that number can be possible because millions of people.
Jack, you see the reluctance of these markets to go sell 1,200 on the bid, a couple points lower here. In the ES 6588, bid 1,200 times.
Pouring into our border. They come up in caravans. We don't have caravans anymore. There's no such thing.
Yeah, Jack, this is.
Yeah, I mean it's always tricky to be short when any second. You know, we're watching this live right now. We got Bezant coming up next.
Old.
Unchecked, totally unvetted.
Keep an eye on oil.
And this man came in, Dan, right? And he came
Pulled move lower now, 6580 bid 1,200 times using the level 2 data top step X. Well, down ticking here in the equities. Now they sell off.
The election was rigged. What are you going to do?
Yeah, a lot more selling pressure. Maybe we head back towards these lows.
We wouldn't have had people coming through. It's amazing. You know, it's so easy.
24,000 is a big round number.
Me up. 6580 initial balance low. 10 points from where we're at right now.
Down 0.75% ES, 1.2% NQ. Russell, I gotta roll my futures. Give me a moment.
1,000 miles of wall.
The snitch.
And we were finishing up some, and he didn't want to finish it up. I said, they really do want to have an open border.
Russell down
Crude got the
24.
And we got it finished. But
Catching a bid. Crude catching a bid.
and she'd be alive for another reason because we would have the National Guard in Chicago
NASDAQ still selling off here.
and in other places, and they love doing it. It's like training. To be honest, it's actually training. I never want to take them out of D.C. I mean, maybe somebody later on will do it, but I never want to take. You know, the people, they look, they say, we feel so good, we feel so safe. We see these beautiful, strong people, and they're so nice. They help. They open the doors for people. They carry.
They are coming in about 11 minutes. Again, we have cabinet meeting. It's the president.
Last night,
It's just transitioning from Ron, from the president, or the
city's clean, the fences
what do they
are
call him?
down.
Secretary of War
Don't have homeless all over your
to
block.
Treasury Secretary. So waiting for Scott Bezant to address energy prices. Got the chart up here. Energy looking $94.20. last trade there.
This ballroom is going to be something that's so beautiful for the city. So
Okay, we're talking ballroom now. We can
Well, while we're just hanging out, someone was
wait.
talking about option. Something that I've noticed the past month or whatever is that it's been a very unusual market in that the implied volatility on options, like the VIX and what have you, has been super high. We haven't really been going anywhere for the most part. So it's actually, for me at least, I think for most, strangely enough, with all this stuff going on, it's been easier for me at least to find opportunities to sell volatility, just because we have these huge implied moves and nothing's really going anywhere. Just something I've noticed. I'm also generally looking to see if like put skew is high, that gives better opportunities to do things like put spreads, because that's when you like buy one put and then sell a put slightly lower. It's a bearish bet, but if you have skew, it makes that hedge essentially more expensive, and since you're selling it, it makes it a cheaper trade. So there's been a lot of like good opportunities at things that are 4-to-1 to 10-to-1 rewards that are worth the flyers.
All right, seeing a little bit of a bid here in equities. Seeing crude sell off. Just a bit, $94.11. Chat, you guys are wild. Chat, you guys are fired up today. I absolutely love it. Click subscribe, click like. We got Bez. Bez is gonna be talking about oil prices. Obviously, we know what their tone may or may not be. Based on what the president's been saying, perhaps want oil prices a little lower.
When you had the name Trump, but we got sued, and all I'm doing is fixing it up.
Still haven't gotten questions yet. Dakota, real quick, Thursday, slow markets, 7 p.m. Central Time on Topstep TV. Who will be joining you today?
Yes. Well, we had Jay Monday, Wednesday, Braden on Tuesday. Tonight it's Soto. Tonight is me. Tonight is me.
One Wolf. Sorry about that, Jack.
No, I was just going to ask, do they usually ask questions at the cabinet meeting? I can't remember.
They are there. Yes, they will try to get them in there, whether or not the answers or not. Yes, they're there, as he pointed out. Many media members, as usual. Talking ballroom, talking gold right now.
Yeah, I would think some like the political advisors. I think maybe less about the ballroom. I think it would help them out a little bit.
Yeah, especially when he hints at Bezant will be speaking about energy pricing, crude selling off a bit, $93.99 last trade there.
That's small, much smaller than the hotel I built. I built the Waldorf Astoria Hotel down the road.
Talking hotels now. Hey, 1,000 lot NQ, 1,000 lot NQ. Chat all over. Where are you at? 1,000 lot NQ. Upside or downside?
It's bigger, I think.
I'm not seeing it.
I don't see level 2. I don't see 1,000 lots. Oh, come on. Justin 07. Where is it?
Think of this.
You got me. Hold on.
$4 billion for a little building.
I was on the ES, maybe. That info.
Because it's either somebody's very crooked, which has to be, because what happened?
And you got some couple 500 lots to the downside on the bid, Jack, in the ES. Look on the ladder here. 65.87 bid 500 times. 65.86 bid 500. 65.80.
We have a great new person coming in to
1,000 times.
take over the Fed, and Kevin may not.
Talking Fed here.
Have an office. Because I don't know if they're going to be able to build. I passed that building the other day. It's a see-through. You know what see-through means? There's no walls up. And they're going to spend. But the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a joke, by the way, they didn't sue that building. They didn't sue anybody.
Just when we thought we had, we're going to get some substance.
And by the way, my
just when we thought
building,
we'd get some substance there.
it's all donations.
40s? Is it down there? All right, I'll keep it in the background.
Taxpayer dollars. Is that right, Scott?
Not getting much substance right now from this cabinet meeting. However,
Stuff is all done for free, and I get sued.
so Jack, just to catch you up on Iran responses, they don't want to deal with Wyckoff.
Interest rates are too high.
They want to deal with Vance in terms of negotiations directly. So,
Okay.
Vance doesn't give us much
He
there.
suffers from Trump derangement.
So let's keep an eye.
He probably should because I hit him pretty hard, but so I don't blame him. But they don't sue a man who has taken this gorgeous building.
All right. Just watching gold roll over just a bit here.
Ceilings that are as beautiful as you've ever seen. Taking the ceilings down instead of leaving them.
Yeah, and this is why. Yeah, hey, trust me. What's going on right now? The way he's saying this has nothing to do with markets. I get it.
Replacing
This
them
is
with 6-inch
nothing of substance right here. However,
insulation. I said, let me ask you.
anything could change at a moment's notice. I get it.
No, it's not in the budget.
He's rambling.
Insulation costs $5.
Well, I'm paying attention. I think I have to change. I think I got to get a new roof at some point. Big investment.
I'm long the NASDAQ. Here at 95.
I know exactly what Lutnick's got planned. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
95s. Okay.
They've ripped this gorgeous.
Yeah, I was looking for a break through these 100s. We just did not get it right there.
I could, but it cost a lot of money. But a normal person.
This is how we're gonna do it.
So you're gonna have crummy little walls, a flat little ceiling eventually, but right now you don't have anything. And
If you don't want to listen,
and then when Janine Pirro,
it's not that. You check. It's the president. It doesn't matter what the name is. It's just the president, vice president, treasury secretary. Names are interchangeable. It's the titles that matter. It's the only thing that matters. Whether you voted for him or not, names are interchangeable. President, treasury secretary, Fed chair. When they speak, markets listen. All right.
But when, now think of it. When
Well, they will get the Bezit at some point. That's, I think,
Treasury
the
Secretary,
top
yep.
of the docket thing.
We should just call, call them by their title, treasury secretary.
So
So many words.
it's a very sad thing that's happened with the Fed. And then just one other thing very quickly, you have Gavin Newsom in California Railroad. That's 100 times over budget.
Always care what the chat wants.
It was supposed
Yeah.
to go from the middle of San
Chad and I, we are
Francisco
simpatico. We are simpatico. Chad.
We try to cater when we can to chat.
It now goes
Always.
into areas that nobody ever heard of. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget. Years and
I'll consider
years
adding
and
if we break
decades.
back above these 90s.
And that's why we have a country.
This is one where I'll play for those 120s again.
We have incompetent people. It's all people. Think of this: Federal Reserve. I would have had that building done for $25 million. I would, if I did it, it was up to, somebody else would have done it for more. So maybe 50. But you could have done that building if it was properly done and planned. You would have done that building for. I would have done it.
Buyers jump in there just like that.
25 million, and it would be better. It would be better. See this pen right
Still
here?
freestyling.
It's an interesting example. It's the same thing. So
50-50
this pen is
tilt.
very inexpensive, but it writes well. I like it. But I can't have the pen the way it was. You know what it is. I don't want to give too much publicity, but they do treat me well, Sharpie.
And from looking at ad perhaps, Dakota.
Yep, added the
That was
second
the pen.
contract right there. So 2 from 93.
Signing and you hand them out. You're handing them to all these people. Sometimes you have 30, 40 people, and they were $1,000 a piece.
See if we could get back above that 100, 24 100. Target would be the upper end of this range, these 120s. This range trading this right now.
Okay, nice.
And I feel guilty.
'Cause that's all we're seeing. Trade what we see, right?
You know, it's the government. I love
Break
the
through these
government.
100s.
Myself, economically, I want to save money. So I'm saying this is crazy. And it had another problem. They didn't write well.
You long one or two?
I'm long 2 from 93.
And I got all you people looking, and you say there must be something wrong with Trump.
We tagged 100, but we didn't break over it.
And it cost $1,000. This one, I called the guy. I said, I'd like to use your pen.
Do you own any nice pens, Andre?
Saying Sharpie.
Just the ones I take from the nice hotels. I keep from
There
the
you
nice
go.
hotels. Yeah. How about you? The best are these zebras that I rock. Look at us. Look at us. We're rambling now. These pilots.
Yeah,
These are legit.
might as well. I'm team mechanical pencil is what I do most of my stuff in. But
0.5 or
maybe you'll get a
0.7?
nice pen at some point.
0.5
0.7.
or 0.7?
0.7.
Yeah, I have a nice fountain pen that I've never used it.
I was hoping you had a quill. That'd be lit.
A quill.
Now they're called, right?
And by the way, this was not
Uh-huh.
staged. I just saw the
Ink-
pen sitting
yeah.
there, and I thought of this as an example of how $25
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
billion
There we go.
spent by me at the
Why are we
Federal
doing this?
Reserve
It's a head
would
fake.
be a better job than
All head fakes.
Yeah, we're not really getting any good price action either direction right now.
No.
And you know one of the things that Kevin Warsh told me? He said,
All right, we're talking
"Well,
Warsh.
the nicest building." I don't know what building they're talking about.
Ah, never mind. We're just talking about the building.
Right? Kevin Warsh
Mhm.
it's the most beautiful
Mechanical pencil. You can tell I'm a dad. I got this in here too. Just a big black Crayola.
Show and tell. We can talk about who we got. We got bond matters come and gone. Fast markets in the house.
We have a moron at the Fed.
You gonna grind it lower like this? We got
Nice.
gold
How about
selling off
Powell?
a little bit. How about Powell? Now he's off. I gotta get out. This is ridiculous.
And Pam and her group for
Flat.
having
Why are you trading this, Andre? Why are you dummy? Don't trade this. Nothing's happening.
And I believe that the contractor on that job,
Okay, 50-50
the
tilt.
richest men in the country right now.
1,200 lot no longer theirs. The size continues to move around.
That kind of money, $3 billion, $4 billion.
Oh,
Nobody
here.
knows.
What are we
Nobody
at?
has any
Right
idea
on.
what it is. But it's over
That's 7
$3
points from
billion.
Ivy low in the
And it's
ES,
probably going to be over $4 billion by the time they finish. And it may never get
but not too far from the November lows below that.
Unless
So
I
that's
take
kind of what
over,
I'm.
I'll get it finished. But he can never
I'd
be
like to
less.
What's
see
that price again, Jack?
tested.
Never going to have those beautiful ceilings.
65.71
Walls. The walls were 1.5 feet thick of solid
in the
masonry.
June
They
future.
ripped them down for no reason. And I just gave you the story. And just to finish on this one. So I told that story to somebody and said, yeah, but it's not the same thing.
I'm gonna cut this one early. I'm out.
This one is better.
Yeah, we failed to find any buyers.
writes-
We might flush these lows.
So the
Yeah.
guy said to me,
Dow's selling off. Where you going, Dow?
give them to you for nothing.
Where you going,
I said,
Dow?
no, I don't want that.
Where you going, gold? Gold selling off.
No, sir, you don't have to. You're the president.
Yeah, glad I got out of that one.
The head of Sharpie gets a call.
Okay,
Here we go.
here's the Ivy low coming up.
He said, is this really the president? I said, no, you don't have to pay me, sir.
Hey,
This
man,
is such an honor. I
time.
said, nope, I want to pay you. He said, what would you like to pay? I said, how about $5 a pen?
Crude pushing higher.
I said, that's all right.
Yeah,
Well,
that's-
we agreed. Peanuts. As opposed to 1,000. And these were $1,000 pens.
Market's putting pressure on the president to
Sometimes,
be
you know,
moving.
you were there for signings. I'd have 30, 40 people standing behind me. I'd give out 40 pens to people. Then somebody would
What's
say,
on
can
my
I have a
pens?
couple extra? This way,
Oh,
go
my
like
pens
this.
out. Watching gold.
The bottom line is, they're better pens. It's a business story. So for
Amazing.
$5,
Amazing.
zero, but for $5, I get a much better pen than for $1,000.
The algos are having like
you've
a crisis
yeah.
right now.
And actually, they've been
Yes, they are. Chat, you have no idea how much I'd like to
with that.
change
could
the
I get
channel.
to
We're talking about
please
pens. However,
a man who's done a great job at Treasury.
stay locked in.
Hey, I just bought 4,000 bit calls.
Bezit. Hold on, we got Bezit. Here we go.
That is
Treasury
very
Secretary.
illustrative. Your economic leadership has made our military mission possible. Mr. President, national security, as you always say, is economic security. Your leadership has shown the American people that there is no prosperity without security. That our mighty military on one side, but the U.S. economic strength is fighting off this evil regime. The Iranians believe they are fighting a two-front war. It is the military war that our great warriors are prosecuting, but on the other side, they are trying to take control of the global economy through a choke point that we believe does not exist and that we will overcome. Your historic operation at Epic Fury seized a generational opportunity to demolish a regime that has coordinated over 4 decades of global terror and claimed thousands of American lives. Many people, especially the Democrats, underestimate the will of the American people for short-term volatility for 50 years of safety that we are going to have on the other side of this. And I believe energy prices will be lower, inflation will be lower before we had the appearance of security, which is not real security. Now, the American people and the world will have absolute security. Through your maximum pressure campaign, Treasury has worked to uncover all financial lifelines through the regime and cut them off. You gave that order last March. This was not something that happened overnight. This is something that has been contemplated for almost a year. The Iranian financial system collapsed in December. We have systematically weakened Iran's ability to fund operations and procure weapons, and that required months of preparations. Threats to American national security have no place in the global economic system. The oil market is well supplied. We have taken actions to ensure oil supplies stranded at sea are made available to the global market. Your bold actions like the Development Finance Corporation's Maritime Reinsurance Program in conjunction with Central Command will soon provide shippers through the Gulf region with a level of security we had never seen before. Mr. President, we are starting to see more and more movement in and out of the Gulf today, and this is more than yesterday, and this is the beginning. I am confident that shipping traffic will continue to increase on a daily basis even before we secure the straits. Turning to the home front, the U.S. economy remains strong. We had a strong economy thanks to you. We are the best insulated in the world thanks to your energy efforts in term one and term two. The U.S. is an energy superpower. American workers' purchasing power is finally being restored. The latest figures indicate robust real compensation increases. We are starting to see the working family tax cuts benefits bearing fruit this tax season.
3 contracts with 26
tax returns have claimed at least one
Go to the
of
bowl.
your signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility
the risk
of
is
auto loans.
relatively
The
tight,
average
so I
tax
don't mind it.
refund is up more than 10% for working Americans. The economy you vitalized through your pro-growth policies is well positioned to withstand these temporary disruptions. The United States dollar has reasserted itself as a safe haven asset. The U.S. dollar has appreciated since the hostilities began because everyone knows, thanks to your efforts, the U.S. economy is the best position in the world and capital is flowing in. Efforts to reprioritize economic security are ensuring the United States remains secure, resilient, and prepared for the challenges ahead. As we approach the 250th anniversary, America will never be safer and more secure militarily and economically. Thank you.
I just want to ask you a question. Is this guy central casting? I'm looking at him. I'm in Treasury. He might not be so good for war. I don't know. No, I'm looking
Watch
pretty good.
Crude.
I'm looking at this guy. He's central casting. Even the glasses are perfect. Where do you get those glasses? I think I'm going to get glasses. That's beautiful. Great job. That's really good. No, he's done a great job. And you all have. Proud of you all. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. President, are you going to go
Okay,
into
here we go.
uranium?
Questions.
Like, how do you secure Iran and...
Let's assume I was or I wasn't. Why would I ever answer a question?
Can you accomplish
What
your
kind
goals
of a
without
question? Am I going to go in for the... Oh, yeah, I'm going in. We're going in tomorrow at 3
There's some
o'clock.
buyers.
No.
How could you possibly ask
See
a
if they
question
could
like
sustain
and
here.
expect an answer? I don't know. But I don't know. I think you're a friendly person, too. It's just such a ridiculous question.
Mr. President,
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a report that potentially the U.S. is looking at diverting some munitions, air defenses that were meant for Ukraine to the Middle East. Is there any accuracy to that? Is that something you're considering?
Well, I'd have to ask me, but we do that all the time. You know, we have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have them in other countries, like in Germany and all over Europe. We have, you know, we're packed. And sometimes we take from one and we use for another. We help Ukraine. Biden started, and he gave $350 billion away, too much, way too much. And we sell it now to NATO. We sell it to NATO, and they probably give it to Ukraine.
Keep an eye on
mostly,
gold.
I
When
think.
gold
They give
starts
it to
selling
Ukraine,
off
but,
fast like this, faster.
We get paid for everything that we give. We don't give anything anymore. That's a tough situation, that whole Ukraine situation. Very, very tough. We're working very hard on getting that one
Old selling off now, 44,
it doesn't have any
33.
impact on us, virtually nothing. In fact, if anything, I mean, we sell a lot of equipment for that unfortunate war. 25,000 people died last month, 25,000, so mostly soldiers. Some in the towns, but for the
This is
most
not
part,
taking questions
soldiers. They're
in the
dying.
media.
Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's a terrible situation, and hopefully that's going to get settled. You know, I settled 8 wars, and many of them I think were more difficult than this one. In theory, they were more difficult, but there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen it before, but I've never seen it maybe to
Why are
this
they
extent.
trying again?
They're trying. Crude's
I think that's
Ryan
calming down a
Hire.
little bit, and I think we have a chance of getting it done. But it doesn't affect us thousands of miles
Crude just
away. That's why when I heard the head of Germany say, "This is not our war," about Iran, I said,
Crude catching
"Well,
a bid.
Ukraine's not our war. We helped.
Mhm.
Ukraine's not our war." I thought it was a
94.45.
very inappropriate statement to make, but he made it. You can't erase it. But he felt that way.
We're
said,
buying
well,
crude.
Ukraine's not our war. And it's not, but I would like to see all those young people stop being killed. I mean, they're being killed. It's like a slaughterhouse. What's happening there is horrible. 25,000, on average, last 2 months ago, was 31,000 people died in 1 month, Marco, right? I said, it's getting crazy. It's getting worse. Think of it, 31,000 soldiers, both Russian and Ukraine, died
There's
2
some
months
more.
ago.
Into the
25,000
90s.
last month.
You talking?
And if I can solve that, it would
Talking
be a
NASDAQ
great
or
honor to
crude?
do it. I wish
Yeah,
it could be done
NASDAQ,
faster.
these 24,090s.
I solved other ones in 1 day.
Continues to
Guys,
push. Crude
That had
pushing
been
higher
going
here.
for 32
$94,
years.
56 cents, 58 cents,
We
9
stopped one
cents.
that was starting. It was already started. India and Pakistan, and the Prime
60
Minister of
cents.
Pakistan, a very fine gentleman, said President Trump solved something that was going to cost 10 million lives. That was going to cost a lot of lives, 2 nuclear nations. And those were complicated, but we got them done quickly. This one is...
Now selling off.
It's a shame. And the only reason I'm doing it, frankly, is because I
I
want to
know.
stop death. I want to stop the death from happening.
We're buying
I think
crude,
I'm going to go
selling
with a
in.
man that I've missed, Brian. I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. He's been in a very strange location. I
We're
don't
popping
know.
crude.
He's had a strange thing happen. But anyway, go ahead, Brian.
We're up 70 cents in the last 3 minutes.
You talk about gas prices coming down, obviously they will. But would you ever consider suspending the federal gas tax in order to kind of temporarily alleviate some?
Well, some people should do that. As an example, in California, every time prices go down, his prices go up because the gas tax is bigger than the tax itself, bigger than the product itself. It hasn't. I mean, we've thought about it, I guess, but honestly, when I did this, I knew it was going to be a little bit. We had the greatest economy ever. We had the greatest stock market in history. I said we're going to take a
50
little bit
on
of
the
a
tilt.
hit, a short-term
We're
hit.
selling in
It's going to
gold
end up
here.
going much higher.
What's the 10-year
than it was,
doing?
in my opinion. I said we're going to have a
10
great stock
year.
market.
4.4 yet?
Nobody thought we could get to
No,
50,000 or
4.384.
7,000 in the respective indices. Nobody thought that was going to happen, but it did.
Dakota
in the
still
first
long?
year. They said it couldn't
Yeah,
happen
I'm still
in 4
long from
years.
76
That
here in
you
the
wouldn't hit
NASDAQ.
50 in 4 years, but you could
We're
maybe
struggling
get
in
close.
both directions here.
We hit it in the first
I'm
year.
considering just
And I
bailing
said,
out.
This is a good time to solve a problem that you had to solve.
Think about making
And
a
that's what I
4th
did.
trip to
But-
the
but
New York lows
the
here in the
gas tax,
ES.
people have talked about it. It's something we have in our pocket if we think it's necessary.
And if I can follow real quickly, you just recently took off, Secretary Duffy, 17,000 truckers off the road that quite frankly, could not speak English, which is a safety issue.
Yeah.
Could we ever extend that to Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, cab drivers, for someone who takes a lot of Ubers, a lot of my drivers can't speak
Oh, well, that's not good. I didn't like that. Go ahead, John.
So that's a really good point. The problem is that our states are the ones that issue these licenses. So with commercial driver's licenses, we do have some federal control. But again, we have thousands of people who can't speak the language, long-standing rule, and it's a safety issue. Right? If you can't understand road signs, if you can't
This market,
communicate
they
with
just,
law
well,
enforcement
this thing, they got everything
and
just.
communicate what's on your rig, Huge problem.
Hey, we're coming up
The
to
last administration, Mr. President,
very interesting
they
spot
let,
here, down
truck
around
driving schools
the IB low. It's about
self-certify.
65.80 in the
They were
ES.
qualified to train truck drivers. And so this is
One
like
more
the
selling the
Learning
Dow
Center.
here.
So you pay $800 and you get a certificate that you passed a CDL driving school. And again, they have no skills. They don't have the knowledge. They don't have the skills. They haven't gone through any of the testing. And then they get licenses, and they're killing Americans on our roads. So it's remarkable.
There's some. Come on, let's get through these. Buyers are trying to step in the NASDAQ here.
I need partnership with our
Our
states.
tech staying
Even
strong.
California started to come on board. Even Gavin has started to play ball with us, which is surprising. Not all the way, a little bit of ball.
Mr. President,
You know, it's interesting because I just saw something that the nursing home business and the daycare centers in particular, they went out and
Watching
inspected
Crude here.
Minnesota.
We get another round
They
of
didn't
buyings.
They're knocking on the door. He happens to be a young man, Nick, nice young man. He's done a very good job. They're knocking on doors. It's like
Dow seeing a little selling, a little down ticking.
and they're getting hundreds of thousands of that. They didn't exist. And in California, it's worse. It's even worse. And I spoke with Russell.
Okay.
I said, Russell, don't send them any
And-
but we have a court order that we have to. Can you believe it? A judge.
One more
The
selling
judge
Dow
is
here.
really hurting this country. Our judges, Justice Roberts doesn't like when I say it, but the judges are really hurting this country. And frankly, the justices, the Supreme Court.
One more selling Dow here. 46,468.
It was a little bit of a wiggle.
I know. So nice.
Buyers stepping in now in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
There we go. I like this. I'm going to take off one
Well
there
done,
for
well
40 for 30 points.
We'll see. Look, we have
Shitting me.
very substantial talks going on with.
Oh yeah. Now
Oh,
we're
what they
cooking.
say?
Now we're
What was
cooking.
it? There we go. Buyer stepping in. We look at Crude. Crude's getting sold here.
Ooh,
Nice.
there
Crude
we
on the
go.
move lower. That's why they didn't want it to go. Crude sold off about $1 there.
They
Where
said to
equity's
show
going.
you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there. We're going to let you have 8
the headline?
boats of oil. 8 boats.
Substantial
8
costs
big
going off
boats of oil.
Iran.
This was 2 days ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news and they said, a very good anchor actually. Happened to be Fox. But I
Iran
watched
gave
it
the U.S.
and they
8
said,
boats of oil.
Something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right, I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
Yeah,
very
there were 2 illegal immigrants who were arrested at San Francisco airport for ignoring deportation orders. At the same time, as you highlighted, really great reception from American travelers for ICE agents. Is there a PR aspect of this that can allow?
All right, Dakota's
This is
still
lucky
long.
Dakota. Tune in every day. I'm lucky.
It's amazing because by putting
Mm.
ICE there, look, the press was very unfair to ICE. So was everyone else. These are great American patriots. They have a tough job. They have to find.
So that was the gift, huh? Boats of oil.
I mean, that was a gift for the longs. That was a gift for you, Dakota, being long. It was not a gift for me being short. I'll tell you that. We got a
They
few more
traded.
minutes here.
I blame Gwen Stefani for this. True.
This is a few more minutes here in fast markets. We have morning highlights coming up after this with Jack and JD. Then we will have power players after that, group coaching. We'll get the link up in the chat for that. But we've got this cabinet meeting going right now. So we're going to roll with this for a few more minutes here in fast markets. Roll into morning. Yeah, we got Jay Youssef and Vince joining for power players after morning highlights. So we'll keep rolling with this. Dakota, are you still on this trade?
I'm still long one contract from 78. I closed off 2 of them on that pump into the 120s.
I see the interviews of people.
And this one's in profit.
One person said, he's a very strong man, but he's a nice guy. He grabbed my bag. He helped a woman with a bag that she couldn't lift. And I'll tell you, I don't want to use the word rehab because there was nothing to rehab, but rehab from the press, because the press is so tough on him. And these crooks in Minnesota, these crooked politicians and dirty cops. They're dirty cops, they're dirty politicians. Walz is a dirty, crooked politician. The Attorney General is a crooked guy.
Buyers are starting to step in now.
And I hope JD's going to do a great job.
All right, yeah, we can get a couple more minutes here. Should we post a link in the chat? Want to post a link in the chat for group coaching? Let's just do that right now if we can. James, just to get that going. Get those questions.
$19 billion.
Ready to go there.
The fraud problem, Pam.
We'll have Gabe Enry and Hoop will be joining us for group coaching. Let's pin that to the top of the chat.
In the case of Minnesota, it's a lot. It's very
there you go. Thanks, Hoop.
All right, I'm flat, and I'm gonna go ahead and lock out for the day.
Yeah, man, I wish I would have done that a long time ago.
Call it good. I'm flat, locked out for the day.
No money, they have nothing.
Did you make money?
They come to our country.
Yeah, I'm up 361.
Good job, man.
Nicely done.
Well done. Jack, no trades, right? Did you take one?
Yeah, I took one. Well, we basically scratched it.
This is what it's turned into. This is the last couple of days. It's just turned into this.
And something should be done about him. Let's see what kind of job.
Yeah, it's making sense of this stuff. Just not yet. All right, I got the link for the group coaching pinned to the top of the chat.
They're charging some vessels to go through. Well, should they be able to?
We haven't heard the response from Iran. Yeah, well, we heard the response right around the New York Open in regards to the 15-point proposal.
And with every week,
didn't sound like a deal was near. However,
all I can tell you is they're begging to make a deal. So let's see what happens.
Ready to make a deal.
Tell me about mail-in ballots. Go ahead. You mean I used a mail-in ballot? You probably said, yeah, I did. You know what? Because I'm president of the United States.
All right. Well, we're gonna have this on in the. We'll keep it on in the corner, right? However, we're gonna keep the show moving in case something of note does hit.
In the beautiful sunshine,
what do we make? Thoughts? Do we get any clarity? Do we get any clarity from there?
Not really.
No. I think we saw at least I'm looking at equities right now, kind of buying up ahead of this cabinet meeting, and then there was nothing sort of concrete about what's happening next. I feel pretty much the same as I did before, and the market kind of just went back to where it was as well. I'm still all in looking at if we can get below 65.71, take out those November lows. Otherwise, we're just been hanging out completely in the IB range right now.
Test those 24 200s. I think we can rally from here.
All right, fellas. All right, we'll Jack, we'll give you a couple more minutes to prepare. Looks like the markets are continuing to catch a bit. Equities, that is. Good fast markets session there. Thank you to Carly again for joining us. How cool is that, everyone? Carly Garner joining us, expert.
That was awesome.
Weather the storm, and we'll get through this. All right, Dakota, we'll see you in slow markets. Jack, we'll see you right after this in the morning highlights. Group coaching coming up. We got Yusuf joining us. A lot more coming in store. Topstep TV, let's go. Markets are starting to wake up. Come on, let's
go.
Money.
In the world. So if you think the problem with that's not like you've decimated the military. If you think there may be a mine, that's a bad thought, and it stops things up. How are we doing in that regard, Peter?
Mr. President, you're right. We have so heavily degraded their coastal defense capabilities and their naval capabilities that any strategic or operational attempts to do those types of things are extremely limited. And we continue to move over the top of that. Now, whether Iran makes a wise choice or not to try to execute that is part of how this deal comes together. But with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them lessens their ability to really hold that militarily at issue.
I mean, the problem with the issue of the Hormuz Straits is this. We've decimated them as a military. No Air Force, no Navy. Very few rockets left. We blew up so many. Hard to manufacture them. Same thing with drones. The leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So 1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I could just say this: they want to make, and I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
So are you thinking of taking control of Iran's oil?
It's an option. I mean, I wouldn't talk about it, but it's an option.
Is that something you thought about?
Well, in Venezuela, we've done very well working with Venezuela, certainly. And we've taken in billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, Venezuela is doing better right now than they've ever done in the history of their country. And it's sort of like a joint venture. But the United States has made a lot of money, Marco, right? With it. Do you want to talk about that for a second?
About Venezuela?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Venezuela in the first 2 months of this year generated more revenue from oil sales than they had most of all of last year. But the money's not being stolen anymore. And it's being held in a U.S. Treasury blocked account. And to the extent it's flowing to the Venezuelan government, it's going to help people, like fund hospitals, pay teachers. It's not
And we
being
get a
stolen.
lot of it. And they got more than they have in many years. Think of it. We get a lot of it. We have a deal. We get a lot of it. We had 100 million, think of this, 100 million barrels we took in the first 2 weeks. 100 million barrels. That's a lot of oil. It's a lot of ships. And we got some, and they got some. We paid for the ships. A lot of money left over. And Venezuela has done better now with us. Call it a partner, call it whatever you want. We've made a lot of money, and they've made a lot of money. We've paid for the cost of that military hit many, many times over. And we've only just started. Our relationship with Venezuela has been amazing. The people, actually, I'm the highest polling person. And in other words, after the presidency, I think I may go to Venezuela and run for president against Elsie. I may run against Elsie. It's an option. No, they like me in Venezuela, but it's an option for me. It's a wonderful option. Yes.
There's some reports that Gulf allies are concerned about winding down the war too soon and potentially leaving Iran.
Well, they probably like us to stay, but
the concern.
If we don't stay, look, it's a beautiful thing about airplanes that go 2,000 miles an hour is you can get back there very quickly.
Hey everybody, we're going to take a quick detour here to run over some morning highlights. Hogue is still in Cabo San Lucas for spring break, but me and JD are here. So JD, why don't you tell us a little bit about what went happening in opening call this morning? Take any trades?
Here's what went happening. I'll tell you right now. We took a couple of opening range breakout trades. We traded the gold and the crude oil. Gold overnight, heavy selling pressure overnight. Overnight inventory is definitely on the short side. Opening with a gap to the downside. Figured maybe we'd get a little pullback to do some back and fill. So we were kind of biased to the long side in gold. And we got that long trigger looking at the 1 minute opening range breakout. You can see it right here. Let me zoom in just a little bit. We got filled on the long side at 44.3760. Turns out we were on the right side. Our timing was just a little off. We megaphoned for a couple of minutes, ended up trading both sides of the opening range after that. Did hit our stop. 44.2960 was our stop. Took a minor paper cut, about $75, $80 loss on that trade. And then gold continued to the upside as we see now. We're getting some selling pressure on gold right now, actually. So that's what happened in that market. Again, we're on the right side. Our timing was just a little bit off. We also took this crude oil opening breakout trade. This trade was still bad until just a few minutes ago. About 15 minutes ago, we finally retraced and traded back through the opening range high, 94.47, which remained the dead-ass high of the day, as Hogue would say, up until just a few minutes ago. We did trigger a short. We got some run-off selling here at about 8:10 a.m. Central Time. There was no real news surrounding that either. I don't know if it was just a technical sell-off, but some selling pressure came in. We tested yesterday's high, bounced back. I moved our stop into profit, more of like a scratch. Left a couple ticks for commissions and whatnot. Made a nice move down. We eventually did come back and blow through our stop. So no harm, no foul on the crude oil trade. We were on the right side of that one for a while until the president started speaking, actually, and then we just did an about face and came back. So my end of the house account to opening range breakout trades down $80. Not bad. I think we can make that back up tomorrow. What happened to you guys in fast markets, Jack? Anything interesting?
Well, we added $2 to the jar here. I'll go through the trades we made in the house account first, which was just one. We go to my screen. Basically, we had Trump on the schedule talking at 9 o'clock. We got up to this gamma level right here. We sold 66.14 quarter, and it actually worked out rather quickly. But I'm back from vacation, and I've heard from people in the chat, you got to see money, take money. We didn't. It went about 14 points in our favor, but wanted to get out before the cabinet meeting started, so we ended up scratching it for $2 made there. Dakota had a little more luck because I think he was a little less concerned with going long. He was in the MNQ. I won't go over all of his flippity flips, but I want to highlight this trade that he made at around 1040 there about here. Dakota got up to 3 long MNQ. He took one off on this, at the time, rather big spike up there. Stuck around in the position until about 1050 and then covered the other two and locked out his account. I believe Dakota ended the session up about $360 flat, done for the day. Great job, Dakota. We had Mandy on for the first hour. Hogue's not here. Mandy's like a wild stallion. I do not have the capacity to go through all of those trades, but she was, let me know, Chad. I believe she took at least like one. She took a few small paper cuts during her hour there. And that brings us to now pretty much. We're hanging around. Still chopping around this range above the initial balance in the ES. It's been pretty good support there. Inside trading day so far, but there's a lot more excitement on deck. Because up next, who do we got up next, JD? We got...
That's a good question.
My good friends Jay, Youssef, and Coach Vince are going to be in the house. Do a little power players. So stick around. It's going to be exciting. I really do think that this is going to break out one way or the other of this initial balance, but I've been wrong before. JD, always good to talk to you.
You too, Jack. Thank you for having me. Catch you later.
Yeah, sit down, relax. It's going to be a great day of trading. So stick around. It's Topstep TV. Let's go.
You've been really honest about how disappointed you are in Sir Keir Starmer, particularly in relation to Iran. So I'm curious about your phone calls with him, how easy they might be. And also, were you surprised by...
Are we talking about Starmer?
Yes. And are you surprised by how weak...
I think he's a lovely man. I do. I think he's a lovely man. But I think he did something that was shocking. He didn't want to help us. And maybe in particular that country, we were the longest bond, the longest ally. Australia too. Australia was not great. I was a little surprised by Australia. I wouldn't say anybody was great other than the 5 countries in the Middle East. We never really had very much support. We spend trillions of dollars supporting countries, and this is Little League. This isn't the big league deal. This is sort of Little League pool for us. This was look, we decimated them in a period of a week. In the first week, it was over. In the first few days, it was over. I think the Navy took us 3 days to essentially annihilate it. They weren't there. So if there's ever a big one, which I hope there's not, but if there's ever a big one, I don't think they're going to be there. And that's not fair. And we have to remember that as a country, because we spend trillions of dollars protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us for small time. This is small time. You know what? Venezuela is a big deal, but it's not the big one. They weren't there. So what makes you think they'd be there if we needed them for something? And your prime minister was not there, as you know. He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore.
But can you explain why he was reluctant to help?
Why he what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran?
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me no. I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you. I would have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help. We always would have been there when they needed help. I mean, think of it. We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful ocean. But we're there to protect NATO, to protect them from Russia. But they're not there to protect us. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. I tell you, a lot of people were big NATO people. I was never big. It was okay. I got them to pay 5%. By the way, they haven't paid it yet. You know that. You know, I got them to pay 5% from 2% to 5%. They didn't pay it yet. I got them to pay up to 2% because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, oh, that was great, great. Oh, only Trump could do it. But the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the numbers, they haven't paid yet. So we were there for them, but they were not there for us. Did we need them? No. I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said, I really would love to have you come up. Bring your boats. You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at. They didn't do it. And that's small potatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, does it affect the state visit with the king that you're going to have in April? Are you looking forward to that?
With the king?
With the king
No.
coming here?
No, he's a friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. As you know, he honored me and our country. He really honored our country. But we had an amazing time. I've known him as Prince Charles. I know him as King Charles. I'm proud of him. He's fighting a tough battle. He's tough. I think he's a fantastic. It has nothing to do with that. It's different. But he's gonna be here very soon, as you know. We're gonna have a state dinner. It's gonna be great.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. We got two power players here. I'm Jay. I'm not one of them. It's Yusuf in the middle, and to the far right, Coach Vince. Yusuf, Coach Vince, how you guys doing today?
Doing all right. I'm probably doing a little better than the markets. At least I know how I feel. The market doesn't.
Yeah, markets are trying to figure out what is going on. We just saw some size trade through the S&P, about 1,000 contracts just traded in a second there. There's a bid sitting under the market right now, 65.80. Yusuf, you were flat coming into the segment, right?
Yeah, that is right. I had an A+ set up at 8:43 in the morning. However, both of my children went berserk at the moment I was supposed to take the trade. So I just kind of was hands off.
It's like, hey,
isn't the
Dad
timing
has to make
always
some money
impeccable, right?
right. Dad got to make some money
the
for summer
9-month-year-old
vacation, kids.
The 9-month-year-olds fell down, and the 4-year-old started yelling, "Daddy, daddy, daddy!" And then you look away from the screen for 1 second.
Yeah,
Markets are gone. Markets are gone.
It's amazing.
We'll take a look at any opportunities you might have in the markets, though. Yusuf, Coach Vince, you are in a trade right now. You told me that you were long the Dow in the green room. Talk to us about that trade a little bit here.
Yeah, so I was long NASDAQ earlier, got smoked a little bit. Then I did take a loss in the Dow. I guess when the meeting started happening, things fell apart a little bit. But I'm long again. This is my third attempt. We're going to see if we can get something on this third attempt here. If not, we'll take it easy and try to find another opportunity. But I am long 3 micro Dow. 46,508. I'm looking for a pretty substantial move, to the upside if we can get there. I mean, my target's pretty high up there right now, but I might adjust that later, but who knows? You never know what's going to happen. So I have a pretty big target out there all the time, just in case we get one of those crazy moves.
Awesome stuff. Coach Vince, are you looking at crude oil prices when you're trading the Dow? We saw that out of the 4 equity markets, the Dow is probably the most inversely correlated with crude. Are you looking at it at all? Or are you just trading with certain Dow charts?
I've been watching it here and there, but I'm not like looking at it tick by tick at the moment. But there was some inverse correlation for sure. And it's interesting. Out of all the markets, the Dow is the one that's mostly inverse correlation to the crude market.
Got you. Awesome stuff. Let's take a look at some prices here. 65.88 last trade in the S&P, 46.521 last trade in the Dow. We got Coach Vince Long from 508s. NASDAQ trading 24.86, and we got crude oil trading $94.49. Gold is starting to sell off a little bit here. In the last 10 minutes or so, gold is down about $40. 44.36 last trade over there in gold. Remember, gold is in rollover. Split between the April and June contracts, but we did see some pretty nice selling coming in there. 44.35 last trade. Yusuf, talk to us. What are you seeing in the markets? Are you seeing any levels that you like to interact with? We do still have the president speaking right now. We may bring that back in just a little bit. But anything else that you're seeing that you like?
Yeah, I just got in a light long with a tight stop, just $100 risk right here. In drawdown right now. But I do like the long side right here. Probably not with a might not get a lot of follow through, but we might just kind of just navigate this range that we're currently in. Looks like I might already be getting stopped out. I'm in at $24.90. $24,090. I have a stop at $24,071.75. And I'm targeting 24,120, but I think it's gonna stop out here. Yeah, it's already stopped.
All right.
But no, with $100, just that's a nothing.
Little paper cut. We are seeing some size on the bid here. We are seeing some size on the bid in the S&P 6580s. There's 880 contracts on the bid there. Let's see if those do get filled. We're coming into those right now. And at 2450s, there is about, what is that here? 120 on the bid in the NASDAQ at 2450s. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here. S&P pulled those orders. Let's see.
Is Trump still
Samuel
on right now?
Chat. He is still speaking right now. Last comment was, I don't know yet if the Friday deadline for Iran will change. That was about 3 minutes ago. The request to the UK for help was a test from the president a couple minutes ago. But again, he says, I don't know if the Friday deadline for Iran will change. So we will see
about
there.
Ceasefire plan he gave them? Is that what the deadline is referring to? Okay.
That's correct. Going into the weekend here. That deadline is supposed to expire, but we will see what they say. Catching a little bit here again. 25.73s. These markets have been been interesting. A lot of back and forth, a lot of uncertainty with the headlines going on out there. Been a little tough to trade. I will say we talked about the euro this morning during the opening call. Anything attached to the dollar right now has been pretty clean. That euro trade is probably the cleanest trade I've seen all week, to be honest. I probably should have taken more advantage of it. But with the equities, it is trying to figure out uncertainties here. Coach Vince, this Dow trade you got, is this one you would just hold on to? You see how it kind of plays out?
Yeah, I'm holding on to it. We're going to see what happens if we take out the intraday low. I might end up bailing on it a little bit early, but right now I'm long below value. Right, it's a value trade I'm taking here, and we're going to see if the excess low will hold. You can see this big 5-minute big bar we had off the, what was this here, 940. 840 Central, we had this big bullish candle, and we kind of retraced it all. So I'm just buying up against this excess here, hoping that this will hold, and maybe we'll get a rotation, maybe up here to point of control or to the value higher. Maybe even take out the intraday high and rally, right? We don't know. So that's why we trade with a stop. We have a plan, and then we just execute.
Awesome stuff. So comments from the president are over now. Last thing we got from there, I think it'll cost NATO dearly that they didn't help. That was the last comment. And then the cabinet meeting is ending there. We got Coach Vince Long from 46,508s in the Dow right now. I got 46,480 as the prior day's low. It looks like we looked below that a couple of times, but really no volume trading below that right now. So let's see here. If we get a little bit of a pop, shout out to our friend Samuel in the chat. Samuel, I saw your comments. You said this is going to be the biggest sell-off ever in the equities. That is what I called a hot take when I read that comment. Let's see if we get it. Let's see if we get it. You might know something that we don't know. Hopefully you're in the trade if that's going to be the case. But everybody else in the chat, let us know how you're doing. You up in the day, down in the day? You following your plan? How are you navigating these markets? Yusuf, you took that one trade there. I think that was your first trade of the day. How do you reassess what's going on here? Do you take that same trade idea again? Are you evaluating the quality of that setup? How do you look at it?
Yeah, I'm currently just evaluating what's going on. I'm trying to decide if it's going to move more off of the higher time frame. Am I looking for a longer term trade or more of a scalp? Just stuck in such a tight range. I'm very frustrated I didn't get to take that trade here at 8:40. It was the exact time was 8:43 a.m. Right here, it had broken that trend line. It was in my golden pocket, and I was shooting for 100 points. And I mean, it went instantly in my favor. I would have had no drawdown whatsoever. But I just don't foreshadow it being able to have a lot of follow through on the long side right now, since we retraced all of it and some. And I read some kind of statistic earlier this week. I don't know if it was even on Topstep TV. It could have been where
Seeing some more selling coming in here.
where it'll go really high and go to like a previous day high or go to the previous day low and automatically retrace it within a few minutes. And it's the first time since the 2015 that this occurred, and prior to that was the first time since 2008 it occurred 25 days out of 2 months or something along those lines. So the market is extremely volatile right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We are starting to test. Shout out to Dan Evans in the chat. We talked about this one during the opening call as well. Do we retrace this entire news candle that we had from Monday? We've been in this candle since 7 a.m. Eastern time on Monday in all of the equity markets and in crude oil. And it looks like the NASDAQ is getting ready to test these lows. We're seeing some more selling coming in here. 24.50s last trade in the NASDAQ. 46,439 last trade here in the Dow, which Coach Vince is long. 65.78 last trade in the S&P. Potentially getting ready to make a low of the day here.
Yeah, I like using RSI to kind of get a feel if the move is over with. And yeah,
Wow.
we could probably dump right now. We're gonna.
Oh, there you go. You just called it there, Yusuf. New lows in the NASDAQ, new lows in the S&P as well. New lows in gold, 44.1680, new low of the day there in gold. We are seeing some selling coming in here. Oil, 94.60, not too much of a reaction there in oil just yet. No headlines coming out here, but we are seeing a bid here in the S&P again, 65. What price is that? 65.67s. About 1,000 contracts on the bid there. They did move the size down that we saw before. Let's see if we do get that fill. Coach Vince, you still in this trade?
I am. I'm going to see if we can now sweep. You know, we swept that low there. I want to see if we can rotate back into the range. If we do, I'll probably stick with it. If we start to push back lower, I may just bail on this trade. But right now, I want to see if we get a little bit of pop off of that little liquidity sweep down there below the intraday low.
Gotcha. So what's been really interesting to me this week is if you see these 2,000 lots, there's 2,000 lots on the bid right now in the S&P 65.67 and 65.69. We did see a 2,000 lot fill on the bid earlier this week, but a lot of time, what we've been seeing over the last couple of days is the market not really taking these orders out. So I'm very curious to see what happens here in 65.69 and 65.67 in the S&P on the bid. We got down to 70.5 and saw a little bit of a bounce there. See what we get.
Yeah, 55 point bounce for 1 minute.
Yeah, look at that. Some selling definitely got absorbed there at those lows in the NASDAQ as well. We did have about 900 contracts trading in a second on that low. Made a low of the day, 24.14s. there are a bunch of prices below here in both the S&P and the NASDAQ that did not trade on that candle on Monday. And I think we're starting to fill some of that, at least in the NASDAQ. The S&P hasn't gotten down to that level just yet. We just took out Tuesday's low in the S&P. Coach Vince holding that trade for now. 24.61 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 65.70, 65.80 last trade in the S&P. Let's take a look at the tilt. And the comments from the president are over for now, so maybe that was just a technical sell that we saw there.
Markets are wild. That's all I can tell you.
Yes, they are.
They're wild.
Tilt right now, 63% long in the S&P, 59% long in the NASDAQ, 57% long crude oil, and 58% long in gold. So traders are trying to buy something, find something and buy it. We are seeing an inverse correlation a little bit between the oil markets and the equities. Got crude oil up right now 4.58% on the day. And in the equities so far, we got the S&P down 0.93%. Gold is down 2.8%. We have the NASDAQ down 1.25%, and the Dow, which Coach Vince is trading right now, down 0.6% on the day. See what we get here.
I don't know how great of an idea it is, but again, because I'm on a combine, I'm willing to be a little more risky than usual. I have a limit buy for 24.40 and a half. Let's see if it gets filled. It is a just a 1 minute golden pocket. I'm just a little bit underneath it just because of how wicky the price has been. So I'll have a tight stop. I'll have my stop at the most recent low at 24.17.25 if I do get filled.
24.40s. See what we got going
hoping
on
our
here.
46,400s will hold here in the Dow.
Gold is
to hold
just
this
getting
market
smashed
up.
right now.
Is it?
Gold is getting smashed right now. Absolutely. 44.03 last trade here in gold. In the last 15 minutes, gold is down about $80 and continuing to sell off. Let's see if we get some follow through in the equities. Really, all this week, gold has been the first mover from what I've seen, and we are just getting smoked right now. 43.98. Let's see if the equities start to pick up here. Seeing some size on the NASDAQ book at 24.20s. 24.20. What do we got there? 500 on the bid in the NASDAQ. Let's see if they go get that fill. Gold back below 4,400s. 43.96 last trade there in gold.
Wow.
Trump threatened Iran with military escalation.
Oh, here we go. That explains it.
So he was done with the meeting, but not done speaking yet.
Yeah, and then the war's over in 20 minutes from now.
Wow, gold is not done. Andre, I'm going to borrow your line. Maybe it's the entire rest of this segment. We are getting sold off pretty heavy here in gold. 43.90s last trade, 43.88s trade. Equity starting to sell here as well. 24.23s last trade in the NASDAQ. That bid did get pulled. 67.50, 65.70.50 new low of the day in the S&P there. Potentially going to take out that low. Yes, shapeshifter, I do. Oil not moving yet. 94.53s last trade here in oil. Let's see if we get a 24,000 tag here in the NASDAQ potentially.
Yeah, I might
Gold is
widen my
usually that
stop.
first mover.
I don't even know.
Let's see here.
It's definitely leaning towards more bearish. That RSI, I really think it's going to want to get to oversold before it wants to possibly do a bounce. So if I'm able to, I might go ahead and scratch it here. I'm going to go ahead and get just a tighter stop. If it wants to hit back underneath that, I'm cool with getting out of this trade.
Watch oil now. Oil spiking here now. 94.70s last trade in oil. 94.84 is the high of the session.
I'm getting close to my stop here, so we'll see what happens.
46.383 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Let's see what happens. Do we fill that Monday candle has been the question.
Hey, I'm ignorant to this. Hopefully one of you guys might have the answer. You know, defense stocks like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and stuff like this, are they in any of the equities? Are they in an S&P or a NASDAQ or anything like that?
That is a great question, Yusuf. I could probably look it up. I would imagine that they are.
Yeah, I'm
feel
not too
like
sure. I haven't really followed it like that.
I feel like Lockheed is in the Dow. I could be wrong, but I feel like Lockheed is in the Dow. But again, I could be wrong. And
Yeah,
Emery
I
says,
just
of
feel like
course.
yeah, because I just feel like if we do go to troops on the ground or whatever the future holds for us, those
Yep.
stocks usually do pretty good. So I'm just curious
Yeah.
if the equities would reflect that.
Yeah. Emery says they are in the S&P 500 as well. So yeah, that makes
Appreciate that,
sense.
Emery.
65.75 last trade here in the S&P. Catching a little bit of a bid here. Yeah, Brad Sims, I would think that as well. Maybe they've already made their move. 43.87s. Gold is continuing to get sold off here. 43.80s, 60 last new low of the day there in gold. Watch oil catching a bid here as well. 94.80s. Oil getting ready to make a new high of the day here. Seeing a ton of movement. Anybody trading oil right now in the chat, let us know. Curious if you're catching a piece of this. The tilt did say oil was long. Equities holding for now. Yusuf, you did get in long from 40, is that correct?
That is right, but it looks like it's about to get stopped out here.
Yeah.
We had a little bit of a fake out where we had a bounce, but we're definitely about to get stopped. There it goes. It's a good stop. I would take that trade 10 times out of 10, though. It
There you
was
go. New lows.
solid.
New lows in the S&P. New highs in crude oil, 94.93 new high there in crude oil. Emery calling a resistance point in the crude oil, 95.16s. Gold with a little bit of bounce off of its lows, but I think that might just be short covering. Everything looking pretty heavy here. 65, 69.50 last trade here in the S&P. New lows in the NASDAQ, 24.14, 24.13s now, 24.10s now. 24,000 on the 24,000 bid, 116 on the 24,000 bid here in the S&P. We do have the Euro close coming up in about 3 minutes here. Not sure that's going to do too much. Honestly, it really hasn't done too much at all in the past week or so, but we could see some volume on the Euro close, maybe some covering or continued selling. New highs, oil 94.96 here. All right, Samuel. Stop yelling at everybody in the chat. Hopefully you're in that trade.
Oh, that wasn't me. Somebody had to fill.
Coach Vince, was that you?
Yeah, well, I'm out. Yeah, we're gunning for the overnight low right now in the Dow. So, yeah, these markets are interesting at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, look,
the
price is going down, yet RSI is kind of staying just at the same level it's been almost all segment, a good 40 minutes here. We're probably going to get a pretty significant dump here in a second. Because like based on my strategy on the golden pocket, usually and I'm going to show you guys what I mean. So if we were going to go long, if we were going to have a bounce back up, hypothetically, we would have had it right around the 24,130, which is right where I missed that trade earlier this morning at 8:40. And usually when you break past that and you have a significant downturn, it's going to follow through. So I could foreshadow it just like zigzagging down. Probably by Asia session have cleared that 23,900. Probably shoot right past that.
Or 900s.
And yeah, not financial advice, just
23,900s.
Yeah, 23,900s. If not even go past that to 23,000, like actually clear that 23,772. I wouldn't be surprised to see us get below this
New lows
by tomorrow.
New lows NASDAQ, new highs crude, new lows S&P. Gold kind of hanging out near its lows, not selling just yet, but gold, crude oil back above $95. Crude Crude oil back above $95. NASDAQ getting ready to tag these 24,000s on the bid here in the S&P. We got 1,100 lot at 65.60s on the bid. 65.60s on the bid in the S&P. We got to be getting pretty close to a daily ATR move here in both the S&P and the NASDAQ, if we're not above it already. Coach Vince, how do you reassess here? You got out of that trade?
I'm actually long an MES right now.
Okay.
I'm long one MES at 65, 69, 75. Yeah, 65, 69, 75. I'm buying right around yesterday's value low. So it's a value trade. You know, it's just part of process. If I take my lickings, I take my lickings. And that's it. Just following process. But these markets are not really, you know, they're a little out of control.
A little bit.
But, you know, it is what it is. We just trade what we see and follow the process. And, you know,
If
I
anything,
look for
though,
40% win rate.
Today's probably the most trendy day we've had in a while. I mean, we've just
Little,
consistently
yeah.
been going low.
So we talked about this during the. I'm gonna have to share my screen maybe to talk through this a little bit again, because we talked about it during the opening call. But the last 2 days of consolidation that we had kind of have me predisposed to looking for a range extension day. We're still not there yet. Daily ATR in the NASDAQ 512 points so far, high to low range. We're at 445, which I agree with you, Yusuf, right? We just saw 2 consolidated inside days, and then we're getting a little bit of a breakout here. 65.64 on this bid here in the S&P. We still have 1,200 on the bid, 65.60s. 1,200 on the bid. Let's see if that gets a fill. NASDAQ stopped right at 24,000s at the low. Gold made new lows there, 43.73.60. Oil trying to hang above 90 bucks. Again, we got some movement after the president did say that he was pretty much not willing to work on a deal with Iran. And said that he would maybe continue attacks here. We know that deadline is supposed to be tomorrow. He says he's not sure if that's going to be extended. And with escalations, we see prices move. Oil above 95 bucks. NASDAQ new lows, 23,987. New lows, and the NASDAQ some stops definitely went off there. It is getting smoked right now. That bid got pulled in the S&P. Don't see them on the books now. Biggest order I see on the book in the S&P now is at 6,500s. We are down percentage-wise. We got markets moving right now, everybody. Andre, if you're in the chat, man, I hope you got back short.
65, 62 is value area low from a couple days ago. So that's my line in the sand right there. We're going to see if we hold this 52s. If not, I might just, you know, call it a day for a little while, come back later on.
Yep, we are seeing some aggressive selling here. S&P down 1.2%. The Russell down 1.25%. We got the NASDAQ down over 1.5%. Gold down almost 4%, 3.9% there in gold. Seen a lot of red on the quote board. Of course, anything that's green is pretty much energy related. It's energies and ags are the only thing green right now. Everything else is red. Heating oil, our biggest percentage mover to the upside, up 8.5%, and crude right now up 5.3% on the day. Yusuf, they're asking for your socials in the chat. Let's focus on some trades here. We'll get Yusuf's socials as we end the session here. But we got markets moving right now. They want your socials, Yusuf.
Yeah. I'll give you guys the new social. It's still fresh. It's been fresh like 6 months. I just never used it yet. I don't like putting my personal socials out there, you know.
Yeah, no, don't do that.
But yeah, I'll give that at the end of the segment. But look what I can do, guys. Jay, I can drink water.
Okay.
Ramadan's officially over, so I can eat and
Ramadan
drink
is
now
over.
during the day.
There you go.
Yeah, I've been officially like this week. I'll call it a warm-up week, trying to get back into routine, because I was, man, that really killed my routine. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm sure. Brad Sims, drinking water is incredibly underrated. Now I'm thirsty and I can't open this. There we go. Got it open now.
I'll tell you guys, I gave myself a little Ramadan present. I drove down to Houston and actually went to that Houston Rockets versus Miami Heat game on Saturday.
Oh,
and,
nice.
I don't know if you guys have ever attempted the halftime method, but
I'm
what
not
it
even
is
sure
you
what that
buy
is.
tickets fairly,
Yeah.
you buy tickets fairly cheap and sit all the way up top, and as soon as
And then you
halftime
move.
comes
Yeah.
in,
Oh yeah. Yes.
and I was sitting courtside for $20.
There you go.
Nice.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I got to see
It's
Kevin
pretty awesome.
Durant
Yeah.
pass Michael Jordan all time. It was watch a buzzer beater. It was a movie. I was on the Jumbotron dancing
Wow.
YMCA.
That's awesome.
That sounds like a great time. Sounds like
Took
a great
You
pictures
got the
time.
with
clip of that.
took
You
a
put the
pic.
clip on here.
Yeah, I don't have the Jumbotron pic, but I'm gonna see if I could pull up this pic. You guys, my wife didn't appreciate this picture, but I appreciated it.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
These are the Houston
Nice.
Rocket
Nice.
cheerleaders. Yeah, second time I do that in 2
Ah.
Big smile on
weeks.
your big smile on your face there, Yusuf. Big smile on your face there. Looks like a man
Yeah.
It's
enjoying
like, I haven't
himself.
seen you smell like that in a long time.
Man, yeah, it's been a little over a month.
Seeing the equities catch a little bit of a bid here. 24,000, right back at 24,000s here. We made a low there in the NASDAQ 23,980s. 65, 60,
Come on, let's take a
75
bid.
low of the day. Are the lows in, Paul Stone? At some point, you know, buyers are going to start fishing for that
I mean, the
low of the market there.
ES did hit an interesting spot, which I'm holding. He's going to hold his support here. So I'm hoping we can turn this market around.
Yeah. Yusuf, she's not watching, right? I don't want you to get in trouble, man.
Oh no, I actually send. I don't hide anything from my wife. So as I took the picture, it
go.
was going directly to her. So
Nice. There you go. There you go.
yeah, I don't got time
There
for
you
her to
go.
figure out later without me. That makes it even worse.
Right. Absolutely. Oil pulling back here just a little bit. 95.10s. 95.10s. Anne-Marie was looking at that 95.16 level up there. Let's see some aggressive selling. Pretty quiet on the headline front right now. Let's see what we got going on here.
I'm going to look to take a short here. Hopefully, we get to the price I'm looking for. I'm sorry to fade you, Vince, but
That's all right.
I wish I took it there at the 416. So if we can test that 415s, 416s, I'm gonna have a limit sell there for 3 of them.
What price was that again, Yusuf?
I have a limit sell for 415 and a half, and I'm gonna have my
415.
stop over right around 40, right around 50. We'll use a whole number. I think this might be something I try to hold for the rest of the day. If it doesn't hit my stop, I'm gonna let it just do its thing.
All right. 24.13s last trade here in the NASDAQ. 65.68 quarter last trade in the S&P. We got Coach Vince long 1. Oil pulling back a little bit here. 95.08s last trade there in oil. We got pretty close to Hoag's weekly kickoff low down there as well. 23,900s in the NASDAQ.
Where's that?
23.9. Yeah, 23.9.
What's his weekly kickoff for the ES?
Let's take a look. 64.20.
64s. Okay.
Damn, Hoag, what are you looking at down there? It's another 2.25% from where we are right now. But I could
You
see
don't want
it.
to see that one, Hoag.
Not today. Not today if I'm long.
At least not
But,
today. We don't want to see it. Yeah.
Right.
Is Hoag in the chat? Shouldn't he be enjoying his spring vacation?
Oh, he's not here. He's not here.
Okay.
He's not here. He just gave us his levels
He
before.
picked a good week to take off this time, though. He grabbed a good week.
He
didn't
did. Watch
miss
gold
much.
here.
He's
Gold
not
new
missed-
lows. Gold new lows. Shout out to Brad Sims in the chat. So you were short 43.68.20 new lows there in gold of the session. Gold is usually our first mover. Let's see. It got pretty aggressive. New lows. Gold is not done. 43.63, 43.63, 43.62.80
Wow.
new lows now. Gold is just getting smashed. In the last 15 minutes, gold is down $90. $90. Yusuf, did you get tagged into that short there?
No, it missed me by 1 point.
Game of ticks.
Yeah.
Game of
1
ticks.
point. 4 ticks.
62.80s new low there in gold. What are we down percentage-wise now? Let's take a look here. Gold is down over 4% on the day now. Silver, our biggest percentage mover to the downside, down 7.37%. I'm going to pull up a dollar chart. The dollar is continuing to rally here, a little bit off of its highs of the session, but the dollar continuing to rally. We got equity selling off here.
I'll tell you that man, if somehow my hands and like can just, or like I have an algorithm that would trade on my behalf, I think I would be
Okay.
a multi-billionaire, not just a millionaire. Okay, so like
It's a lot of zeros.
if you
Yusuf.
see like, man, like I have this
Yeah.
level, this 24,691. This level has probably been there, man, probably since like October. You know, since we've been in that range for the longest. And like it will legit go and hit my price and then do everything I expect it to do. Even when we had that 1,000-point how many points was that candle on the 23rd?
Oh yeah.
900-point candle. It went right to around my
Mm.
level is and rejected it, and we never saw that again. Like it's unbelievable how accurate levels can be. It really is. Like even right now, the trend line that I had a limit sell right there. It just did not want to tap me in and goes on without you. It's
Let's see here.
it's definitely a different science to it.
Let's see here if we get some more selling below 24,000s here in the NASDAQ 23,990s last trade. 23,990s last trade. In the NASDAQ here, we had the Euro close come and go.
How's the volume looking here, Jay? In the ES, do you have the delta?
Pretty. Yeah, I got you 1 second here. Delta in the S&P positive, and this is for the full day. Positive 650.
Positive.
Delta in
that's not
the
good.
NASDAQ. No, not at all. Delta in the NASDAQ negative 3,000 right now.
Yeah, that's not good for me. The delta.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll see.
So the question here, right? And I see Samuel in the chat saying, please understand it's already a down day. Clearly, right? We have the equities down 1%. Could you establish a short here? All right, let's look the other way. Could you establish a short here? And if you do, where's the risk? Right, Yusuf, you just looked at those 15s, which, you know, got to within a tick of your price. It just unfortunately didn't get a fill there. But is this an environment where we can sell the lows?
As far as I'm concerned, yeah. And I think I brought that up a little
Okay.
earlier. I think we can easily get down to 39.8. Maybe not during New York session, but I definitely foreshadow during Asia session probably getting that low. It's just
Okay.
there's too much downward pressure right now.
Dollar pulling back just a little bit here. Why do you ask about the delta?
How's that euro
just
looking?
Kind of get. Let's see. I took the chart down. The euro is probably continuing to sell off. It was Coach Ray and I've been talking about it all week. It's not the biggest mover. It's not the most volatile market, but it would have been another pretty good short today. We took a look back up at the first 30-minute opening range from last night during the regular trading hour session, and we just sold off from there. And that's been a trade that it's been doing pretty much all week.
Yeah.
I think I would have had a much better week, and I've been talking about the euro. I've had a much better week if I would have just stayed focused on the euro. The equities, last 2 days, Yusuf said it, right? This is probably the biggest trend day we've had all week outside of really all week, because I don't even count Monday. Monday, we had a 5-minute candle that was 1,000 points in the NASDAQ, and then we consolidated for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Craziest thing is I woke up and looked at my phone, and as I looked at my phone, probably not even 30 seconds, that candle blew up, and I had to rub my eyes a couple of times to make sure I wasn't dreaming.
Is that real? Yeah.
Yeah, is that real?
Let's see
The
what
moves
we
are
got
just
here.
happening
Oil
at
pulling
these
back.
random times.
You used to trade the euro a lot, Vince?
Yeah, it used to trend really well. I'm talking way back, but you used to get some nice trends in it. Currencies in general used to trend pretty nicely.
Yeah, when the dollar starts moving, and the dollar's trying to make highs of the year here.
Yeah.
Trading those
We had the
currency
live
futures
funded trader, right? It took a big payout trading euro and the pound, right?
Yeah, 28 grand. 28 grand this week trading currency futures.
Nice. Beautiful.
Great markets to trade, and they're having a moment right now. They are trending. We don't talk about them too often, but they are moving. I think our job as traders is to identify opportunity for sure. We're seeing oil pulling back just a little bit here, 94.85s last trade there in oil. Let's everyone flat right now. Coach Vince, you still long the S&P?
I'm still long.
Still long. Going to let that trade cook just a little bit. We got a little bit of news on Fannie Mae. We can bring that in, and then we'll come right back to the charts for a potential opportunity.
Crypto-backed mortgages could be going mainstream. Coinbase says Fannie Mae will accept them very soon. They allow borrowers to pledge cryptocurrency for home loans instead of having to sell it and use the cash. Coinbase says it's partnering with Better Home and Finance on the new product.
There you go. You can use all your Dogecoin for leverage for a mortgage. Shout out to Fannie Mae.
I got to unload some of
oil
that.
Yeah. 94.73 last trade here in oil.
It's a pretty big risk by the
Oil
bank.
pulling back here. Say it again.
It's a pretty big risk on the bank. I'm pleasantly surprised they would be willing to do that.
Yeah.
About the crypto.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Yusuf, but in the times that we're living in, I don't know that I'm surprised. Right?
Yeah.
Everything is leverage right now. Everything is leverage. Anne-Marie says that news is crazy. Leverage of your crypto, good way for them to take it if you default. Yeah, right. And wasn't crypto supposed to be where we decentralized? I could imagine that using crypto as leverage
That's what it was
for
supposed to be.
your home
That's what they said.
does the exact opposite of that. Because then now they know your address. But hey,
I just recently,
Can,
it seems that it's conspiracy. It was like all money laundering, I guess, is what crypto essentially became. But you know what I know? I don't
Yeah.
use it.
hodlers need homes too, I guess. Hodlers need homes too. We're seeing the NASDAQ try to figure out what to do with 24,000s here, 23,992 last trade in the NASDAQ.
I'll tell you one of the things
Oh,
I decided
jeez.
to do on a personal level is I invested into about $2,000 in equipment over the past week to start doing 18-wheeler tires. With gas and diesel
Okay.
flying
Nice.
so much, I think these 18-wheelers
Interesting.
are going to be ripping and running to try to make a living, dude. It's expensive out here, so they're probably going to be working a lot harder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that diesel's like
Uh,
$6 a gallon over here.
Man, yeah, 5.19 down here, and I'm in Louisiana.
See here, are we seeing new lows here in the equities potentially? 23,980 low of the day in the NASDAQ. We're about 6 points off of that right now. We got markets moving for sure. Yusuf, talking about that, gas prices and things like that. I know you said your dad, and you got some insight into, running gas stations. Your dad owns gas stations. How is he operating right now with the higher gas prices, higher oil prices?
Yeah, well, he's told me, I literally just talked to him about it on Sunday. So yeah, I talked to him about it Sunday evening, and he told me that he sold more gas number-wise on Sunday than he has in a very long time, probably by like 10%. Because I think he's only,
Oh, wow.
he made like $1,300 extra in revenue. However, he didn't make any money because you're just compensating for the higher price. So revenue's higher,
Right.
but the profit is the same or less.
His expenses are higher also.
Yeah, you're
For
paying
sure.
more money.
And then
Mm-hmm.
Right.
yeah, and then now electricity is going to go up. Everything's going to go up. Like it's a domino effect. Gas and oil is what our country's. It's the backbone of our country. If we're going to be real.
Right.
Yep.
Of the world, really. 23,980s. Oh, we got another bid here in the S&P. They are back. 817
Come
on
on,
the
bid
bid,
it up.
6560s.
Sets the
Arthur
overnight
gas
high
refinery
here in
caught
the
on
ES.
fire.
Say that one more time, Yusuf.
The Port Arthur, I think, gas or oil refinery caught on fire a couple days
yes.
ago.
Yep.
And
Yes,
they
it
do
did.
335,000 barrels a day. And you don't usually feel that until a week later, right? Because you're not going to feel it instantaneously. So we're just at the beginning, guys. I think we're just at the beginning.
Right. Let's see here. We got some bids stacked here in the S&P from 65.60 down to 65.58. There is about 2,000 contracts on the bid. We've seen this a lot this week. My question is, does it get filled? There's an 800 lot to start. New lows there in the NASDAQ. 800 lot to start at 65.60s. Below that, 65.59, another 640 on the bid. Another point below that, 642 on the bid. New lows there in the NASDAQ.
Mm.
Really
Let's
wish
see
it filled me
here.
at that
Oh,
415.
yeah, it would have been a nice trade there, Yusuf. Hey, next play
Yeah.
mode, right? Can't get anchored to what we didn't take. If there's another opportunity. Let's see here. Bids got pulled. Now they're just sitting at 58s, kind of acting like magnets toward the market and then pulling them when they don't want them. It's not spoofing, chat. They just changed their mind. Gold starting to settle a little bit here. Made a low of 43.6280 on the day.
I caught you and Dakota a little bit last night after I had left the gym. How did you guys' night finish, trading wise?
I think I took one gold trade. Don't know that I took another trade in that combine after that. Actually, I did. I put on a Canadian dollar trade that's actually still in the profit right now. Currency futures might be my new thing. Change my name to Exchange Rate
Temporarily
J.
until
There you go.
Right. Because the currency futures right now are very calm trades, in my opinion. So we will see. We just saw some size there change.
Yeah.
In the S&P.
Are you using the same technicals on that, or
Same technicals. Same technicals. And the answer
You're
was
trading
you
it at
can
night
sell
though,
the
Jay,
lows.
or are you trading it during the day? You're putting them on at night and
Honestly,
holding them?
what I've seen is for the moment, right? And this is not going to stay this way. They've just been set and forget trades. Right? You can put them on at night, get decent trade location, and then just kind of let it go the rest of the day. What the euro did this morning was come back up to the first 30-minute opening range from last night, which is what I look at every day, right? The first 30 minutes, how does volume and price trade around it? Volume and price left that first 30-minute range within 3 30-minute candles. And then we did come back and tag that area. So you could have put the same trade on this morning, but they're really just set and forget, identify a target, and just kind of, periodically check in on it. But currencies aren't supposed to be as volatile as, some of the equity markets that we're seeing here, right? So some of the risk, right? It's like $400 of risk, and you're so far away from where the market is traded. Something drastic would have to happen to get stopped out on some of those trades. So they're pretty comfortable. I'll still trade other things as well, but I'm leaning towards a lot more set and forget trades in the currencies.
Nice. Yeah, they could be good trades.
Yeah, your size has to be kind of
Especially if
pretty
they get
small, though,
moving.
Jay, right?
Oh yeah, I'm talking. I mean, I did have a euro trade the other day that I was able to build into 10 contracts short the other day, and it turned out to be like a $2,000 trade. And I wasn't risking any more than $500 at the time, right? So as the market was continuing to sell off, I was just building into that short, and it turned out to be a pretty good one. But yeah, on a one lot, two lot, on a one lot, I was risking $400, and the market would have had to trade to a price that it didn't trade for the last, 2 weeks or so.
Wow.
But I think that's the case in every market, right? Seen a little bit of a bid here.
So you consistently kept your risk the same and added into the position as you went through the day.
Yep, exactly. As it was confirming, it said, okay, if we get back above this level, then I'm okay being wrong, and let's just see it continue to confirm that trade. And if it doesn't, then I know what my risk is. And then at some point, of course, you want to secure some profits on it, so move your stop into profit, but not a whole lot of upfront risk.
No, you might be onto something. You might be ahead of a wave. Currency might be the way.
Let's see. Right, we'll talking about it now, and then it's gonna dry up for the summer, right? This might be just a moment, and that's the thing, right? These markets change all the time. Right now they're having a moment, just like we saw the metals 2 months ago, and then everyone's kind of stopped talking about silver and gold for a little while. These products change all the time. Back at 24,000s here in the NASDAQ, didn't really
Someone
see
that
any
made like
follow
a
through.
killing off of Venezuelan currency conversion, like maybe 10 years ago. I forgot how many. I don't know how long ago, but the guy was telling me, he's like, he put X amount of money, and now he's been retired off of doing that since. Like, this guy does nothing. He made his money off of doing Venezuelan US dollar conversions and buying phone numbers like 1-800 car accident, 1-800 I'm hurt, 1-800 call lawyer.
Interesting.
And doesn't sell the numbers, leases them.
Oh,
hey, there's money to be made everywhere.
Hey, man, that's a good business model.
There's money. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And he owns like
All right.
some kind of resort activities or something in Maui. So when I was in Maui, he didn't let me pay for anything. Oh, I had a time of my life.
Sweet.
1-800 help me trade. Seeing a little bit of selling coming here in crude
I'm
oil.
gonna go buy it now.
1-800 got stopped.
Right. 1-800 stopped out. 1-800 margin call. All right.
Oh, those are great. Those are great.
23,993 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Coach Vince, still long. Keep us up to date on this trade in the chat.
Yeah.
We're going to go to a little bit of a break. We do have a form pinned to the top of the chat for group coaching, and I should have the schedule up in front of me for who is coming up next on group coaching. We got Gabe, Anne-Marie, and Coach Hoop for group coaching, so make sure you get your questions in there. Yusuf, good stuff as always. Didn't get those 15s. Nice read, though. Nice read. Game of ticks. And you got that was a 50-point trade from that area. We will see you, I believe, sometime next week. Yusuf, you'll be back on Topstep TV with us. So enjoy your weekend. Same time next week. Coach Vince. You catch Coach Vince in Discord, 8 p.m. Eastern time, or in the chat here on Topstep TV. Keep us up to date on this trade long right now in the S&P. We're seeing oil pull back just a little bit here. We got group coaching coming up next. Stick around, hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. It is time for some group coaching. Let's go ahead and get right into things. Anne Marie, welcome. Hoop, welcome. Always happy to be with the two of you. We were talking in the green room about just a little bit of kind of conversation surrounding maybe the lack of follow through in terms of commitment and direction that we've really been seeing these markets go, primarily these equities. Anne Marie, you want to kind of dive into what you guys were exploring a little bit and the reasoning, or what we might believe could be reasoning behind why we continue to just see these short-lived moves and these ranges?
Yeah. So as always, great to spend time with you guys. Love it, and I'm happy to be here, especially on a Thursday, because that's kind of different for me. So it's fun to be here on a Thursday. So a couple of big things we're seeing in the markets. Traders are very tentative, and the way they exhibit tentativeness is by hedging. And so there's a tremendous amount of hedging sitting in the option chain. So you might go, well, what does that really mean? So what it really means is there are people who are hedging for potential upside motion, hedging for potential downside motion to protect their investments. But in the middle are all the market makers who are dynamically hedging. And so in that dynamic hedging, what they're doing is just sloshing us from the put wall to the call walls, to the put walls to the call walls. On top of that, I was talking to folks saying, hey, listen, this morning it took 3 minutes before we even got 15,000 contracts traded, and that's very slow. Now, someone had said, hey, the president's getting ready to speak, and that might have been it. But for the last couple of days, the tentative flow is really, it seems very, very obvious. What I said about what was trending is something that I look at, and so I wanted to share it. Something that you can sort of tell that gives you, hey, I might have a trending day. It looks like this. You have, of course, you've got it sideways in the days before, but what you'll see is the 30-minute close of the prior day give you a high and a low right around here. That's our 30-minute. And then our Globex number, our Globex opening 30 minutes, it closes underneath the last 30 minutes of the trading day officially, where they're all moving out all that volume from 3:30 to 4. And then the 4 a.m. candlestick, which is Europe opening, that also opens up and closes under the Globex. So you continually see a failure of buyers to hold traction. And so I said, hey, listen, if 9:30 rolls around and we close under that 4 a.m. candle, we're going to have trend. Well, it didn't. It stopped right there. But the bounce is exactly where my purple candlesticks, my little purple lines are here. That's the 4 a.m. It went to the top of the 4 a.m., broke down, and it broke down since. So keep an eye on those. If they all close in those lower levels, watch for that continuation, because it gives you a good clue that you might see a trending day.
I do remember you briefly talking about the first 30 minutes of different sessions and whether or not kind of where they close in relationship to the last session. It was about a month ago
useful.
that we.
Yeah, it's useful. It gives you a little bit of a heads up. Of course, there's nothing that's in stone, in the market.
Of course, yeah.
But it works. It works largely.
Awesome. Well, so you are in a trade as well. I saw that you got long one MES 65.67 looks like roughly.
Yes.
And possibly looking to buy one more.
Yes, at 65.63 or so.
Okay.
I would like for it to go ahead and bounce and move, but oil is trying to retest its pivot just over 95, like 95.16 is that pivot area, and so it's trying to move into that zone, which I don't love, but risk is risk. You take it, it works. You don't take it, you never know if it's going to work. And
Amen to
you
that.
never reap the rewards. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Damn straight.
All right. Well, Hoop, how about you, man? Thanks for.
Well, let's
for
talk
waiting a
gold if
second.
we're going to talk risk.
Do it.
Yeah.
We got.
Gold's in rollover. I told Anne Marie I need oven mittens this morning from touching the stove a little bit too much with cold. It's moving. I thought we kind of hit a pivot point to firm up, but boy, we took that right back today. But the one you and I were talking about with Anne Marie is crude. And crude's been very volatile. And we talk about being hedged up. Crude, the longer it hangs in here right now, unless we get something that comes over the weekend, we're holding on the daily. The daily chart is holding up. I really thought we'd start coming back to 75, 80 bucks pretty quick, but that's not happening. We've held the 20-day. We're starting to make higher highs on the daily. Do we go back and test above? Once again, I think you said it the other day, $100 is kind of the area where if we start holding above that for any period of time, or we don't, kind of reject off of it, I just
peanut
think
butter is going to hit the fan.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Peanut butter.
100%.
Come on, I'm G-rated.
Oh, yeah.
Peanut butter is just as bad, I think. Well, maybe
Yeah,
not just
yeah.
as bad, but
I was about to say, I think we got different classifications of what's bad.
So, yeah. And once again, news is just news of where you're at right now from a guy who sits in Chatbot and has to decipher what's real, what's the response. And it's just the environment we in. So, like people, I think if you get so macro focused right now, it's just dangerous because how's the response going to be? What do they think? And so just got to, you said it when we started, manage the risk, accept it. If you get news bombed, just hopefully you widen out. Yeah. 100%.
Stop will get you out. Even if you get news bombed.
Damn right.
Stop will get you out. It's a
You got
guaranteed
it.
way out. You might not like the price that you receive, but at least you're getting the hell out.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, let's take a quick trip around the market, see where some prices are, and then we'll get into a couple questions. Shout out to everybody who's using that group coaching form that we pin in the top of the chat every morning during fast markets and the 11 a.m. segment. We got the S&P and the NASDAQ both looking to possibly make some new session lows here. We got S&P's trading 65, 64. NASDAQ peaking below 975 right now, 23,975. It's like Anne Marie might have gotten that second contract she was looking for. Crude oil pushing highs of session, 94.94 per barrel. Gold and silver both kind of getting a little bit of a bid here off the lows from about 30, 40 minutes ago. Gold's trading 43.90s after making a low of just around 43.63. And then silver made a low just underneath 67.25 per ounce and now right back around $68 an ounce. Micro Bitcoin also consolidating near the lows of session, $68,920, currently trading out in the Micro Bitcoin. In terms of the tilt real fast, and then we'll check in on Anne Marie's trade here. Tilt, we got about 54% long tilt in the S&P, 56% long tilt in the NASDAQ, 62% long tilt in crude, and the heaviest of them all, 65% long tilt in gold. And Marisa, what's your average on that second MES now?
65, 65 and a quarter.
Okay. Awesome. All right. So long 2. And your CYA, your risk is essentially new lows of session, just a few ticks beyond.
Correct, sir. Just beyond new lows.
Gotcha. So knowing that you are technically counter trend on the session so far, I know you do like to consider some reversion plays and some bounces. Expectations in this type of environment. It looks like you have a target just maybe 20 something points higher. We're looking at like what, high 70s,
Yeah, I'm looking
low
at the
80s?
pivot. Yeah. I'm looking at the pivot. That's what I'm
Essentially
looking
the
at. The
lows
pivot.
from the open almost. Like that kind of big pivot low that we just made.
This
around
area
838.3.
actually is the 1 minute low of the opening 3 minute, the opening 3 minute low, where I had to wait for all that volume to come in. That's where that number is. So I'm thinking it reverses and moves in that direction.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if the S&P can maybe push back to the north end here and retest some prior lows. Oop, you got any levels of interest right now? I know you've been talking about eyeing gold, touching the hot stove a few too many times. What's that look like today?
Yeah, I mean, so gold, we're sitting at down about 3.5% right now. During rollover, the moves can get a little exaggerated in both directions. 43.50, 55 area is kind of got an area down here. Maybe we get one more sweep of liquidity. Kind of late in the session for gold for maybe a little bit of continuation to this COMEX close or settle. Damn it, JD, I said it again. I said close. There's no pits. The bell doesn't ring. It settles. So, that's kind of, I've tried to stick to a side today, and usually I'm a scalper and I'll get a little more nimble inside the moment, but my bias got caught most of the night trying to, and once again, I trade with the guys on slow markets overnight, and the longs worked, and then they worked until they didn't. And gold pretty much from euro on sold off really hard. So I feel like I'm definitely in a little bit of a counter trend mode. So I'm going to see how we act down here. If we get down here, maybe a little push into this COMEX settle around 43.55 and say that zone and see how we act down there. And maybe I'm going to take one more shot at a long in here.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get to some questions. Here's a nice, easy one. Joshua says, hey, is coaching free? Well, yeah, 12 p.m. Central every day, Monday through Friday, right here on Topstep TV. You can get a little bit of group coaching for free. Also, you can check out our Discord, the Topstep Discord, where a lot of our coaches hang out as well, and they do some sessions throughout the week. So you can take a look at the events calendar in Discord and see when people are hosting a session. But yeah. And Marine,
also, you can go to the Topstep. There is a chat GPT function in Topstep. It's if somebody could pop the link in, that would be awesome. You can plug all your trades in there, and chat will pop out and tell you what you're doing wrong. It's pretty nice.
I got it last time.
And so it is very, very useful. I know I've recommended a number of traders use it. I use it. It helps remind me if I'm being stupid. And really, it's fantastic. You've got to give it a try if you haven't yet. It's really very good.
I threw it in there, Anne Marie. I remembered from last time. I had it in one of my tabs. I threw it in there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Joe Black, by the way. Love you, Joe. I see your comment. So we have another question here. This one I don't really get a whole lot, or I haven't seen really a whole lot. But Matt says, how do you remember or document all of your playbook setups, like all of your different setups that you have? Now, I'm not a man of many setups. I don't know about the two of you, but I don't typically have a lot of playbooks necessarily. So it's a little easier for me to manage, the various conditions that I'm willing to participate in, what I typically default to for a process or a setup within those conditions. I basically have two. I have a trending and a sideways, right? Ranges. Those are the two environments or conditions that I typically participate in. And I'm using supply and demand for both. It's just a matter of how or where I'm looking for zones when it comes to a trending environment versus, a sideways environment. But Anne-Marie, why don't you start with this one for Matt? I think you do have a couple particular playbooks or setups that you typically look at. What did keeping track or documenting, or what does all that really look like for you in your trading?
So I'm almost as old as dirt. And so I've been learning a long, long time. And so now they're sort of old hat to me. But in the beginning, I would simply write them down. And I don't know if I mentioned this on group coaching, but I just read a very important psychological paper. And forgive me if I'm repeating myself. I'll do it for the folks who were not here the last time I was around. There's a new psychology report that says if you speak out loud, your tasks for the day in terms of how you do it and what your specific plan is before your day begins, it's much more likely that you accomplish them, and by a large percentage. So what I would say is, way back in the day, I used to have 5 note cards, and then it went to 3 note cards. And so there are really only 3 places that I will trade. One is scalping, one is trending, and one is ranging. And so the overall, wow, that almost wicked me out. It's probably going to wick me out now. But in any case, that's what I do. And then I said it over and over again, or I read it over and over again. And then it's just become memory. So that's what I would recommend doing.
Okay. Any other suggestions? Anything from Matt in terms of maybe what documenting your playbooks or keeping track of the various setups that you might have for yourself?
As a day trader, I kind of try and walk into a session. Is what's the market state? Are we, I kind of, if I walk into like Globex and I'm looking what the finish of New York was like, and I'm going to not leave that. More often than not, I shouldn't say every time because you can't say that in trading, but when the bell rings. So I'll kind of, were we sideways into the close or the last hour? Were we a chop? And I'll kind of take that market state and bring it into the next session. If I do trade into like Asia up into Europe, and now with the time change, I do get caught like I did last night trading Europe, which, I'm probably a little mentally, capitally exhausted then. But I think the market state from when you walk into sessions is one thing I'll identify first. Are we trending? Are we, like you said, Gabe, sideways? But then I'll also look at, am I thinking we're going to go through a big support level throughout a day, and are we going to get directional? The other thing I'll always look at is, one thing I got back to recently that I'm going to incorporate more is, you like Anne-Marie said, being older than dirt, sometimes you remember things that worked for you in past. And, when you were a trader on the floor, you do your homework like we talked about before, and I'd have it sitting in my top pocket in my coat, right? I'd have like 4 levels in either direction, right? And I usually, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star. Is it a 2-star level? Are you watching the price on the board and you're seeing what's going on in the pit? So I kind of take those levels, and I'm going to get back to that to see if I put them as, hey, if we bust through this area or we reject off here, and that's how I used to go through a day. And once again, sometimes when we've talked about all this week, when you get a little bit derailed, sometimes we go back to basics of things that worked for us in the past to reset. And like you said, I don't necessarily know, Anne-Marie, if I said it out loud, that if people were nearby, they might not necessarily like the vocabulary that I might use some of the times if I acknowledge something that I've done in through a day. But yeah, I could see that, where you say something to yourself in your prep or when you're in taking a trade, hey, don't, I'll keep it interesting. It's my biggest Achilles. Don't fight a directional market. My buddy Hogue says it to me all the time. It's in a post-it note on the upper left-hand corner of my screen. And I say that. And, those type of things, we talk about the psychological part of it, but I would just say the biggest thing to me is just identifying a market state, me walking into a session, like knowing news is there. And then once I'm in it, does it look like we're directional for the day, or could we get a breakout? I just try and keep it that simple, because if I get, you know what I mean, Anne-Marie? I mean, because once again, you take a lot of content, and if you get too much of it, it can just really cripple you. A lot of times people get so much content that when it comes time to take the trade,
They're frozen.
they're like, no, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Frozen.
that's kind of my thing. Identify the market state.
Yeah, keep it simple.
Yeah.
Keep it simple,
Always.
I think, is a good one. Deanna has a little bit more analytical, a little bit more structured in terms of mapping out. Like, she's brought up a diagram before of kind of her flow chart of her process for a particular setup. And I think that for some people that's really great, right? If they're wired that way, where having a flow chart or a diagram to kind of, or it's almost just like a digital note card, honestly.
Yeah.
Or, Anne-Marie is just a note card, but it's just virtual. Putting together just a process and mapping out. Maybe you have 3 or 4 different setups for, your strategy in general. But yeah, having an outline, having clear understanding of what you're looking to accomplish when you walk into a trading session, and being able to kind of just rinse and repeat, not have a lot of varying kind of
no extra thinking.
Execution.
Noise.
Yeah.
With the noise.
Yeah, no extra thinking. Just yes or no. And that's hard, because we live in a land of gray. And so we go, yeah, but what if? I mean, at some point, you just have to decide and just be okay with what the outcome is. And that's why managing risk is so important.
100%. Bilal said, how do you guys get the contracts on the dome? The depth of market, or the dome tool that you see on the right-hand side of Hoop screen currently, but also mine as well, and Marie sometimes as well. But it's essentially level 2 data. It's an order entry tool, but in addition to that, it allows you to see the depth of the market. So you can see with only level 1 or top of book, you're just going to see the next price in terms of the next bid and offer above and below the market. But if you have level 2 data, you get a certain amount of ticks above and below the market. So when we're seeing like Hoop, what contract is that right now? The ZN?
I just threw up the 10-year because I'm seeing we're hitting the lows of the day.
There you go. So yeah, equities.
There's no sides there, right?
No, I mean, we got what, 300 contracts at 65.50 right now in the S&P, 100 at 65.49. Yeah, we're making new lows here in the equities, but yeah, level 2 data, you can purchase it. It's a fee directly charged by the exchange, so it's passed through by the firm that you are with or wherever you have your personal cash. So it's a fee that we're not necessarily collecting for ourselves. It's going straight to CME. And it's for, it's right inside your Topstep dashboard. You can find the level 2 data. Depth of market is what you're looking for. You're looking to identify more than just the next best price. All right, 55s trading out here in the S&Ps, 944s in the NASDAQ. We have crude oil potentially looking like it may want to pop some new highs But it's funny that not really funny, but interesting that crude oil has not popped new session highs, failing to really see any sort of sustained buying above 95 versus the equities, which we've made new lows of day. Gold and silver also rolling over just a little bit here. 43.75 in gold, 67.76 in silver. Bitcoin not doing a damn thing, still right around 69,000. Emery, I know you got stopped out of the couple MESs that you were in. Any particular kind of next level or price that you'd be looking for a possible reversion play again, or are you just going to stay
I
out of
want
this
to
for now?
see, we've had about, goodness, let's see what this number is. It looks like we've had easily a couple thousand contracts trade within 65.68 to 65.61. And that's, especially for lunchtime, that's kind of fat. So they're trying to hold it as a floor. If they can't, we're going to make another low. But if they can, I think they'll build structure. And so I look for one or the other. Either that they fail or that they build structure, and then I'll follow along.
Okay. All right. Well, while we're waiting for the market to kind of make its mind up of whether or not we're going to continue making new lows, or maybe we get a nice little bid into the next couple hours here, possibly a little 3-bar reversal printing here, but let's find out. We'll give JD an opportunity to come in and highlight some stats. We've got some live funded trader P&Ls and payouts to hit. JD, what's going on, man?
What's up, guys? Yeah, we got a special treat for you this afternoon. Couldn't get to him this morning. The president was speaking, and that always takes precedence, right? But we've got top 5 live funded payouts and P&Ls from yesterday. Let's start with those P&Ls. Here they are up at the top. Zachary B. Interesting story from Zachary B. He's trading a 100K live funded account. He's only got about 18 winning days. This is Zachary's second winning day in the live funded account, but he's definitely keeping the math on his side. He's keeping those losing days real small, and he's knocking them out of the park on the winning days. $36,222 in profits yesterday for Zachary trading the NASDAQ and the micro NASDAQ. Even with only those 2 winning days out of about 12 or 13, I think I counted, still up about 50 grand in this live funded account. So, like I said, keeping the math on his side. Rajesh N, $30,038 in profit trading gold, silver, and the NASDAQ yesterday in a 150K live funded account. Took a $64,000 payout last week. Big week for Rajesh. Brian M, $22,092 in profit trading the S&P. Hit 5 winning days yesterday. Turned around and requested a $15,000 payout. So, big week for Brian M also. Matthias, $20,020 in profits. First winning day in the live funded account for Matthias, trading the 150K. LFA in the NASDAQ. I'm sure we'll be seeing Matthias's name many more times going forward. And Ogujan, $18,232 in profit trading the NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ in a 100K live funded account. That makes 5 winning days for Ogujan and the LFA. Is he going to request a payout? I sure hope he does. Go get that money. All right, guys. We've got some payout numbers. Speaking of going to get that money. Now, we mentioned some traders having huge days. And two of them finally hit our payout board. Tyler A, who put up that huge $138,000 day, turned around. He was at 30 winning days, 30 plus winning days in the live funded account, which makes him eligible for daily payouts. Made that $138,000, turned around same day, requested a $90,000 payout. Went into his bank account yesterday. Big shout out to Tyler A. OEC did the same thing. Had a huge winning day, a couple of huge winning days last week. Turned around and took a $72,000 payout. That hit the bank account yesterday also. Yuri, $35,064. Karen, $31,380. And Nigel T rounds out the top 5, $22,099. Huge payouts for these live funded traders. Again, these traders are in the live market, trading single live funded accounts in the live markets, pulling money out of it and lining their pockets. Big shout out to all these live funded traders. All right, guys. Thank you for your time. Back to you, Gabe.
JD, thank you.
Wow,
all right, what we've
those
got.
Are fantastic numbers.
Yeah,
absolutely.
How about that?
Amazing.
Killed it.
Traders doing exceptionally well out there in the live markets. As always, though, there are two sides of the coin. So, as we know in trading, there are plenty of people out there taking some losses, hitting their daily loss limits. But
And to be
always love
sure,
highlighting.
a lot of those live traders have had their daily loss limits.
Oh,
and they,
100%.
it's just, I mean, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we do love highlighting and giving some praises to those that are having some good days, because those good days are what helps keep us around. And love to see it. All right, we got another question here. We got Curtis. At what profit target should I finally request my first payout from an XFA? Curtis, this is a little bit of a trader by trader type of question. It's not going to look the same for everybody. I don't think that there's necessarily a perfect, just like how there's really no, I think perfection is kind of a myth in trading. I don't think there's really a perfect answer for you here on what amount you should have in the account before you take a payout. I'm going to let the coaches speak to this for the main portion of this, and then I might have a comment after this. But Hoop, when you've taken payouts before, let's just take it personally. When you've taken a payout before, what's your strategy been for how much you leave in the account before you take a payout?
Biggest thing for me is to not affect, and this is just me, and this goes back to the way I was trained as a trader, that what I take out of there, partly, it's a little bit different as a prop trader, maybe than when I was on the floor, that it didn't change the way I would trade. And I think, I don't want to ever tell people not to take payouts, but if you leave a buffer in there that would leave you to trade differently than you normally do, you trade tight, and you might, obviously you want to keep the XFA. So I think for me, as long as it wouldn't change the way I'm going to trade, and then B, starting to cover some of my expenses like a business. I've said it before. If you are spending X amount on, we talked about it, level 2, book map, what you're paying for combines, all these things, those are costs. So I always look at, in prop more, trying to, I want to build the account but cover my cost. Does that make sense? I mean, that's kind of how I look at it. Some people, there's just been so many stories that I've seen from traders that build the account, and then blammo. They all of a sudden they build an account up to 10, 15 grand. And Anne-Marie, we've seen it in VIP. I mean, where some people have built accounts up to, I mean, you were talking 20, 25 grand, and then I'll see them come into, the next, 2 days later in a session, it's gone. I'm like, what? And so if some of them got pretty decent about taking some payouts on it, but, we always say taking the payout makes it real, and there's no BS to that. But I think accruing, it's kind of a delicate balance to me, but I would say main thing is from a monthly expense, I'm going to pull out what is covering my cost, and then if I can keep accruing that account, that's how I kind of look at it from there. That it doesn't make me trade if I'm trading 3 micros or 2 micros. Does it start to affect the way I trade? That's kind of the way I look at it.
Gotcha. Anne-Marie, how about you?
It really depends on what you're used to losing. I mean, if you take a payout, but your normal drawdowns, you have 4 losing trades in a row, and then you hit a big one, but your 4 losing trades are $500 each, you better make sure you've got the cushion to manage that. And so that really is how you can look at it and say, well, what's my track record? How much do I draw down before I end up hitting a big one? And do I have at least enough to do that in 2 cycles rather than just go for a payout? If you want to feel for payout, go for your, take the smallest amount. Take out $100 and go, okay, I did that. And you've got your payout, but the goal is to keep like Hoop said, keep enough money in there so that you don't trade tight. You've got to be loose. Your brain's got to be cycled. And, I just have to personal service announcement here. This is a business where a lot of people are very showy. Everybody's got a Lambo, all kinds of stuff.
You got a Lambo, Emery?
My husband can't fit in a Lambo. My
Yeah,
husband can't fit in a Lambo, so those little cars are off the table. I did have a Jag, an F-Type, but he was like, "We're getting rid of that because I can't even fit in it." So much for that. Anyways, the moral of the story is, because you have to trade as a business, don't go out and leverage yourself so there's more pressure to make money. This is not about you, flashing the diamond crusted teeth or whatever it is that people do these days to show that they've got, lots of bling. It's a desire. We want people to know that we're successful when we get there, but I am telling you, if you get yourself on a cycle of spend, you are going to regret that, especially if you're trying to build a trading business.
You heard it here.
Public service announcement.
Anne Marie is, if you ever show up to a party, you've got some grills in. If you got a grills in, you better take them out before you stand Marie. Otherwise, she's got the hands ready to go. Be ready to throw them up.
That or some big jewelry, some chains, some ropes. Yeah.
Or you better be prepared to at least prove how you got them grills. That's about what she's saying there. But anyway, yeah. So I'll tell you one thing this is probably something that most of us have experienced once or twice. But I've struggled with blowing accounts post payout, no matter what I've left. So I haven't personally found the answer for myself on what works for me. But I've taken a payout and left myself with the same amount of drawdown that I started with pre-buffer. So let's say on a 50K, that would be 2,000. Right. So I'll wait until there's a $4,000 balance, take 2 out, leave 2, and nothing should realistically change. I've done another approach where I've taken a payout that's caused me to have half of the normal buffer, so leaving with $1,000 of drawdown compared to the 2,000. But no matter what, I've really left, and then I left myself with even larger amounts of drawdown. But no matter what, one of the biggest hurdles that I still face, regardless of what amount I've left myself, is coming back to the markets too quickly with too much confidence and then absolutely just losing my shit after taking a payout. So I don't know if anybody can relate to that, but generally speaking, to get back to the question for Curtis, I don't necessarily think that there's a perfect amount to leave yourself with, because you are also still ultimately responsible for managing the way that you trade and the way that you manage risk. So, if you want the ability to make it real, take a payout, money hit the bank, obviously that's a really great thing to experience and to be able to cover costs, like Hoop said. But handicapping yourself with a smaller amount of drawdown could potentially bring some issues or cause some additional stress potentially on trying to make your current process work with a smaller amount of capital available now. Some people are completely okay with taking the payout, covering their costs, and then if they blow it, they just start back over. And some people are a little bit more risk aggressive like that. So it's not really a cookie cutter answer, but I hope the 3 perspectives can give you some ideas of maybe how to kind of work through that and determine what really makes sense for you. All right, markets. Where are the markets at right now? S&Ps and NASDAQ. NASDAQ just made a new low. 933s trading out right now. S&P's trading 65.53s. Gold and silver. Gold's kind of holding around 43.80. Silver's trading 67.55s. Crude oil might finally pop a new session high here.
Dollar
Couple
new
ticks off
session
the
high.
news.
New lows,
Dollar?
yes. I think there's
You
some
said
negative
dollar new
correlation
session
there right
highs?
Yes,
now.
dollar. Yep.
Okay. Dollar index new session highs per Marie. Crude oil just popped new highs as well. They're 95.40s just traded out. Yes, also shout out to Hoop. Yes, made some new session lows there. So markets are continuing to move into these afternoons here. Headline risk obviously still on. See if there's any headlines coming across the juice. It's like the last comment we got was Microsoft. Microsoft freezes hiring in both cloud and sales groups.
Yikes.
Interesting.
Yikes. CapEx money.
Right, let's see where that big order is down there at 65.40. That is the next. We have 541 sitting at 65.40, which is support level 3 pivot. So it's right
Anne-Marie,
about.
they keep rug pulling these big orders all day long. And it's like they're magnetic to get there. And then once they get close, they all.
You think
they all
they're
seem to fade
flashing
away.
to scare people from shorting because they're trying to hold the bottom?
It's a lot of size. You don't see it usually with 2,003. I'll see it in like 500 or 800, but you'll see like it's been like for 3 days now. There'll be like 3 or 4 orders stacked down at the lows, just trying to, and we've seen it up at the highs. It just seems like somebody, is trying to hold it up from one direction to the other. Gabe, you and I were talking about this yesterday. I mean, if you don't see that 500 lot, there's no 100 lot anywhere till 65.25. The market's getting pushed around pretty easy right now on not a lot of volume, Anne-Marie. And that's why
that's what I'm
these
seeing.
these bounces are so reflexive because there's no one to stop it, right? So that's why I think everybody's a little bit afraid of being caught, like leaning into a short at the bottom, because all of a sudden you'll get a, 10, 12 handle bounce in the market. So it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, these NQ bounces could be, the most recent one was 930s to 970s. So 40 points. If you can't manage 40 points worth of heat, selling the lows doesn't really make sense. And that's the smaller amount of a potential, real reflexive bounce. The previous one early in the session was 80, roughly 80 points. So that's, of course, just one market. That's the NASDAQ.
True.
But yeah, selling the lows is tough this type of day.
Crude's just owning the world right now. It's just, as it goes higher, it makes everything else skittish.
We're seeing a little bit of sustained buying. I mean, technically, I think we got a higher close just by maybe a tick.
New lows, yes.
Question is whether or not we'll hold these highs in crude and potentially see new lows for the remainder of the day here in the equities. But there's a chance that we just continue slowly drifting into this trend direction.
That ES has just rode the 20 moving average for like 2 hours now. Look at it. It's a 20-day EMA, and it's just rode it pretty much from 65.90 to where we are right now. And it just keeps coming up against it, rejecting it. Keeps coming up. So, Anne-Marie, like you said, looking for structure now. If I can see us, maybe if I was going to take a long now until then, I'm kind of on the sidelines, but if we could bust through this and get a retest, maybe I would look for the long, and it might happen quick, but it's just, we're just riding this thing the whole way down until, once again, we're just one news bomb away. So,
And I think that that's why the volume is so thin.
Yep.
Because everybody's super cautious. They don't want to have any more exposure than they absolutely have to.
Hence why you buy puts, right? I mean, right? Got to hedge your bets, right?
We got a couple of comments recently here from Secretary of State Rubio. Says it's in the G7's interest to help the U.S. with the Strait of Hormuz. And then following that, a couple minutes later, said Hormuz could be opened tomorrow if Iran allowed it. Not a
Market's
whole
not
lot
reacting.
going on outside with that, but we could.
It's not exactly true, but
Well,
because the reason that they're not able to cross the strait is because insurance is so expensive. That's still the reason that they're not crossing it. And so it's not that Iran would allow it. It's just, Lloyd's of London has said, hey, we're not insuring you unless you pay us XYZ. And then, it's not worth it. So that's why they're all floating out there waiting for Lloyd's to come in with cheaper rates, or our administration said, hey, listen, we'll see what we can do about getting you guys some insurance. I think they're still waiting on some of that. If the U.S. can get some insurance things done, whoa, look at that. Here comes
lows, yes.
540.
Yep.
New lows equities. Crude oil not really popping, but new lows equities for sure.
The dollar.
Even micro Bitcoin.
It's got a new high.
Sold off.
Yeah.
Yeah, dollars are on the show, I think.
And the market's getting pretty desensitized to these,
absolutely,
5-10 minute. If we went back and turned the clock to a week ago, when these would come out, there probably would be a lot more gyrations in the market. But you can see this as the week has gone along, that, I hate to say it, it's more not what we're saying, but it's more what comes back at us tends to be market movers than what, we say, we're going to do this. If this happens, that happens. It's more of their response is what I'm kind of watching on right now. So it's bad enough we got to worry about trading. Now I got to the news. I got to start reading the news, right, Anne-Marie?
Yeah, I hate reading the news.
Oh, 65.46 is trading in the S&P's 23.893 is here in NASDAQ, 95.23 per barrel for crude. Gold trading 43.80 still in the last 10 minutes, 10, 15, 20 really minutes, hasn't moved at all. 67.35 though in silver. So silver's getting a little bit more of a directional follow through here. Gold is flat in the last 20. Micro Bitcoin also trading some new lows here, 68,570. Let's see where the tilt's at real quick. We got about a 51% short tilt in the S&P, 55% long tilt in NASDAQ. We got a 66% long tilt in crude and a 58% long tilt in gold.
Delta's congruent negative.
Yusuf made a good call in the last session. Remember, he was saying, hey, the momentum was down and he just felt like it had more to run to the downside. So hat tip to him on that.
Leaning into shorts isn't easy.
Oh my gosh.
Right, Anne-Marie? Leaning into shorts on the low is probably one of the harder trades around.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think we got another more of a technical question. Hayden had asked, is there a way to display labels for the top step levels directly on the chart so it's clear what each line represents? Yes, Hayden, there is. So when you throw up the indicators and you put on the top step daily levels, not symbol search, that's a mistake, indicators, top step daily levels. Well, I've already done this, but let me full screen this for just a second. So typically this is how the daily levels show up. So you're just going to have the colored lines, and that's what you're referring to, Hayden. All you got to do is right click over the price axis, and then you're going to go down to the labels category, kind of near the lower half of that right-click menu, and then you're just going to select Indicators, Name Labels. That's going to go ahead and add those labels for you right on those lines. So you no longer have to just go into the settings to find them. You just right-click over the price axis, go down to Labels, and then just make sure that Indicators, Name Labels is checked if you'd like them, otherwise unchecked if you don't want them. All right, couple minutes left here. So going into the remainder of this afternoon, Anne-Marie, what are you looking for here? Continued strength in the dollar, continued weakness in the equities?
Well, I do know the administration does not want the dollar to be strong at this juncture. It's just going to put too much pressure on the entire system. So I wouldn't be surprised to see sort of a bounce space. But as it sits, the bounces are still sells. We're just getting awfully close to a region where it might be advantageous to buy. And so we're at support level 3. We've got 645 contracts waiting at 65. Well, they just pulled a 200 lot off of that. So people are nervous. And so they're still selling it down. So I would imagine that bounces remain sell zones. There's 466 sitting at 6,530. And then, maybe 200 of them at 65.25, but the ladder's thin. It's pretty thin. And as it's thin, it's just going to run until it makes a savage V. The worst parts of trading trend like this is the savage V that tends to come when that volume really starts thinning out. And then the people who are very slick, they don't flash their orders. They just come in with them. And that's all she wrote. So I'd be careful. Either way, just make sure your stops are in. But I mean, look at this trend. It's just pretty relentless.
Slope of that VWAP's pretty getting a little
quite steep.
A little dicey there too. Yep.
Quite steep.
Well, thank you both for your time.
Thank you.
Coaching always goes quickly. Stick around, y'all. We got more tradertainment coming your way. Got Jack, Hoop, and Coach Vince coming back as well for a full hour of Trade with Topstep. Vinny Two Ticks back in the building. And we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Braden, and JD. So stick around.
Nice.
We're going to take a brief break. And Marie, Hoop, have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you, I'm assuming, later this week. But yeah, this is Topstep TV. Let's do it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Trade with Topstep Bunker. I'm here with Vinny and Hoop. Hoop is back for another hour. Vince, good to see you.
Good to see you
short
too,
right
Jack.
now? Was that what I was getting?
Yeah, I'm
You
probably
short?
going to cover this, though. I had some pretty decent coin in this, and it's kind of springing back. So that low volume we were just talking about in the green room, a little concerning.
All right. Well, get everyone up to speed as far as concerning. In that last hour, we kind of sliced through. Well, initially we went through those November lows, kind of checked it, went back down, went right through 6,500 in the SPX. I do have some positive gamma 64.85, which would be just below the lows right now in the ES. And that's where we stand. Hoop, you in anything right now?
Looking for just, some confirmation if I'm going to get any type of maybe buying any type of reflexive bounce. But, we talked about Vinny, kudos, man, selling into low after low after low after low. We had a zombie break right there, right? For a good, I don't know, we've had it for about a good 2 hours now. We just keep grinding lower. I would just wait for, this is the first volume candle on the 3-minute that's kind of perked up a little bit. So that's kind of got my attention a little bit. We've, Jack, we were riding this 20 EMA all the way down in the 3-minute. So I'm going to see, the trend is down. Would I maybe look to short up against 65.54? I'm also a little leery of getting one of those we talked about in the green room. When we went down on pretty low volume, we could get a pretty, reflexive bounce. So cautious is kind of the mode here in the first couple minutes of this 1 hour candle, I guess is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, for sure. I'm probably going to bail on this thing here. We're going to see if we get a little push back down. If not, I'm out. Yep. I'm more of a range bound type guy. So these continuation type moves, these momentum type trades, I'm not
yeah, I get you.
Not big into them, but yeah.
All right. Well, we came close to the 6,500 spot market level right there. That's around, 65.49, 48, something like that. You can get up and chop around there. I feel better about taking a long. Otherwise, besides we talked about, you got the bottom of this candle from Monday morning, the Trump tweet. That's 25, 30 points lower than here. I could, we're going long. My targets would be for us to close back above the November lows, but we're a ways away from that right now. Let's take a survey of some of the other carnage. Apple, our contrarian, is still up 0.7%. Meta's, oh my goodness, Meta. Meta's down 8%. Yikes.
Wow.
Yeah, 10 years trading.
What are they in? The Qs?
Yeah, they're in the Qs. They're in the S&P 500 too. As Hoop mentioned, the bond yields 10-year is above 4.4, trading 4.416. It's about, boy, VIX still above 28. Well, that's where we're standing, guys. Let's see what we do.
And right before you came on, Jack, Microsoft doing some layoffs.
Yeah, that'll be the way. They said I've been buying some Microsoft. It's just crossed its 200-week moving average.
Okay.
As I say, I just hold my nose and buy if I think the company's not going to zero.
That's funny.
Just buy and hold. That's how we were all taught as kids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a list of like 20 stocks that if they're at their 200-week moving average, I'm just going to buy.
Yeah.
We'll sort it out later.
The twins will be happy when they get older.
They're not seeing a dime. They gotta work for it.
Yeah, work for that living, right? Work for a living. Builds character.
Yes, indeed. All right. Finding a little bit more structure here in the 5 minute. I'm looking to see if we can get back to that 65.49 level before I consider doing the long. So are you still in that trade, Vince, or did you cut it?
So far, I'm getting real close here. I'm on edge, Jack. I'm on edge. What do you guys think, though? What's your opinion here? I mean, I do like that long, with a spring back at some point, but I've been trying to get long all day off some structure, and it's just hasn't been working.
I mean, if I do take a long in here, and I am kind of sniffing at it, I can at least, when we were in this grind mode down, it's hard to manage the risk. At least here, I mean, I know it sounds like the simplest trade is if I get long in here, I'm risking a lows. I mean, I can measure it, right? If we get, grinding lower again, I don't know. Maybe I end up with tire marks on the back of my shirt. I don't know.
There we go.
I just wait for a little more structure.
NVIDIA is down 3.65%. Google also down 3%. As mentioned, Meta down 8%. Oh boy.
Been a pretty orderly sell-off, though.
Yeah, it's
so far.
So far, right? So far.
Yeah.
We know what happens when you get short in the hole sometimes.
Oh yeah. Saying that to
It
Anne
can
Marie.
be nasty. So I gotta be very, very careful down here.
Yep. Especially in the news environment right now. Yep.
Yeah. D-Wave Quantum down 9%. That's a bright spot for old Jackie P today.
Hey, GME posted earnings when you were gone, Jack.
I'm out.
Good old GameStop. I know.
I take away the ticker. It's like having a bottle of gin in the house for an alcoholic. Let me just check it real quick, just once, just a taste. No. Do you think that stock doesn't? I've been in a while. It just doesn't move.
Right. Stuck.
My new best friend is SanDisk. Who needs GME when you got SanDisk? There's plenty of volatility there. Oh, we found a little bit of a pause here.
Yeah, it just kind of putting in a little bottom here so far, but
I think with as much as we're tied to crude too, Vinny, the NYMEX settlement here is in about 20 minutes. So crude might get a little jumpy here. So I would, it'd be interesting here. Maybe we get a crude pullback, but yeah, we're so, Jack, that hasn't changed. Crude, I mean, it's decoupled a little bit. Andre talked about it this morning, but they're still definitely watching each other, crude and the equities.
Well, as Carly mentioned this morning, so right now we got the May contract trading 94.75. That's what you're trading on Topstep X. I'm also have a few of the other contracts up. The CLU, so that's September, is trading $82.83. I think it's important to keep an eye on the back end of that crude curve. Still above 28 in the VIX. Bitcoin spot market 68,400. Only down 1.5% in the S&P and 1.75% in the NASDAQ. It's a little bit of the meta difference.
I'm long to MES.
Okay.
I'm going to try and play off crude here a little bit. And I'm going to risk the lows. So I'm going to risk go a little below there, about $120 on a 2-lot MES. dip the toe. See if crude can get a little bit of pullback. It's still only at the bottom of the range. Is the only thing that concerns me.
Gotta move this 5 points. Options are jumping around.
I bet.
Yeah, what do you got in the options, Jack? Where's all the volume at? What prices? Where are the strikes?
If we're looking for some like possible place where it could bottom, I just put in there 6480 SPX, which is around
50 points higher.
30.
That's what my
yeah,
that's what my target is on this short. 65.30 is my target.
So that's why at the moment why equities and crude are negatively correlated. Just because they're both parts of the same risk on, risk off trade at the moment. I mean, stocks and crude are both being controlled by uncertainty with the Iran war, and anything perceived as bad is going to send stocks down and oil up.
Yep.
Is it going to drill the new lows again?
We shall see.
Quiet before the storm here.
That's what's scary when it gets quiet, right?
NASDAQ's leading the way too because it's down over 2%. So that may be the better almost. If we're going to get a pop, it's going to probably NASDAQ might lead us out of the hole if it's anything. Hard when Meta's down 8% too.
Yeah, let's see what's going on down here. We're in a spike. We're in a spike from back on the 20th, so we're kind of right in an excess tail down here. So there might be a good reason to maybe try longs. Honestly, I might lighten this up here.
This
is from last week. I'm hoping we can try to eat this tail, but it's so far showing a supportive. Back on, let's see, 320.
So we're working our way. I mean, other places, the bottom I showed. I don't know exactly what time he did it. Was it down here? When was the tweet? Which candle was it? Let me go to the 5-minute. Zoom back a little bit.
One from earlier in the week.
Yeah. Oh, I moved my thing.
I actually attached a VWAP to it. Hold on.
65.10.
In the SPX?
65.10 in the futures.
Oh, in the futures. Okay.
I was just looking from where we were when the Monday morning tweet came out.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And there's nothing on the ladder in MES and ES.
Yeah, I like the equities. Crude's come back a little bit. 64.65.
It'll get real jumpy here in the next 15 minutes.
The 4.42 about yields right now in the 10-year. We've this week we spiked a little bit above that right before the Trump tweet on Monday morning. But besides that, this has been resistance here in yields. We bounced off it twice so far.
Jack, pull up the Dixie, the dollar. You have it, don't you, on your?
I do. Yeah. Getting strong.
Mm-hmm.
everything's kind of reverting back to where it was before the tweet Monday morning right now.
Yep. Could be a spicy weekend.
Oh, it shall be. Not seeing anything of note really coming across the wire. SpaceX IPO could reserve up to 30% for retail investors. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, this is a little bit where crude and equities are decoupling a little bit. Usually that would be a bigger spike.
Move my line slightly here.
Gold popped.
Oh, the best I can tell of like why here are we kind of petering out is that we busted through the 6,500, kind of tried it once going up, and are just kind of hanging out around here until we either break the lows or break above it. You know what's kind of a pain, Hoop, is we did pretty much sold pretty much the high today, but we wanted to get flat before
him talking.
Trump spoke. Yeah. But if we had just left it a stop, it would have been good.
Yep,
we wouldn't have
100%.
held it. Would not have held it to here.
You made a $2 bill on that one, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
We left a week high intraday too, which is interesting. In profiles, we have a week high, intraday week high. Yeah, these 40s, they keep bidding up these 40s here.
Yeah, Dalton's been talking about being aware of who you're trading with in this environment. It's a lot of retail.
Mm.
And they get caught too short, they get caught too long,
I just lightened up half the position there. Messed up my order though. I don't know what I did here. I gotta re-enter my orders. Whoa.
You need to hold
All
one.
right. Well, I'm out. So I don't know what happened there, but we're out.
Good trade.
Not sure I want to play hero ball yet with the 1 o'clock hour.
Yeah. Kind of, whatever. I'm not going to even say it.
Yeah, congratulations to those who've been holding short today.
Power to you. Yeah.
They don't make it easy, man.
Nope.
You gotta have, 35-point rip off the open, and then do your thing. Anything else coming up? We got. Oh, what do we got? We got Trump speaking again at 3 Central. So that will certainly be finished trading on Topstep X before then. Looks like we're going for these lows again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crude just busted 94.5. This is where I say the correlation play is kind of fading out. Crude just busted about 75 cents and equities are going lower. So
now let's see. I fat fingered that exit there. I was just trying to get out half. Let's see if we go to 30s.
Gold rolling over. It's got to be dollar.
Oh, you still long?
I am. Risking about
Okay.
a little below the lows down there. So,
all right.
Like I said, it's to me, Vinny. It's what's only really kind of for me the way I look at it with structure a little bit is where I can manage the risk. If it comes swipes me, when we get into trade, we kind of say, okay, what am I willing to risk? And as a scalper, that's my MO. And that gold and silver. Hey, speaking of silver, Vinny, you still got that silver, Vinny? We're not over 100 anymore.
Yeah,
it's gotten cheaper.
I do. Man, I was trying to sell them at 90s. I tried selling them at 100. Nobody wanted to buy them from me. Yeah,
now we're at 60.
I keep them over here.
Yes. Somebody asked in chat this morning, and I laughed when I saw it when you were on. They're like, "Hey, see if Vinny's still selling his silver."
Does he want to buy them?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he feels he can get a discount now. Is what I think he thinks.
I'll sell you the future price, 90s.
You're not still in that, Jack, are you? A little bit. The
silver.
ETF,
a little bit.
Are you?
Well, yeah. It's like a nothing position at this point, but I have a bunch of calls sold on top of it, so I'm fine chilling. I don't mind owning a little bit of silver at SLV's at like 65 or something.
Yeah, and actually, it's calmed down. To be honest with you, gold's been kind of whipsawing more around than silver.
Yeah, that market definitely.
Yeah, I think that new contract, Vinny, is going to help stabilize silver a little bit in the long run too.
Yeah,
because it's just giving somebody a little more space between that beast of a big contract and the middle. So now that they've got something, I mean, it's only averaging like 5,000 to 6,000 contracts, but even a little bit of that diffuses, the volatility to me. So, sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't.
I think maybe the benefit from trading silver from an option standpoint is I think it's beneficial to have something that, at some point might not be correlated with equities, but more importantly, it's not going to go to zero, and it has volatility sometimes, so you can sell volatility against it. And I'll probably just be in that position until it gets called away or I grow bored. But like, if it goes to 30, I don't really care. I don't see it. I think it would be difficult. See, I'm thinking about the SLV right now, which is a different price than the futures.
Silver spot, right? Yeah.
I don't think silver. Right. We're gonna see a silver futures go to like 40 or something. I don't know.
No. Not in this environment.
What's Bitcoin been doing? I haven't looked at that.
69 last time I looked.
69. Spot market 68,276. So it's off, but not spectacularly so.
Not okay.
It's held in there. I mean, to be honest with you, Jack, I mean, I'm kind of surprised how much it's held in there. I thought it would sell off harder.
We're in the early innings, Hoop.
My fellow coach says we're basing here. That's for sure, Coach Paul.
I mean, I kind of like shorts around 45s in this ES. I may re-enter this, but not yet.
And you don't ever worry about me. It's never like I was never faded in the pit at all. So, right?
Yeah, I kind of like the low volume above the market here. Below 50. But we'll see. I hope you get a rally before I go short somewhere. Hope take your monies and we both make some money. That'd be nice.
Yeah. Hey, are there any quantum bulls? I just want to heckle a little bit. Any quantum bulls still in the chat? No, they're all dead.
Mm.
Dancing around, we got about 5 points till the ES lows. I mentioned that because like the final, I have a bunch of April lotto puts against one particular of those companies that finally it went into the money today. But now I can't cover because everything else is going down. So good hedge, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got cooking here. Jack, you in a position at all or no?
No, we're too.
Nope.
Sticky zone. I get it.
I don't want some of you are braver than I. I don't feel like selling in the hole here to get. I don't know what my target would be. I guess we could get.
Yeah,
we could retrace that whole Trump candle.
Snuffle Platypus says, do I miss the pits? Yes and no. I miss being close to price and knowing who I was trading with and who was doing the trading. But as I said, markets are just so much more efficient now. The speed, the Vinny, from getting fills back hours later, bad prices. Yeah, I mean the markets are so efficient. It's hard to. And once again, I worked on one of the first pits that had electronics in it. So Goldman had a pit on the floor at the CME, and yeah, it's just the speed and efficiency. And once again, I used to do out trades, so the system got pretty archaic pretty quick. I miss it, yes, but the speed and efficiency that we work in now, humans couldn't operate in this world, Jack. No way.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in doing one of my Discord coaching sessions, and I was talking to him a little bit about how we traded back then, and when I would call in trades for my clients, I had to manually keep track of their margins in my head and their balances. We didn't really have the like now today. It tells you exactly where you are, what your margin is, all that. So I'd be like, all right, well, he's long 8 ES. Well, S&Ps, they were the big ones, $250 a point. Yeah. He's long 2,000 a point. He's got X amount in his account, and it was a lot of mental work there. A lot of physical labor. So definitely, it's come a long, long way, right?
Especially when the Merc makes a call and says, "Hey, by the way, we bumped up margin on something like a gold and silver when it got real volatile."
Yeah.
Hey,
oh yeah.
Calling your client. Trust me, I worked the retail side for a couple of years. Hey, telling the guy, hey, you need to throw another 10 grand in your account because we're raising margins. Because I had one guy who was a broker with me who loved to trade coffee options, super volatile market, would play it during frost, and he used to take it a bunch of premium away from the market. But man, if we ever got a frost, whew, man, you talk about watching markets come at you pretty quick and start calling, and he'd put 20, 25 people in the same options. And, more often than not, they'd expire in 30 days and, it'd be all good, but it'd be the one bad frost that, hey, you'd be making a call to the customer. You need to throw a little more money in your account because, or he starts trying to trade away from it. So, yeah, you have to start figuring out what that margin was, right? So, yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Boy, we just dragging along
the bottom. I don't know. I'm so tempted to take a short in the Dow.
Let's take a look. What's holding up the Dow?
Crude breaking.
Yeah, I might take a little swing at this thing here. Small size. Where are we at here?
God loves Joe Black.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get crazy with it, but I'm gonna work an order here to get short the Dow at 46,315, and where am I putting this stuff here? Real cheap risk on it. It either works or doesn't.
So, sorry, Vince, you're getting short the
Yeah.
Dow. Was that what I heard? Okay.
Yes. Yep. 46,315. We're gonna work an order there, and it's either gonna be a quick death or we're gonna get to our target.
Go to Valhalla.
I missed that fill there by a couple ticks there. 4 ticks. Let's see what we got here.
Crude settled at 94.48, up $4.16, up 4.6%.
5-minute here. We formed a little range.
Yeah, I might try to even take a short in the ES too, but I don't know. It's kind of I am too, but like I said, I've been trying to buy this thing most of the day, and I was 0 for 3 on the buy side. So I tried to buy it up against all the kinds of structure, and it just did not work.
Let's see if we can cross this 20 EMA.
What else we got? Now Google's down nearly 3%. Broadcom down 2.6. Apple's still holding positive.
You see us to build a little bit of a range down here. Where do we go, George?
Yeah, UP's a long way away.
Range or the breakout? My
range,
nuts.
the range.
Okay. Hoops long 2 MES.
They got a little doji there in the bottom.
Where is the Dow? Dow trading a little bit above 46,000 in the spot market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're close.
Let's see if we can break out of this range to the upside.
Something.
Little rejection off the top of that range.
Yeah, let's see what we got going on. Teams.
I see the path of least resistance being to the upside.
All right, we're short Dow. Hopefully it'll hold.
Okay, at the exact same time, Vince, you're playing the range. I'm playing the breakout. I'm long 1 MES.
There you go.
From
Hey,
543.5. And I think
Let me
this
see
is one
ES
like
chart
I
here.
will add if we can stay above 6,500 in the SPX up here. If we get there, willing, then I would think about adding to it. In the meantime,
Like to see.
This is the first time
Like
I've
to
attempted
see
to go
that.
long today, though. So.
Like to see that ES clear 48 if we're gonna go.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
kind of in
that's
the
the
top
same
of the
level.
range.
That
Yeah.
48 is also exactly pretty much the 6,500 level in the SPX.
Yeah.
Hope you're in it where? 45s on the ES? Yeah, 45.
Yeah. Pretty much 45
All right.
and a half. Yep. Right here.
You're long, Jack?
Yeah.
All right, Jack's long, Hoop's long, I'm short. Oh boy.
Well,
someone's gonna be right.
Yeah.
or we just sit here. Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll all make a little coin.
Vince, have you been trading gold at all with rollover?
Not really. I've been kind of avoiding the metals, Hoop. I had my fun with silver a little bit and gold, but it's just, yeah, I've been avoiding it a little bit, just for right now, just so things cool out.
Yeah.
It got crazy. Like it was insane.
Oh, yeah. When velocity logic takes over inside of a platform, yeah, that's when a platform needs to be readjusted because the speed and the liquidity goes away. Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, I've been telling some of my traders I've been coaching up to. It's like, when I started trading gold originally, when I first started trading it, 3% move was $9, right? It was 300 an ounce. So $9 was a big move. We're moving $200, $300, $400 in a day. It's wild. But the price wasn't 4,000 either. So
you want to know how we stuck? Go ahead.
Oh, real quick, just long 2 MES from 43, and then if we can break out above here, above the 6,500, I'll add 2 more.
Speaking of margin, Vinny, how much do you want to guess one gold contract is in margin right now?
Oh, geez. I don't even know. What is it, 20, 30 grand probably?
31,000, the CME.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot.
A lot.
That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's still less than
really
10% of the value of the contract, though.
Yeah.
Good deal. And we've seen it move that much, that's for sure. Real quick, we do have a little news clip, a little amuse-bouche for everybody. Our lead-in. Guess what, guys? There's bad news for the housing market. I wonder if it's mortgages. Let's see what's up.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure rates are screaming.
Uncertainty sparked by the war in Iran has caused mortgage rates to go up for the past 4 weeks. They now stand at an average of just shy of 6.4%. Realtors had hoped this year would turn around the stagnating market. That appeared to be happening last month when mortgage rates fell below 6% for the first time in more than 3 years. But now, higher rates are likely to spook buyers and sellers alike as the market enters its busy spring season. The one bit of good news is housing prices are rising slower than inflation.
Well, there you go. Yep. The 10-year that we quote a lot is probably the best gauge for what's happening with mortgage prices. And we are up since Monday, March 2nd. We are up about 50 basis points.
I know you just got back, Jack, but have you looked at how the Fed Watch kind of calibration has changed going forward a little bit? I know Miriam was cooking yesterday about it, but
Oh yeah, I mean, let me pull it up right now. I bet it's so. If we
Like
look
out to
at,
September, interest rate hikes, and
yeah, I'll look at the end of the year here. Yeah, so 55% no cuts, but then 34% for 1 quarter point rate hike.
Mhm.
And then a half a point rate hike, 8%. That's way different. If you hit the compare tool on there, you can see just how different that looks from a month ago.
Yeah. Scary. We're speaking of housing, right? We're just stuck here. Gold's catching up a bit though.
Not what we love to see. Oil trading 94.26. I don't like how it bounced off the level I wanted to add. If it got above and held, it bounced for a second time directly off that 6,500.
Mhm. Very mechanical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's just it looks like the range, Jack, like we were talking about right now.
Yeah.
46, call it 47 to 36. It's kind of where we're stuck on the futures. Need some cattle. They're closed. Damn it. Cattle actually caught a bid today.
How's that been going, Hoop? The cattle. You trading a lot of cattle still, or?
Not right now. I mean, so there's a quarterly hogs and pig report that comes out after the close today. The meats and grains really start to kick off going into April. Vinny, the first big number for grains is Tuesday. It's the planting intentions. That'll be a big shaker. And when the trade talks kind of got smushed, and Trump had to move the visit off another month, that kind of deflated grains a little bit. So meats and grains have been very sideways. But
Right.
this is the time of year, you think about it, hog market tends to move pretty big into, the summer, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, all those things, the demand starts to pick up. So usually a little more
Grilling
volatility will come
season.
in. You got it. Yeah. Easter hams, so
Yeah.
yeah. So, but ultimately they've been fairly quiet. So, and once again, that usually changes as we get into April. So, I've been hoping to try and lean with all the volatility in the news to kind of, stray over there a little bit and trade. But it just, once again, grains and meats can get pretty directional, and they're not cheap, right? So if cattle moves
Yeah,
a
big contract.
dollar, $400. So if you're in a 50 or 100K, that gets, and once again, in cattle, like I'm showing on here now on a 5 minute, you might get 2 opportunities for a trade in a day. And remember, they don't have very long hours. So, the opportunities you get inside of a market to trade, 23 hours a day, and ones that trade like 4.5, your window's a little smaller. So we're just hanging around.
Sure.
You don't trade grains or meats at all, do you, Vinny? Never heard you
Yeah,
say.
actually, I don't trade it in my XFA, but in my personal trading
Personal?
account. Yeah, I traded corn actually a couple weeks ago. But the range was very small. It was only like a 4 or 5 cent range. I took two
Yeah.
pennies out of the market. It was a nice trade, but the huge size. I mean, there was 2,500 contracts on the bid, 2,500
Oh, yeah.
on the offer. Just a huge, thick market. I mean, you got to trade it with size, because it doesn't really move like
Yeah.
the equities and stuff. So, but yeah, I trade it once in a while. I used to trade it a lot though. I used to trade bean oil, soybeans, corn.
Big volume
Yeah.
contracts. Yeah, 100%.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, we were talking about the other day in Discord, the only, we always talk about the environment and we're now about trading news. When you get into agriculturals this time of the year, you trade weather, right? That's,
Yeah,
JD
absolutely.
was
Yep.
talking about it the
Yep.
other day. Can the farmers get in the field?
Yeah.
If the field is too wet, then planting gets in there too late. And then,
Yep.
do you get
Yeah,
into,
puddling.
so you think trading news is hard, go trade weather forecasts.
Yeah,
That's,
you get the puddling right
that
from
can
big
be
rains
another.
and washes the seed
Mhm.
away.
Yep. hmm Or when it germinates, there's too much heat.
Yeah.
There's that's a dynamic to itself.
Definitely have
For
an
sure.
advantage if you live in the corn belt. If you live in that area, you know what's really going on.
That or just bust out JD's corn chart and play the range, right? So,
Yeah, that's it.
yeah. Let's see if crude can get through $94 here.
Yeah, it looks like this market wants to jump.
So it's just it'll jump if it gets through this. There's a lot of
This
in the
range,
0
it's the
dates. There's
top
a
of the range.
lot of positive gamma right here at this 6,500 SPX level. It's somewhat mute. If you're
Okay.
looking at all the expiries, it's a little bit muted because 6,500 is a big round number, and there's a lot of negative gamma from further out strikes, or sorry, further out expiries.
Right.
But I'll feel really good if we can just get these push it 5 points higher than I would think about possibly adding.
Got positive delta in the ES of almost 3,000.
Positive delta. So the longs are caught.
Mhm.
No? Usually if there's positive delta on the lows, that's not a good sign for the longs. That means they keep buying it.
That's the question right now. Let me see what NASDAQ
Mhm.
is.
Yeah, I'm gonna check mine too. Because for some reason my delta
Remember,
ring hasn't been
I
accurate.
hogue it.
Are you
So
using
mine's
day
off of
session
our-
or
Yeah, I
cumulative?
use day session, Vinny. So if you're using the whole caboodle, it's going to be different.
Yeah. I'm showing negative 18,000. So
And I'm showing negative
punch.
18, negative 1900 in NQ delta.
Okay.
Push.
Looks like
Punch
the market's
through.
coming to
Push
get
through
me.
here.
Coming to get me.
I would say get out and push.
It's coming to get me.
Yeah, there's some size up here. Right? The minis.
Oh, that's a brick on wall at the moment.
It is. Yeah.
Crazy.
You can
for
see
that.
some underlots kind of hanging around up there in the top of there too. In the ES. Yeah, one just disappeared.
Boy, oh boy.
It's a rock fight.
They're waiting for power hour. That's what they're doing.
Waiting for
They're
Trump to
waiting.
fire up
Yep.
the trading view again. Come on.
There you go.
Mr.
There it is.
President.
All right.
You cannot
Push.
I'm out.
you cannot let them reverse this whole bar from Monday morning. You gotta get out there.
Root's trying to get through
Honestly, I
94.
still like the shorts though here in ES.
Yeah.
I still like the shorts. I don't know why, but I still like the shorts.
Reverse it. Have you eaten up any of this yet? Let's see.
There's a lot stacked in the MES up
We're
here.
holding strong.
Mm-hmm. Market's getting back at me today. I had a pretty decent day yesterday. It was a nice range-bound day. Let's see here. Yeah. This ES on.
I'm gonna have to eat through a lot of offers up here on the MES. $200 lot stacked all the way up here to about 65.54. See that on the MES, and I know it's not on the big one, but it's a lot of.
Oh, we're gaining it. There's so much power.
I know.
If it goes, it goes. Like there's so much stacked there. I'm gonna move
know.
up.
I can see
Tighten up
it,
the risk on that.
I'm tempted to just, I don't pull the break even a lot, but it's right here. I'm just going to play.
See here.
We'll pull it up. What's that candle there?
Crude's at 94.21 right now.
Yeah, it's just hanging out.
Man. It's tough here, guys.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let this become a loser. There's just too much. It kept on growing too. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, I moved mine up below that last wick there around 39.25, just to pull a little bit of the risk in. I'm with you, Jack. We're hanging right at that. What did I say earlier? We're hanging right where that 20-day EMA is. Just keep riding.
I cut it just because I want to give a clean slate for Power Hour. Also, man, it is strong up there.
Yep.
Well, stick
We're
around.
loading up.
Right, because we're gonna see if any of our Power Hour folks can handle this. We got Braden joining Andre and JD to close out the day for Power Hour. I hope it pops through. I still like it, but just couldn't do it. So, any final words, Vince?
Well, everybody, be careful out there, right? You can have a snapback in your face rally, but I still kind of like the short side here, Jack. I might work a short, but we'll see. Oop. It's always a pleasure. And
Vinny, always, buddy.
See you guys. Yeah, I'll see you guys again tomorrow.
All right. Well, thanks for being here. Stick around. Power Hour is coming up next. Will we bust through and go to the moon? Ooh, we're back to those 48s again right now.
Yeah. It's
well,
stay tuned.
Here we go, George.
All
Stay
right.
tuned.
Stick around. We got Power Hour
market's
coming.
turn.
Stay tuned. Stay locked in. This is a battle right here. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Oh, what a day we've had already, and it is not done. We are here in Power Hour, the final hour of the trading day. We got Braden in the middle, JD to the right. Let's get right into this thing. Braden, thoughts coming in to the final hour. Welcome to Power Hour, Braden. How's it going?
Yeah, good. Hopefully y'all are doing well today. It has been just a very bearish day. I mean, every rally right now is getting sold. I don't really see that changing into the close. We've got the weekly lows about 100 points below us here on NQ. I don't see any reason to try to take a long here. Even this, look at this reaction candle on the hourly. It's just a very small, weak, bullish candle. I'm going to continue trying to look for shorts, but we'll see what we can do. Try to maybe trade this into the weekly low into the close if we can get some nice volume.
All right, real quick, I'll throw it to you, JD, right after this. Let's take a look at these prices. We got crude popping just a bit, $94.50. ES trading $65.45. And Q trading $23,878. Gold sold off. The currently trading $43.94. JD, buckle up, my man.
What's up?
Thoughts?
Well, I'm looking at the micro S&P right now. It's been a bit of a holding pattern for the last hour or so. We just heard Hoop talking about negative delta piling into this market right now, which means we have sellers stepping or buyers continue to step into this market on the low. So eventually we're going to have to either run these weak trades out or start covering them, right? Jack was mentioning that gamma level at 6,500 in the SPX that translates to, believe he said 65.48 in the futures. We're kind of jockeying around there right now, just below it. So breakout's pretty imminent. We could just drift sideways for the next hour. We were just talking about that in the green room. Very possible we just drift sideways for the next hour. It was brought up. Somebody said it. I'm not going to say who. Potentially. But I mean, I think that 65.48 is kind of our line in the sand. We're either going to jockey around there for a little while or break out of it. So new lows, maybe I could be tempted to sell, or a pop above 65.50, I could be tempted to buy. So I'm going to wait and see what this market shows us. Either way, I want to see a nice increase in volume for a breakout. Whichever direction we go is a little confirmation, and maybe we'll get into a trade going into the close.
Okay, sounds good. Braden, any prices of interest levels you got your eye on here in the NQ? Or what markets are you watching? Will you be watching in the final hour here?
I'm mainly going to be watching NQ to see if we do want to sell back down. It's another 100 points. If we can get maybe a move back down to that weekly low, that would be a decent idea. That's pretty much it. I mean, I'm looking at crude possibly, but I mean, we've broken out of that previous hourly high. We may just kind of drift higher on that one. I think mainly just NQ. Look to see if we can sell it off through the session lows into the weekly lows, preferably.
Okay. Here we go. Got it. Looks like we have another round of selling. I got short the ES. A little pop here in crude, $94.53 did just print. So I might go for the lows. And we got the Dow selling off as well. All right, Braden. We have to play a game around here called Above Below for those that are new. Welcome aboard. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask Braden what he thinks the price in the close will be in the NQ. We're going to put it to a poll. Will it be above or below said price? Braden, last trade, $23,862. What will the price be on the close?
I'm going to say 23,770. I'm going to say the weekly lows. I'm going to say the weekly lows below.
23,770. All right. The poll up. Nothing on the tilt. Got the countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner. 55 minutes till the closing bell. 45 minutes till
below that massive 30-minute candle from Monday, that 6 a.m. candle in the S&P is 65.06. That's a target to the downside if we continue selling.
65.06. Good stuff. Last trade, ES, 65.39. Poll is up. Get those. I'm going to say below. So 65.06 would be to close that massive candle. Retrace the entire candle from.
A lot of people want to see some buying. 60% above so far.
Well, JD, I happen to take a short. Took a short there. What's gold doing? Selling to this sucker, man. Selling to this sucker. We got IB low, or beneath initial balance low. in the
Oh
ES.
yeah, we're about to print a new low.
Yeah, we
About
are.
to print a new low, just a couple ticks away right now.
Yeah, we got that 1100, 1200 lot to the downside. The ES using that level 2 data on Topstep X, price of 65.30, so about 7 points lower right now. And Q.
Jack really wanted to be long. I know that. He was long in the previous segment, wasn't he? He had a position on?
Oh, yeah. Took the toe in there for sure. Made a couple bucks, I believe. Yep.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
And the president is scheduled to speak again right at the closing bell. About 53 minutes. We'll keep an eye out for any headlines that may hit the wire here on Top Step TV. We'll bring that to you here in real time. The Fed speakers after the close as well. Right now, markets, these equities looking to perhaps tap on some new lows. ES, 1.5 away.
Yep. 6 ticks to new lows. 6 little tickies. We're going to do it right here.
There's got to be some stops down here too, right?
Guess we'll see.
Okay, new session,
Yeah,
new
blew out
lows.
some stops there.
New lows ES. 1100 lot was pulled in the ES and Q. To do the same. 23,840. I'm sorry, 844 half. Session lows there.
Nothing done, right, Braden?
No, I'm just looking here at NQ, figuring out if we're going to try to hold this range for a little bit longer, or if we will break out to the downside.
We have been in the range, haven't we? What talking about that range? What price in the range for about over an hour now? Lower end of the range, pretty much right here in the NQ. What do you got for upper end of the range in the NQ?
Low to mid 800s to pretty much 900 at the top. And if we try to catch a breakdown trade, we might have an entry at like the midpoint of the range, around 860s. That could be a decent spot to get in.
Okay, do we just
dipping our toe below that range in the ES right now?
Okay. Oh yeah, JD's gonna be reading that tape. No one does it better.
Well, the low of that range, 65.36 on the S&P.
They're gonna hammer this.
34 half flash trade.
Below, new lows incoming. New lows, new lows.
Blown out stops.
Yep. Said 6506. 6506 in ES. So you retrace that entire candle. About 30 points to go to the downside, and looks like we'll be picking up some steam.
6506 was the low of that 30-minute candle from Monday.
There's that 1100 lot that was pulled again.
All right, we're breaking out.
Another round of selling.
Yeah, we're either breaking out or forming a new range.
Yeah, it's market was certainly reluctant to sell off till the final, till the end of the cabinet meeting.
Close back inside this range in the S&P. I could be tempted to take a long.
Yeah, when you see that. About a 4-point pop there. Some short covering or NQ. Get another round of selling there. NQ about 10 points off the lows.
65.2375 is last week's low in the ES. Next target to the downside.
Hold off right here. What's the scariest trade right now? JD, long or short?
Oof. Long.
So too.
Just because we continue to make new lows. We've been stair-stepping lower since about 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 9:30.
Okay.
Ever since the initial balance was established, it's been a pretty structured move lower.
Braden, what's your go no go price for a short in the NQ? Or are you just reading market flow?
It would have been the top of that range if I did execute on it. Whenever we're seeing like a continuation out below that recent structure we just broke, maybe we pop, retest it, form resistance, then keep going. So that's about the only two ways I'd be willing to get into it. But yeah, it's tricky to try to get in this low. Maybe we retest that previous support at like 850, reject that, then get in. But it's either that or that previous resistance. But we're in the breakout right now, so it's hard to say. Would prefer to be in this trade before that happened.
Put some new lows there in the NQ. Gold grinding lower here. Gold trading 43.80. Crude's off its highs, about $1 off its highs right now, trading $94.38. Been methodically selling off in the last hour or so. Found some buyers in the last 15 minutes. Still $1 off the highs, 94.40 last trade. It's just methodically.
More new lows. New lows incoming. More new lows in the ES. Here we go.
Okay. Wow, it's gonna be like this. Continue to go lower. Here's a pop in crude now, just a bit, but we're seeing a little more selling in the Dow. Dow continues to sell off. New lows, Dow 46,221. If crude really takes off here, they're going to jump on this on the sells and the equities here.
Braden, you're looking to get long down there?
Yeah, I put a bid in at like 817s. We are continuing to make these new lows, but it's the selling is definitely slowing down. We're kind of ranging down a little bit more now, so we're kind of trying to anticipate a bit of a range to form here. So I'll look for an entry long if we get filled, great, and I'll stop it out if we start blazing through like 800s. Might just run through the weekly lows. That's really the main risk right now, is that we either pick up volume and dump hard here, get to the weekly lows, or we set a bit of a descending range kind of trade, which in that case, I'll just look to play it back to the highs that we're trading at right now, like 840s, 850s.
New lows, Dow. Dow continues to sell off. Crude might be picking up some steam to the upside as well. But right now, Dow continues to go lower and lower. Dow down about 100 points here since fast markets began.
New low by a tick in the S&P. There we go.
Crude,
more new lows.
Yeah, crude on the move higher. 94.63 last trade in crude. Crude up about 60 cents here in power hour. Way to sell off. These also keep in mind we got the 10-year above 4.4. It's like 4.42%, maybe even higher. Last I checked. VIX 28 or so.
4.422.
Not a lot of bullish cases out there for equities. But let's see if we can get those 6503s. Till 50-50. 15 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Braden, in the green room, you're testing a potential trade in the sim environment. Perhaps you want to take it into the live environment. What were you doing there? You're just trying to test the risk. If you're going to take the trade, by all means, shut me up. But
one of the cool features of Project X is just being able to take those stops and TPs and drag them and see what the actual dollar risk would be on some of these trades. So yeah, an easy thing for me sometimes is just like, boom, flick over here, go to the sim account real quick. And like, okay, say I'm interested in getting long on a micro. What would the risk be if I wanted my stop there? Oh, $25. I'm cool with that.
Nice.
We'll target the previous range. It's a very easy way. It's a very easy way to figure out what kind of risk you want to do. And then once I'm done with the sim account, no harm, no foul, skip back over to the live account, say, okay, do I want to take that trade? And if I do, then I just do it. But yeah, it's pretty convenient. Pretty convenient. I've been doing that more often.
Love that. Should do that more often. Okay, saw the
Decent bounce
buyers.
happening here.
Yeah. Buyers jumped in there. Buyers jumping in 23,844. 20 points off the lows in the NQ. Buyers jumping in the ES as well. Yeah.
There's a case for cheap shorts and cheap longs right here. You know what your risk is on both sides.
All right, poll results are back. 53% are saying above. NQ will close above 23,770. So far, so good over there. Light on the headlines for now. Crude stalled out on the push. Higher crude now back to $94.48. From buyers in the NQ. We're going to take this thing.
Yeah, we're retesting that previous support, maybe as resistance now on this pop.
Exactly.
I do see this. I do see that short potential there.
Oh, sell into this?
Yeah. I don't know how aggressive the sell-off's going to be. Like, we have 45 minutes to really draw this thing out. We've got, if we want to break the 820s, another 50 points of downside. If we want to tap into the weekly lows, maybe even break them. If we get like a flurry of selling into the close, I could see that. Given how weak we've been today.
It's so close. Right there.
I know.
In the ES especially.
The thing in the back of my mind is, will we actually close on the lows? It's the only thing. I mean, I'm short right now. I'm 44, but we close on the lows. So will we be profit taking, squaring up? I assume the president is keenly aware of what the market's response has been since that cabinet meeting. You know, there you go, just like that. Just like that. The buyers 8-point push higher here in the ES off the low 65.38 now prints.
Okay, I've got a short queued up at the midpoint of that previous range.
Okay.
We pull into
was
that
just
with some
thinking the
strength. I'm
same
getting
thing.
short. Yep, I'll try
Yeah.
that. And
gotta-
I would like to see if it does get filled, pop up, fill that order. The current 5-minute candle, leave a pretty aggressive wick, just immediately get a flush back down. That would be clean.
Yeah, what price you got your eye on there, Braden?
64.50.
All right, 864. See if we got that last trade. 846. JD, you're eyeing the same thing there.
I am eyeing the same thing. Halfway back through this range in the S&P would take us to 65.42. Got a 9-period EMA at a 65.39, called 69.39.5. I might start peppering in some offers up here.
This might be it. Okay, let's trade ES 65.38. Crude did find some
Again, we
selling.
know our risk.
Yep.
We know our risk, well defined. It's a breakout through this range. We start stacking offers around the halfway point up to the upper extreme. Mitigate some risk.
What we got for Delta? What we got for cumulative Delta? It's been negative, no? ESNQ. Help me out, chat. We got Braden in at JD eyeing up some trades here in Power Hour. 10 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Be so kind. Please click subscribe, click like, click notify. Bam, there you go.
There it is.
Moment of truth. It is. This is the moment of truth, Braden. Closing in on those 64s. ES 1100 lot continues to get pulled lower. 65 19. No, came in at 65.50, I believe. Thank you. Negative or positive? Rod, appreciate it. That's positive. That's crazy. look at gold. Gold. We're about $20 off the lows right now. We're trading 43.85. If the buyers fail here.
We did close back inside that 5-minute range.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky coming to the power hour because you're like, yeah, this right now at the moment is very contained. The ranges are pretty tight given how far we've moved today, but you know it's going to get volatile here. Can we survive the volatility we'll see it into the close?
Are we having fun? Braden, is this fun? These markets? This volatility?
No. Honestly,
Are we having fun?
I want to get out of this range on the daily. I want to start holding moves. Hate it.
Yeah. Holding old times and trades have gone down significantly from my experience.
Oh, yeah. It's impossible.
Yeah. Money, take money. All right. The buyers were met with some selling there.
There's Hoop with the Delta, positive 3,700 in the ES. So we still have buyers stepping in down here on the lows.
Overnight included too.
I believe Hoop just looks at regular trading hours.
Okay. Yeah. What's the all total? Dixie dollar index, I believe, was above 100.
I've got it. Hang on.
They're gonna smash this thing.
99.951.
All right there. Dollar seeing some strength. 10-year yields going higher.
All right, let's take this first trade of the segment. Damn it, I'm in a short at 40. Yeah, let's do it.
840, baby.
Things, it's not like we're risking a whole bunch compared to how much I'm down to today. Anyway,
is it?
I love it. By the way, I'm short. Damn it.
Let's do this thing. Here we go.
I'm taking it. Damn it.
So we're about 17 points off the lows there. 50-50 on the tilt. Chat says, let's go, Braden. Let's do this.
It still feels like a coin flip right now.
That last.
Even though we're hovering just above the lows.
Yeah, we're going to need. Can we get another? We can just get another catalyst to take these equities lower. If we get a pop in crude here, or another sell off in gold, or 10-year sell off in prices, higher yields. Wait, keep it going. Oh, in the chat. I don't know if that's a real name, but whatever. Boop Boop House is $18. Laugh my ass off. What are y'all doing? Listen, Braden, if you don't mind, I know you're down a couple bucks. Would you mind being up $18 on the day right now? All things.
That's a good example. Yeah, dude. Today, these markets. I think generally these markets have been. It's been sized down, and I have not. I've been sizing down sometimes, but not being consistent with it, man. It's like, right now, this is really just about survival. So much about survival. These conditions are not easy to trade. I think most people would agree with that. So, yeah, man, it's just this is literally a season where we're trying to survive right now. So I totally agree with that.
I really made someone laugh their ass off.
There's like three, sometimes even four different people trading the house account. So not everybody's going to win all the time.
I'm short from 65.44, unrealized up 11. But yeah, it's all about survival. Yeah, 65.44. I think we're going to go get those 05s or 65.06. I don't see a reason. I mean, why would you be long? I mean, tomorrow's supposed to be the deadline in terms of a ceasefire. We heard Iran's response this morning right in the open. We heard cabinet meeting. 10-year yields. A lot of uncertainty there. And that 6 a.m. or on Monday, man. That 6 a.m. tweet or whatever. There we go. New 5 minute. We got 5 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Really want to take this thing.
If y'all don't mind me answering this question in chat, somebody said Braden usually adds to his trades. Is he still adding in these market conditions? It's so scary out there to be in any sort of size. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, the main struggle I'm having right now, if I'm going to do like a therapy session with myself, I would say a lot of like these red days I'm having is like it's easy. Well, we can get into moves that give us pretty quick initial resolution, whether we're right or wrong about it. It's been very tricky to hold on to anything that even starts to look a little bit good. My main issue is right now is that I'm not adjusting my mindset to like, okay, just see profit, take profit. I am sometimes, but man, this market's tricky. Like here we go, NQ. We'll see like a very quick 60, 70 point flash where there's like no sellers at all. And on that pullback, I'm trying to add how I usually would in normal market conditions. And it's either pulling back too deep and then going or just flushing it entirely. And I'm having a lot of break evens trying to scale in, and I'm having just as many losses. So it's just been tricky. It's just been tricky. It's hard to scale in this environment. It's almost impossible. So yeah,
definitely frustrating. All right, we got gold. Gold's seeing a little selling here. We see.
Yes,
crude.
looks like it wants to print a new low also.
Yeah, we going, baby. We
Couldn't quite get there.
We going.
Printed a new low in the NQ.
Uh-huh.
Not yet. No new low in the Dow yet.
$43.77 last trade in. Ooh, a little downtick in crude there. Heads up. $94.28 last trade. You got your finger over the so I have my finger over the flatten all button right now when I see crude. I mean, I'm short ES, but when I see crude sell off like that, just a couple pennies. But if it does continue to pick up steam to the downside, I'll just go flat on this ES. But then there come the buyers in crude.
I love the comment. John 316 in the chat.
Oh.
Just start with large size and get crushed. And then you're done. And then you're done.
Yeah, that's how I learned my lessons. All right.
Really looked like it wanted to print a new low there in the S&P, and it just stopped dead in its tracks.
I hate when it does that, JD. I hate when it does that. We got about an hour, 2 minutes. We got Braden Short. Thank you for 20,840. Oh, is that all she wrote? We got the Dow continue to grind lower. Oh, hey, oh man, Serial. Short in the hole also. It's been paying nicely today. Shorting in the hole has been paying quite nicely.
Sure has.
Sell lows, buy lower. Can't go lower than lows. Oh, chat's fired up. I absolutely love when chat's on one like this. And then the flip side, if we were to get long, you guys know, I know what you guys would say. You guys would say, well, why are you fighting the directional market? Man, how are we supposed to win? This shit is hard, but we got gold to continue to sell off here.
Chat's always 50-50. Hindsight capital all day long. Yeah,
hey,
I love it too.
I love it. Are you short of the hole? Why are you getting long in the... Tell you what, newbie Andre would be trying to call lows the entire way down. And newbie Andre lost a lot of money trying to call the lows.
Picking bottoms, failed tops and bottoms. I used to love that trade. Failed tops and bottoms.
Yep. Can't go more lows.
More of a midday trade, not right before the close.
At 50 seconds to the bottom of the hour, gold might be picking up a little more steam to the downside. We see that. See if crude will see a pop, and the equities will continue to grind lower here. 30 seconds, bottom of the hour. Hope you're short. It's too better. I love it. Let's see what happens here. If they get another round of selling in the equities here at the bottom of the hour, I get this thing going. 10 seconds. So we got 20 minutes till MOC, market on close.
We got some buyers stepping in here. Just a little bit.
Here come the haters. Here come the haters. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. Buyers fail here. Ooh. Buyers fail here. Buyers are trying to hold the line. Buyers are trying to hold the line right now. Quiet on the wire. What are you thinking, JD?
That pop right back to your entry, Braden?
Yeah, sitting around the entry. This is kind of the price action I was anticipating a little bit. Just kind of like down and to the right, but slow. Coming to the close, maybe we get a little bit of movement in the last 10 minutes.
Those are the tricky ones. Pop here in, we'll pop in crude. About 10 cents.
Guys, I need some Topstep merch. What do I need to do?
Oh, I think we know a couple people. What do you want? You want a hat? You want a what do you need, my man?
The whole shebang.
The whole
get some
swag.
hats.
You gotta get yourself a Yeti.
Yeah, we got Yetis, whatever you want. Coffee mugs, we got stickers, we got pens, whatever you need, my man. We can arrange that. All right, new lows Dow here.
Sitting on the lows in the ES.
Dow picking up steam to the downside.
Ooh, just bought some blowing through some stops in the S&P. New low. Here we go.
Lows. I'm laughing my ass off as we go lower. We are making new lows to 65.26 last trade in the ES. 23,807. Last new lows in the NQ. We'll go below.
Maybe you can just cover this and try to get back in at like 8:30.
Yeah. We're about to hit that 24 target in the S&P.
Yeah, I took it. I'm gonna see if I can get back in at 30. So it's like 8 or 9 times out of 10 you can just get back in.
Yep. Might just have to mark it in here. Watching this Dow new lows. Crude not doing much. Got gold grinding lower. Dow is selling off. All those haters at the bottom of the hour, those haters came in and tried taking a bid. And we just continue to get short in the hole there, Braden. Getting short in the hole. Laughing our asses off.
At least we're following the direction. I was fighting it all day.
Getting short in the hole. Can't go lower than the lows.
We don't learn until the last hour of the session, huh?
Lo and behold, we can go lower than the lows. So low pop here in crude, $94.40.
We're about to take out last week's low in the S&P, 23.75, 65.23.75. Last week's low.
Let's go get those. Let's go get it. It's just going to really what's that? 65.06. That's my downside target in the ES. JD called it. Let's go get it. 20 points to go. Gold. Closing in on session lows. Nice cover there, Braden.
I'd like to see if we can get filled again on this.
Definitely. Braden just earned himself a Topstep hat there. See if he can earn himself a quarter zip in this next trade. I'll get you on it. I'm messing with you. I'm messing. Nice trade. Watch out. Crude might be picking up some steam to the upside here.
Swag's based on P&L. You got to match or...
Heads up. They're going to keep selling this thing. What's the price in the NQ to retrace that entire candle? That does.
Oh, let me get that.
Yeah.
I guess I technically lost the firm $4,000 today, so maybe I don't deserve any merch.
You deserve it all, Braden. That's yours.
NASDAQ already covered. The low of that 30-minute candle from Monday was 23,875 half.
Oh,
so
okay.
We have covered that. That's just the low of that 30-minute candle.
Gotcha.
Not the low.
Right,
not the low of the day from Monday.
All right, this new 5 minute. The buyer's going to come in and get the haters in the house here. Try to buy this thing high, push this thing higher.
We got a reading on Delta. Oop, are we increasing? positive delta on the lows?
Gotta be. I mean, just this methodical. All right, let's move my stop and a profit. All right, little bounce there. This is the setup right here.
Should you
Nice
move your
pump.
stop and a profit? Do you have like whenever we get closer to the close, do you like to try to do that?
Yeah. I'm very wary of profit taking coming into the close. I'm looking at the clock, 24 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's negative delta, right? Yeah, you're in.
Brandon just got back in short.
You know, cover
31.
31. Oh, they keep selling into the bid here in the ES short from 31. Yeah, if you're what, I mean, that negative delta, back of my mind thinking doesn't have to. May have to unwind at some point. We're up against the clock here. 31. Crude might be.
Dre, there's a trader in the chat that needs some clarity on what a quarter zip is. If you
I happen to be wearing one. What else would it be? What else would Claire? I don't happen to be wearing what? I don't. What? I don't. You guys are idiots. You guys are. All right, let's let this trade play out. All right, come on, let's let this trade play out. Let's get a little news. We got government. We heard the president speaking about the government shutdown as well. We got a little news on what's happening here in the States at the airports. Airport situation. It's so pretty right now. See if we can bring this in. Just get a little update, a little breather while we manage this trade.
Major airports are experiencing days where 40 to 50% of their staff are calling out because they simply cannot afford to report to work.
TSA's deputy administrator laying bare the desperate plight of TSA employees still working without pay and the crippling impact it's having on airport security wait times.
This has led to the highest wait times in TSA history, with some wait times greater than 4.5 hours.
Those lines out the door and into vehicle lanes in front of the airport at Houston's George Bush Intercontinental in Texas. The airport reported a 2-hour wait Wednesday, down from more than 4 hours earlier in the week. Airport officials say it can't continue like this.
We typically operate 37 TSA checkpoint lanes. At this point, TSA is only able to staff somewhere between 1/3 to 50% of them. That is not sustainable.
Flight attendants unions agree.
This is unsustainable. Flight attendants are saying pay TSA now.
TSA officials advocating for their workers.
Some are sleeping in their cars, selling their blood and plasma, received eviction notices, had their cars repossessed and utilities shut off.
But some of the most convincing testimony of the difficulty coming from the TSA workers themselves.
I feel angry. I feel used. I feel abused. This is not a job. This is a career. To know that we're coming on our third missed paycheck in less than 5 months.
I'm Reed Binion reporting.
I mean, doesn't exactly sound bullish for equities from, I don't know. But hey, heads up, we got crude selling off a little bit here, and gold did turn around. He's got me thinking about covering these shorts here. We got 11 minutes. 11 minutes till MOC. Ooh, that was some more selling there. Ooh. Like some sellers, some market orders went there and got short in the hole. What else she wrote? Quiet on the headlines right now. JD, what you eyeing along?
I mean, I just don't know right now.
Me the last 2 months.
Well, you saw what happened right there, Braden. I mean, buyers gave it a shot, and you saw them being the sellers, come in and say and reject it. Crude turned around, but we do have 20 minutes till the close.
Fall through to the downside just wasn't very impressive. Got that positive delta continuing to grow on the lows. They're either going to get paid or flushed out, right?
Yep. Zero-sum game, baby. We got 9 minutes. 9 minutes till MOC. Rate is short, taking 2 shorts in the hole. Crude might be catching a bit of a bid here.
Yeah, Dow's. I mean, like a tick from filling me. That's just story of my life. The best.
Yeah, Dow's starting to grind higher.
1 tick. Woof.
Just it. The low's in. Chat saying this is better than a thriller movie. Open up that door.
Really?
You never know what's around the corner. I appreciate that. I think we'll still get that thing.
Who said the low's in?
I was thinking. I'm thinking that. Well, in the Dow, the lows. They're trying to buy this thing up in the Dow. Dow continues to push higher. Dow 70 points off the lows. ES 5 points off those lows. NQ 22 points off the lows. See that right there. What were you working on? What bid were you working, Braden?
1850. Just like playing this range a little bit. We're not getting that crazy follow through. And
which side?
Yeah, I don't mind if I can keep getting out, but like in the 18s, get back in the 30s, whatever.
You might get your wish. Sellers rejected. Buyers got rejected, I should say, in Dow. We're just going to completely just collapse here. JD. Markets are grinding lower in slow motion.
Slow motion. Exactly. Slow motion.
That makes it even harder for longs. It just hangs out. We're stopped. Feels like, the selling's done. Get long. We're not going anywhere. Oh, shoot. I got to puke. Right? Take the market lower. Bottom pickers. I've been there. That's, I'm talking to the newbie Dre. I would be, the selling's done. Get long. No, we're not going anywhere. I got to puke.
You can only look at the chart like once every 5 minutes. You try and trade this thing tick for tick, you're just going to twist yourself up.
Yeah, buyers might get a shot here. Oh, boy. Oh, the moment of truth. Braden, you're in the money. Let's see if we can get those 18s. We'll get one more puke lower in the equities. Looks like crude has found a bit of a range right now. Trading right around $94.34. Gold. Need some selling. We'll pop in crude. What we got? Look at that. 6 minutes MOC. Look at those 18s. 23,821. We are down.
I'm looking at trading it through a whole different lens here, guys. You take 15 points out of the micro NASDAQ or one contract. If you do 4 scalp trades for 15 points, you can make $100 a day.
Finish that, Braden. Okay, we're on to something. Here come your 18s, by the way. Braden. There, Braden.
All right.
Hey.
2 for 2, Braden. 2 for 2, baby. Okay. Getting short in the hole. Laughing our ass off with 2 trades, 2 winners. Little pop in crude. I love that comment. So good. If you're gonna be loud wrong, we're gonna be loud right. We'll pop in crude.
That's it. We're gonna take these 23s.
We're gonna get those 06s,
in the ES.
man. I'm short from 44. I got short in the hole.
You really want those 06s?
I think it's a hell of a call. Unwind the entire thing. Braden, baby, Braden. Welcome to the dark side, my friend. Can't go lower than the lows, lo and behold. You know, I guess headline from Israeli army: we need additional forces on the Lebanese front. That doesn't sound particularly bullish for equities. 4.5 minutes till market on close. Ooh, another round of selling there. New lows. New lows in Q 23,805. New lows
New low by
ES.
2 ticks.
Uh-huh.
New lows by 2 ticks in the ES.
Can't go lower than lows. I know I'm being annoying, but I'm just trying to prove a point. Just methodical. These are the tough ones. These are the tough ones. Closing on 23,800. 800 in the NQ. 4 points to go. You ever just mark it in, Braden? You ever just mark it in the thing? Just
Yeah, it's a bad habit. I need to stop doing that.
Yeah.
Yes. Not usually. Unless there's like actual momentum, but it's just been so hard in this
You're right.
in this market to mark it in. It's
this type of
limit orders is just usually a better way to go.
That got the fill in the 18s.
I'm inclined to agree with you there.
Yeah. Unless it's like headline driven, something. Yeah. All right, we'll go flat. Looks like we got some profit taking coming in here. Come on, what about the 6506s? I was giving it a shot here. Ooh, looks like we got some more selling in the NQ. Those that got short in the hole. You need to see prices go lower. Wild, huh?
I kind of want to put some stops to enter above the market.
Longs?
Yeah.
Might be a buzzer beater. Last 2 minutes or so. We'll see what MOC is. Oh man, more selling in the NQ.
Feels like we might just slide 30 points here and take the weekly lows.
Talk to me nice, Braden. Talk to me nice. Look at that. 23,799. Prince. Down 100 points. 100 points here. NQ and Power Hour. We're down 20 some odd points in the ES. Power Hour. Crude and trading sideways. The lows in. What was your 23,770? I mean, Braden, we might get there.
Looking pretty accurate.
Uh-huh. What they vote? Took above. Again, President scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. We have Fed speakers after the bell as well. We got Cook, Myron, Jefferson, Barr. So, JD, real quick, market on close, MOC, we got that 90 seconds. What exactly is the market on close? What are we going to see here at 50 after? And then what are we looking for the next 10 minutes or so?
The numbers we're going to report are the dollar amount of stock to be bought or sold on the New York Stock Exchange close.
Uh-huh.
So there are literally groups of brokers walking around the floor of the New York Stock Exchange right now, talking to people, getting those MOC orders and compiling them. There's signal services that you can purchase to get more data through that. But we're just going to give you the big raw number at 250.
Sometimes.
There's some reporting companies start reporting MOC orders at like 1 o'clock Central Time, leading up to the close.
All right, flat. I caught a bid. Yeah. And we'll change. Yeah, that 1100 lot keeps shifting around. All right, Braden, 2 for 2, my man. Absolutely love it. The win streak has started. We carry this in. Are you gonna trade the reopen too? I know you do, don't you?
Yeah, I'll usually just wait till I do my stream tonight to start trading.
All right, I want to ask you about that after this MOC. Little dip, little buying, short coming in here. And we got 10 seconds, MOC. Braden, JD, buckle up. See what we got here. A little bit off the lows, a little short covering there. That's it.
I'm curious to see
nothing. Flat.
This positive delta.
Flat. It's flat.
Nothing
right now. 7 million sell side ES, 100 million buy side NASDAQ, 300 mil buy side Dow. What's the reaction of the markets?
Nothing. Muted.
Oh, that means we should keep going lower. Again, all right, those numbers can and will change here in the next 9 minutes or so. Braden, you're talking about your stream. Where can the people find more Braden? They so choose.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. BPC Trades on YouTube. If y'all want to find me on there.
See in the chat too. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we done selling? Uh-oh. And NQ holding on for dear life to stay above 23,800. 810. 810.
Douglas in the chat. More dip, anyone?
Yeah, so vain. Hey, look out below. We got gold. Gold on the move lower. Gold seeing an acceleration to the downside. 43.67 last trade. Now 66 is let come in. Let's take a look here. And we're seeing gold lower. I'll pull up that gold chart. Gold, look out below. And those MOC numbers haven't changed too much. Thank you, Andrea. Out below. Look out below. Gold. We got anything? MOC still light sell side? Yes. Okay, a little sell side picking up here. Anything happening in the equities there, JD?
Hovering just above the lows in the ES right now. There's actually about 250 bid. 25 bid for 270 in the micro. Don't really see bids and offers that size in the micros. So they will be protecting the downside here. Bids stacking up down below, just below the lows.
Oh, they're gonna sell the shit out of this thing. All right, well, we'll see how this plays out. We got 7.5 minutes till the close. In fast markets, we ask you to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets. I'm gonna throw it to James. James, they delivered. They give us the goods.
Oh, Andre, we got the goods because everybody out there was listening. You guys took to the X and you tagged us, and here is what you wanted to share with us today. Starting with Eric, trading is all about slowly growing an account. And after missing good setups and payouts, I requested my payout in 5 days. Let's see how long it takes to be deposited, but slowly growing my Topstep XFA. I'm already at 3. I just need 2 more. And you can see down below, he has shared his congratulations on your payout request email. We love seeing it. I love seeing traders shout out their payouts on the X. And we love when you are excited. So congrats to you. You put in the work. Enjoy the payout. And hey, best of luck towards getting to those 5 XFAs. Next up from Jack. No, not our Jack, but a Jack. 2 more days for a payout. 40% consistency plan. Thumbs up. Very nicely done. Again, love seeing it. Love seeing the green on the screen. I even love seeing the lockout button there enabled where it says lockout. So if you haven't hit it, go ahead and click on it. Secure those profits and make sure your green day stays a winning day. Let's check in on one of our live funded traders from Ghost. First day with the Topstep live account. Entered a short early, got stopped out. The bias still looked good. Re-entered and locked out at $678 in profit for the day. Taking it slow and steady to reach my first milestone. Well, Ghost, you're doing the best thing possible. First of all, welcome to the big leagues. You are in your Topstep live funded account. Now, all you got to do is take it day by day, look for those base hits. And as I always say, Moneyball taught us anything. It's got to get on base, win ball games. So take those base hits, build that account, and most importantly, pay yourself when the time comes. From Tommy, new personal record payout hit last night, $5,000 and some change from Topstep. Now, the last 4 payouts have been consecutively my best each time. However, continuing that isn't the goal. Just strive for consistency like I've been on these accounts since August, and the results will follow. Tommy, you've got the right mindset. You're putting your words into actions, and your actions are speaking for themselves. Look at all that green on the screen. You're keeping your red days small, and you are base hitting your way to a payout. Congrats on your payout. I hope your next one's even higher. I know that's not your goal, but I hope that your hard work continues to pay itself. And last but not least, we're going to check in with Alba. Alba, payout secured on my first 50K XFA. requesting $5,786 after the market close. Base hits add up. Run it back, Alba. It's basically what we always say here. We'll be saying every single day. Base hits add up. Look at that straight 5-day winning streak of green. Alba, enjoy your payout. I hope you use it for something nice. And I hope you tell us what you're using it for by continuing to tag us on the X at Topstep TV. 4 minutes left on the clock. Andre, I'll throw it back to you guys.
Oh boy.
Power hour.
MOC sell side now 1.8 billion sell side ES, 1.6 billion sell side NQ. Continuing to sell off your new lows. Look at that. New lows just printed in the NQ 23,776. Braden, we got the 6 points. ES bottoming out at 65.21.
Took out last week's low in the ES, trading back above it right now. A little bit of a rip.
Yeah. Is this the profit taking? Is this the profit taking that we see? Let's pull up this NQ chart. You see just the gradual grind lower here. It's just throughout. Watching, keeping an eye. Thank you, Andrea. Keeping an eye on this MOC number. We got, it's 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes till the close. Braden taking 2 trades. The light bulb. Did an aha moment happen at all on Power Hour? Please say yes so we can clip this for social. No, I'm kidding.
Please say it.
Yeah, aha moment. Like I was 2 winning trades I took today, so yeah, we did better.
Okay, I like it's a start, man. It's a start, absolutely. Sell side still pretty heavy, so heavy here. Sell side 1.8 billion ES, 1.7 billion in Q. Thank you, Andrew. We can get up. Mission accomplished. Here we go. Trump scheduled to
see Coach Jay. See Jay in the chat. Coach Jay, what's Delta up to in the S&P right now? We still have more buyers stepping in on those lows.
Yeah, the profit. We get some profit taken here. Let's pull up that NQ chart. NQ off lows by about 20 points beneath.
Plus 5,600. Buyers still stepping in on the lows in the ES. These could be longer time frame buyers jumping into the equities right now.
Gotta be.
Otherwise, they'd start pairing off right about now, going into the close.
Yeah, you would think. You would think. More selling here. Crude selling off. More selling here in gold as well. Gold sold off about $40 here in Power Hour. Watch ES. ES 2 points off the lows. Sell side lightening up just a little bit. I'm going to pull up that ladder to look at all the volume coming in.
90 seconds. 90 seconds.
90 seconds. Brady, you the man. We are going to let's hook you up with some Topstep stuff for sure.
Okay, yeah.
You handsome devil. You got to be wearing Topstep stuff. We can't.
I'm a hat guy. I'll definitely rock a hat.
we got you, man. We got you. Good stuff. Okay, all eyes on this above below. Braden called for 23,770. We got within 6 points. Here we go. The final minute.
I close at it.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this thing.
I saw Dan Emmons call it one of my favorite acronyms, NLOTC. New lows on the close. Looks like we're going to do it. I was ready to get in on the upside. If we started ripping, I was ready to buy it. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Oh, man. Chat is absolutely fired up. Chat going 12 rounds with this market. GD, Braden, myself, all going 12 rounds with this market. Are we going to get to 23,770 here? Don't forget, President scheduled to, it's a Greek Independence
There's the rip.
Day celebration. Yeah, I mean, it's right. We consider this a rip? Do we consider this a rip? Look at that volume trading here in the NQ. Braden, he took it above. Good stuff, Braden. I consider that a win, folks. I consider that a win.
Back.
That was a different type of trade. We don't see those type of power hours. Braden, good stuff. Got short in the hole there.
Appreciate y'all.
JD, love the papering. As always, we'll see you in opening call. Wow, what a day. What a day indeed. And we got one more left tomorrow. That being said, shout out to all the bellers who are fired up, letting me have it. You guys are absolute maniacs, and I love it. That being said, throws my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. What a day. Let's go.
Absolutely. Braden, we're going to get you that hat. All right, stay tuned. Keep an eye on your inbox. I'm sure we'll get a hat sent to you eventually. But hey, guys, let's give it up again for JD, for Braden, and for Andre for a wonderful power hour. You saw Andre trade. You guys finally got it. I hope you enjoyed it. Anyways, let's keep this action going because up next is At the Buzzer. At the Buzzer is the show with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and they're going to make sure that you're feeling completely ready for when that market reopens at 5 p.m. Central Time. Now, if you missed any of the moves or the headlines from today, and there were a lot, be sure to stick around because At the Buzzer will cover each and every market move as it happened. They're going to explain what happened, why it happened, and what it means for your trading moving forward. So At the Buzzer, stick around right after this at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Then come back tonight because at 7 p.m., Coach Dakota returns with slow markets. If you saw Coach Dakota this morning on fast markets and you liked what you saw, you're going to love him at night because slow markets is not so slow anymore with everything going on. So the party kicks off at 7 p.m. Central Time. Be sure to show up early and get your spot in line because we open the doors and everybody can come in at 7 anyway. But catch Coach Dakota tonight. Then tomorrow morning, 2:30 a.m. Central Time, Aaron Trades is back with the London Open. Be sure to catch Aaron Trades doing his Aaron Trades thing. He discusses gold, the NQ, and everything in between. And you can catch that at 2:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. And then metal markets fans, you already know the drill, but for anybody who isn't in the know, there is no metal markets on Friday, so there will be no Deanna tomorrow morning. That means after London Open, you just got to sit and wait for us to return, and we will return at 7:15 a.m. Central Time, kicking this whole show off once again, bringing another bell-to-bell market action-packed day for you the only way we know how, and that's the Topstep TV way. So be sure to show back up tomorrow. It'll be a fun day. We have Friday. We got things planned for you, and we want you to see those things. But for now, let's get you on over to At the Buzzer. As always, I'm James Harden. You're the chat. And this has been Topstep TV. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.